The young nobleman, Seaman, is our protagonist. But 500 years ago, he was the demon king who struck fear across the entire continent. And now, he's just a deader half a day ago. Seaman sold off his family's symbolic statue to a group of merchants all because he wanted to go Allen at the casino. It was his last-ditch effort to save his family burdened with debts as tall as mountains. To understand his predicament, we must go back 500 years. Under the evening sun, Seaman gazed at the magnificent castle in the distance and spoke to his girlfriend. Katerina, did you know that Tillman Castle, the one visible over there, has never fallen to an enemy in 200 years? Katerina's voice sounded uneasy as she replied, Seaman, what are you talking about? We need to leave. This is not a place we're allowed to be. Hearing that, Seaman gently shook his head. Don't worry, no one will come here at this time. But you need to finish your cleaning up. Katerina nervously said, just a little while. I really want to show you this place at this time of day. It looks stunning, he remarked, but to Katerina, the scenery meant nothing. So what if it's beautiful? That's noble land, a place we can never live. She sighed deeply at that moment. Seaman finally revealed his intentions. Actually, I might be able to buy a house there. I think I'll be promoted to a mid-level mage this time. I wrote a thesis on a new type of golem. And my seniors really liked it. Haha, they said if the elder approves, I'll likely get promoted. I can't afford a big house, but I could buy a small one for us to live in together. So, Katerina, marry me. You've endured so much for me all this time. From now on, I'll make you the happiest person in the world. As he spoke, Seaman tightly held her hand. At his proposal, Katerina paused for a few moments before lightly touching his face and teasing. But Seaman, shouldn't you become a mid-level mage first? You're so mean, he chuckled. Just kidding, Katerina laughed joyfully. Then, her expression turned somber. I never thought a day like this would come for us. Seaman believed they could finally find happiness together. But he was wrong. I thought we could be happy because I worked so hard for us, but I was mistaken. No matter how hard we try, nothing ever changes. But that doesn't mean they can take everything they want and trample over us at that moment. Two despicable men boldly stole Seaman's thesis. A revolutionary new magical technique involving golems. Elder, you're a genius. This thesis of yours will change the world, someone praised. Laughing heartily, you flatter me, Duke. It's all thanks to your generous investment in me. Another replied, if it yields results, I'll invest even more, the Duke promised confidently. Hearing their conversation, Seaman clenched his fists in helpless frustration, but the conversation between the two quickly shifted. But Elder, what about my other request? The Duke asked slyly, his grin sending a shiver down the Elder's spine. I almost forgot. Will that be acceptable? The Duke asked again. She's just a common woman. The Elder dismissed with a wave of his hand. As their words continued, two guards escorted Katerina into the room. Upon seeing her, Seaman froze momentarily. His beloved was now at the mercy of these vile men. The portly, lecherous Duke ogled Katerina shamelessly. I heard she's famous for her beauty. And it's true, he remarked. The Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, if not for her lowly status, she would have lived a very different life. Seeing his love about to fall into the hands of such scoundrels, Seaman couldn't endure it any longer. This is everything I've ever dreamed of, everything Eve spent my life protecting. How dare you destroy it all as if it's nothing? You bastards, he roared. Let her go, Seaman yelled as he gathered mana in his right hand, forming an energy orb that he hurled at the two men. However, compared to the Elder's power, Seaman's attack was pitifully weak. Seeing Seaman dare to attack him, the Elder's eyes flashed with rage. You little wretch, do you not know your place? You're nothing but trash, he declared. Raising his hand to the sky, the Elder summoned a red lightning bolt that struck Seaman directly, sending him flying backward like a rag doll. The result was devastating. His attempt to save Katerina failed, and he himself was thrown into a dark cell, surrounded by scurrying rats. Looking at the rats around him, Seaman didn't even bother to shoo them away. His eyes were hollow, devoid of any life. I couldn't do anything. How am I supposed to survive this? He muttered without realizing it. His hand reached out, grabbing one of the rats and bringing it to his mouth as if to eat it. But just then, a spear lightly jabbed his back, causing him to wince in pain. The ones responsible were the 2 guards stationed outside. "Look at him, he really was about to eat that rat." One jeered, "At least he's cleaning up this place for us, let him be, even a mage from the tower is nothing in this state," they mocked. One of them turned to Seaman with a suggestion. "Hey, just tell them how to summon the golem, and they'll let her go," the guard said, nudging Seaman with his foot. "Hey, you hear me?" he called again when Seaman remained silent. And with Seaman's reaction, the guard holding the sword wasn't particularly surprised. "I told you he's gone completely mad since that wench died," he muttered, hearing this. The one holding the spear questioned, "But why did she die?" "I heard it was because she wanted to protect her chastity." "Such a shame, really. She was beautiful, such a waste." Their taunts, oblivious to their weight, became the tipping point for Seaman, triggering a critical decision within him. At this moment, Seaman brought his thumb to his mouth and bit down hard, drawing blood as he did. He silently whispered an apology to Katerina in his heart. "I'm sorry." Katerina switching to the guard's perspective. They noticed the sewer rats suddenly growing quiet and all turning their gaze in one direction. Piqued their curiosity. "Huh? What's up with them today? What are they looking at?" One wondered aloud beside him. The swordsman seemed uneasy. "Something's wrong, really wrong. Stab one of them," he instructed. Following the command, the spearman gripped his weapon tightly and stabbed at the nearest rat. The rat let out a pitiful squeal before dying. But immediately afterward, a 6-pointed star magic circle appeared on its belly, emanating a dangerous aura. Realizing what was happening, the swordsman's eyes widened in alarm. "Damn it," he cursed. He quickly turned toward Seaman's cell, only to find the young man using his own blood to inscribe an elaborate array on the ground. "Stop what you're doing, you lunatic," the guard shouted, rushing toward Seaman to intervene. But it was too late. The massive magic circle on the ground had already been completed. "Using my hands? I've only just begun. If only I'd been stronger, I wouldn't have lost you," Seaman murmured with those words. He slammed his bloodied palm onto the center of the array, activating it. At that moment, miniature versions of the magic circle appeared on the bellies of the surrounding rats. Their bodies were swiftly sucked into 6 glowing circles on the array, as if serving as sacrifices. Finally, a massive explosion rocked the prison, blowing the iron cell door clean off through the stunned eyes of the 2 guards. Behind Seaman now stood a colossal rat-shaped golem, towering like a small mountain. The sight left them both frozen in fear and awe, their faces pale as they stared at the monstrosity before them. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Seaman knew it was exactly what he desired. The same despair Katerina had felt. As those words left his lips, the rat-shaped golem swung its massive arm forward, instantly slicing the 2 guards into unrecognizable pieces. With the help of his monstrous rat golems, Seaman carved a path out of the dungeon. As he moved, he muttered to himself, "I've thought about it. Why am I still alive? Perhaps it's because I need to exact revenge on this cursed world, a world that denied us our happiness." "You don't need to worry anymore, Katerina. I won't be weak like before. I'll seize any power necessary and change everything," Seaman declared with a face full of madness. Time flew by after breaking free from the prison. Seaman was greeted by none other than the elder who had defeated him before. Seeing the enormous golem Seaman had summoned, the elder's expression turned to shock and anger as he questioned, "Seaman, you lunatic, have you lost your mind? How dare you use dark magic, a follower of the gods working for demons?" Seaman's icy gaze met his accuser's. "So what?" he responded coldly. Elsewhere, the Duke who had once mocked Seaman was now trembling in his boots, even soiling himself in fear. "Spare me. I can make you the master of this land. If you let me live, I'll do anything you want, so please. Spare me," the Duke begged. Seaman almost burst into laughter. "Anything? But you can't bring back the dead, can you?" With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of magical energy that obliterated the Duke. "This cursed world, Katerina. I'll destroy it all," Seaman declared, marking the beginning of his revenge against the world. Meanwhile, in a grand palace, a man dressed as a king pointed his sword toward a kneeling knight. "Hiralakan, save the world from descending into darkness. The Demon King's forces have brought shadows over the land, trampling the territories of the gods and slaughtering innocent people. That army of demons has already annihilated 2 kingdoms and 1 duchy. The fate of the world rests in your hands. Hirolaken, so kill the demon king and rescue this world. The king decreed, handing the young hero the sword in his hand. The scene shifted to a new battlefield where an army was assembled to fight the demon king Loken. Holding the sword, raised it high above his head, proclaiming to the warriors before him, "Brave warriors of the Holy Empire Artania. The light of the empire has dimmed and a massive shadow is devouring the continent of Laurasia. However, we will not falter for our families and for this world. Today we will destroy the demon king and become the last hope for this world's salvation." Returning to Seaman's memories. In a certain library, his girlfriend Katerina was also irritated, sharing a story she had just overheard. "Seaman, have you heard? Why did they chop off a just for stealing bread?" she said angrily, causing Seaman to jump in surprise and quickly remind his girlfriend Katerina, "You're speaking too loudly. What if someone hears?" In response, Katerina not only failed to lower her voice, but it even seemed to rise slightly as she retorted, "The nobles only know how to punish others because they've never known hunger. Why should that child be punished so unfairly? Just because of their social class? We didn't choose to be born into our position either." Upon hearing this, Katerina's face grew somber across from her. Seaman could only offer a few comforting words. "Maybe that day will come, when the social hierarchy no longer matters, and we can all live as equals freely." Katerina responded, her voice tinged with worry. "A day like that won't come just by waiting." "Then what do you want to do?" Seaman asked curiously. "We have to change in the way we want, or the children we raise will have to go through the," she replied, her voice reflecting concern for the future. Seaman, taken aback by her words, was so flustered that he dropped the books in his hands. "Children? But we aren't even married yet." Katerina raised an eyebrow and asked, "Isn't that an important matter? Don't you plan to marry me?" Seaman's face turned even redder. I will, but I'm just not ready yet." Katerina, irritated by his hesitation, snapped, "So do you want to marry me or not?" "Of course I do," Seaman weakly replied. Seeing his awkwardness, Katerina smiled lightly and shook her head. "You're terrible, Seaman. You're so shy. I'm the only one who will marry you." You know, the scene then shifts to a magnificent yet eerie castle. The final battle was about to take place here, as the army led by the hero Loken had arrived to face Seaman in a decisive confrontation. "Soon everything will end," Seaman murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. "It will take a lot of time, but the world we've always wanted. I will make it a reality." On the opposite side, Loken's army did not rush into an imprudent attack. Instead, the hero Loken stepped forward and confronted Seaman. "Demon King Seaman, the whole world has suffered because of you. But today that will end, I swear. In the name of the gods and justice, all your crimes will be judged today." The young hero looked at Seaman with unwavering determination. In response, Seaman couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. "Haha, God's justice. You're going to judge me with that nonsense? Go ahead. Do you really think I fear your fake gods and fake justice?" With that, Seaman exuded an overwhelming aura of power fitting for a demon king. Loken, undeterred, shouted, "Today is the day. With countless heroes of the Empire standing with me to judge you today, we will defeat the Demon King and protect the world." Everyone forward, according to the scream of the young hero. Everyone officially launched the attack. Seeing this, Seaman also looked at them with eyes as if looking at those about to die. "Who are you to judge me? I am the one to be judged. The day I lost Katerina, justice died," he said while striking his staff hard on the ground, causing an incredibly complex magical circle to appear on the earth. "I no longer believe in those illusions. I will show you what I believe in, and that is power. Look, hero. Today is the day true justice is born, the day false beliefs are cast aside. Today will mark the beginning of a new era," Seaman said coldly. At that moment, behind him, countless gigantic golems appeared, summoned by him without waiting for Seaman to give an order. One of the golems raised its giant fist, preparing to crush the small army in front of it. Seeing this, the soldiers' faces turned pale. "Damn it, he summoned so many golems," someone said in fear. "Don't be afraid. If we retreat, there will be no future, another soldier advised. Back to Seaman, seeing the soldiers still not giving up, he mocked them. You fools. You're just trash clinging to nothing but your social status. And you dare to resist true power? It's over, I will wipe all of you out. With his words, the entire group of golems began to move. However, the hero Loken was not one to let him have his way. Demon King Seaman, you truly cannot be forgiven. I will end your crimes now, Loken said, rushing toward the golem protecting Seaman. The young hero swung his sword, unleashing a blade of light that sliced through the golem's right arm, causing it to fall to the ground. The force of the attack made Seaman's face harden. He took down an elite golem with just one strike? I see the reason I can't conquer the Livia kingdom no matter how many golems I send. Is because of this man with this thought. Both of them shouted loudly, declaring to each other, Hero Loken, Demon King Seaman. Today you will die here. Thus the battle began in the most brutal way. Time passed, and the bodies of the soldiers were scattered across the battlefield. In another corner, Loken was using his sword to support himself, struggling to stay upright. Let's end this now, Demon King Seaman, he said coldly. At the same time, the giant stone golem behind the protagonist began to break apart, its pieces falling to the ground. Back to Seaman, realizing he had lost. He uttered some last words. Hero Loken, do you know? This world is rotten. If it weren't for people, I could have started over after destroying everything. I curse you, Loken. Your entire bloodline will suffer pain for the rest of their lives. Seaman said this while looking at the young hero with a blank expression, and right after he finished speaking, Loken swiftly swung his sword, decapitating him. Thus Seaman's consciousness sank into darkness. In the haze, his memories from the past rushed back to his mind. Do you know, Seaman, when you smile and are with me healthy and without any problems, that is when I am the happiest, she said. Then stood on her tiptoes and gave the main character a passionate kiss afterward. She smiled and said, I love you, Seaman. The scene shifts to a spacious room where a young boy suddenly wakes up with a dazed look in his eyes. He then reaches up to touch his neck, muttering incomprehensible words. A dream? My head is still on my neck. It hurts so much. No injuries. What exactly is happening? Where am I? I've never seen this room before. Am I abroad? Why am I still alive? Even dark vampires can't bring the dead back to life. If they could, I would have done it by now. So why am I still alive? Countless questions start ringing in Seaman's head until his attention is drawn to a painting hanging in the room. What is this? Why is that bastard's painting here? Seaman thought irritably at that moment. The door to the room opened and a man who looked like a butler entered. Upon seeing Seaman awake, the butler smiled in relief and said, Young master, oh my, you're awake, thank goodness. You've been unconscious for 2 weeks. I thought we had lost the last of the Loken family. As he spoke, the butler hugged Seaman tightly. However, Seaman still had no idea who this person was. Wait, young master, who are you? Seaman cried out. Hearing these words, the butler began trembling, an uneasy feeling overcoming him. Young master, you don't recognize me? The butler asked, looking shocked. Oh my, the accident must have caused you to lose your memory. It's my fault for not taking better care of you. As he spoke, the butler knelt before Seaman and began blaming himself. After a few seconds, he regained his composure, wiped away his tears, and began to explain everything. That's right, let me explain everything to you. Perhaps it's temporary. You may remember everything soon when I tell you. You'll become the lord of this place, the heir to the Loken title of the Baroque Empire, and the descendant of the great hero Loken. Duke de Laken, the butler calmly explained, leaving Seaman with a clear look of confusion on his face. The unbelievable information coming from the old butler's mouth made it hard for Seaman to accept immediately. What? Loken died 500 years ago. So I have been reincarnated and became his descendant after 500 years. Thinking about this, it was as if Seaman wanted to verify the truth. So he quickly ran outside. The butler, alarmed, hurried to warn him, young master, you shouldn't move around in this condition. Ignoring the butler's words, the protagonist was in a state of extreme confusion. Damn it. You want me to believe this? Think him a fool? This can't be true, he thought, and just as he was about to act on his disbelief, he flung open the balcony door. The sight in front of him truly made his eyes widen in shock because before him stood the figure of a colossal ancient night golem. Standing several meters tall, something that hadn't appeared in the past 500 years. Looking at the giant golem in front of him, Seaman had no choice but to accept the truth. Even if he didn't want to believe it. What is this? If that thing really exists, then everything he said must be true as he thought this. Seaman focused more intently and quickly realized how complex the situation before him truly was. The level of complexity made it clear that this weapon was far superior to a regular golem. The magic, which he could only imagine, was right in front of him at the same time. The butler Hans rushed over to Seaman's side. Seaman then asked, still not taking his eyes off the giant golem, "What did you say your name was?" The butler, bending slightly, answered, "My name is Hans, your servant." "Then Hans, what is this thing I'm looking at?" Seaman asked, still gazing at the giant golem, since Hans had already assumed that Seaman had lost his memory. He patiently explained that is called a colossus, a bipedal humanoid weapon, a weapon made from golem magic. Made from golem magic? Seaman asked in return. "Half correct," Hans replied. "The colossus is made from a combination of magical technology and scientific advances, unlike the golems, which are controlled remotely. The colossus has a pilot inside it." Seaman looked at him with a skeptical expression. "A person sits inside that thing?" "Yes, that's right," Hans nodded. After hearing this, Seaman turned away deep in thought. It requires advanced technology to operate it from within. But if what Hans says is true, then this is truly an amazing weapon. The pilot is protected from external threats while fighting, and its reactions are faster than remotely controlled golems. It solves all the problems Eve had with golems. Seaman pondered further. But then a troubling thought crossed his mind. But if this is real, then 500 years have passed. But why am I reincarnated as the descendant of my enemy? He wondered silently to himself. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to an office. Instead of trying to understand why he was resurrected, Seaman was taking the opportunity to drink a rare bottle of wine, which caused Hans, the old butler, to worry immensely. "Young master, you cannot push yourself this far. Please calm down," he urged. Seaman had just woken up after being ill, and Hans didn't want him to touch alcohol yet. Seaman, hearing the warning, groaned. "You said I'm the descendant of Lacon, right? So what? I'm healthier than most people." Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a sharp pain hit his body, causing him to collapse onto the table. "Damn it. What's happening?" Seaman exclaimed, confused. Hans, seeing this, wasn't particularly surprised. He had anticipated this would happen. "I warned you." "Young master," Hans said, "you must be careful of that curse." "What? A curse?" Seaman shouted, prompting a sense of disappointment from Hans. "I've been hoping, but he really doesn't remember anything." Hans muttered quietly to himself before Seaman inquired about the curse. "Tell me, Hans, what's this curse you're talking about?" Seaman asked. Hans began explaining. "Where should I begin? Your ancestor, Lord Lacon, led his army to defeat the demon king who sought to destroy everything. After that fierce battle, he restored peace. Eve told you before. Lord Lacon was praised for saving the world, but he died young due to the curse from the demon king." Seaman quickly realized, before Lacon destroyed me in my past life, I did curse that hero, didn't I? He muttered, "Is that really what happened?" But then he hesitated. "Wait, I only said that in anger back then." Seaman thought in pain as he realized he was now the one suffering the consequences of a careless remark from his past life. Looking back 500 years ago, the world was at peace until the demon king threatened to destroy everything. His dark magic could summon countless golems stronger than any army, and he wiped out many heroes with a snap of his fingers. It seemed like the demon king was on the verge of conquering the world, but thanks to the righteous hero Lacon, peace was restored. However, before dying, the demon king cursed him, causing Lacon and his bloodline to suffer a painful death at a young age. Closing the book in his hand, Seaman muttered in frustration, "Who the hell wrote this book? Damn, they just made up whatever they wanted. I never cursed anyone in the first place." He grumbled, "Do they really think that curse could last this long?" But then he fell silent, accepting his reality. "After all, it's my fault for losing." Seaman tossed the book aside and grabbed another one. Intending to gather information about the past 500 years' time quickly passed. And as Seaman reflected, he reminded himself, "This is my second chance. I can't face Katarina like this. Having died before I accomplished my goal. This world has been decaying for 500 years. I can't imagine how much it's changed. No matter how much time has passed. Not all of my subordinates can have been wiped out. I need to learn about this era first. If I can find my subordinates, I will change the world," he thought to himself, or at least that was what he wanted to believe. But by the next morning, Seaman reverted back to his apathetic, self-destructive state. Now he was back to being with a bottle of wine, muttering to himself, "Looking for subordinates? To hell with that. They've almost forgotten about the Demon King. It's been 500 years, there's no trace of me left. Most importantly, this body has no mana, no vitality. What can I even do?" He staggered forward, likely too drunk to notice, and slipped, falling to the ground. Instead of trying to get up, he just lay there, mocking his own weakness. What should I do now? Katarina? In this life, I can't do anything. I just wanted to create a world where everyone is equal. Seaman spoke with a tone of utter helplessness. Just then a loud shout outside caught his attention. Young Master Seaman's curiosity was piqued, and he went out onto the balcony to see what was going on. "What's all the noise about?" he grumbled. It turned out that a fat merchant was at his estate demanding payment. "How long do you plan to avoid us? We won't back down until we speak with you, young master," the merchant said. This man Diden was the head a branch of the Alone Merchant Guild. Seaman, seeing that he was in debt, wasn't worried. In fact, he chuckled, enjoying the situation. "I owe you, Locken, that bastard. Your descendants are quite something," he mocked without waiting for a response. Darren immediately began demanding his money. "Trying to mill peso? You borrowed it from us last year to develop a mine. But you've been ignoring us since. Are you going to pay or not? I can't keep living like this," he shouted. While debt repayment was a reasonable matter, Seaman's group wasn't concerned. Hans, the old butler, quickly tried to calm the situation. "Young master needs rest due to his poor health. Well, figure out how to pay. Please come back another time." But before Hans could finish, Darren interrupted. "No, I must hear it from the young master himself." Seeing their reaction, Darren quickly deduced that they didn't have the money to pay. "Seems you can't pay right away. Let's see, 30,000 peso isn't a small amount. How about you give me the golem in your house instead? It might not be worth 30,000 being an old model, but it's a great offer, don't you think?" he said, stroking his mustache. However, just as he finished his proposition, Roger, the leader of the golem team, yelled in rejection. "No way. We only have 3 golems. How can we use them for defense?" He was clearly afraid Hans might consider Darren's offer quickly. He turned to Hans and said, "Not even if you kill me. We can't give up the golems there for defense." Seeing Roger's defensive stance, Hans raised a hand to calm him down. "Calm down, that won't happen." At the side, the accountant Dixon also chimed in with his suggestion. Instead of accepting the offer, why not just raise the taxes? To which Hans shot him an annoyed glance. "Dixon, don't you see how the people are doing? We can't afford to have the few remaining people leave. If that's the case, then we'll have to give up the golem." Dixon said reluctantly. "I already said no." Roger the Knight yelled out, and so the 3 of them began to argue and bicker, which caused Seaman, observing from above, to burst out laughing. "This family is so fun. That bastard Lacan should see this," he laughed to himself. Meanwhile, the merchant Darren, who had come to collect his debt, wasn't there to watch them argue. Realizing the family didn't have the money to pay, he quickly proposed another deal. "Everyone calm down. Personally, I want to take the golem and the estate, but I don't want people thinking I'm just stealing it from the great hero's family, so how about that?" He pointed toward the direction of the giant golem. Seeing this, Roger's eyes widened and he shot a warning glare at Darren. "Are you kidding me? Eve told you countless times that's the golem. It's not for sale." Before Roger could finish his sentence, Darren shook his head and clicked his tongue. "It's not the golem, but the magic tower behind it." Upon hearing this, the group of Hans was initially shocked, but soon realized that this proposal wasn't half bad. "A tower? It's better than the golem," Roger remarked bluntly. "True. No one even visits anymore." Hans nodded in agreement. We did get some profit from tourists before. Some even said that tower was the source of the curse. But now it's just a useless old structure, Dixon. The accountant added as they seemed ready to agree with Darren's suggestion. Seaman, still on the balcony above, was utterly startled. What the hell? Locken, you bastard, that's my magic tower, he shouted in disbelief. 500 years ago in the Demon King's tower, which now stood at my home far away from where I once lived with Katerina, an old and dilapidated place. But it was our home, the warm resting place we always dreamed of. The area around the Demon King's tower had merged into the territory of our family. How dare they come to that place? Thinking about this, a wave of intense anger surged within Seaman, causing his teeth to grind together. Making a loud noise, unaware that Seaman was about to lose control, the merchant Darren continued his persuasive speech. Haha. Please don't worry too much with the versatile capabilities of our merchant guild. We'll turn that place into a tourist attraction. This will also boost the local economy, right? He said, laughing smugly as if he had already achieved his goal. Indeed, after hearing his words, the three people across from him were completely convinced. Even the accountant Dixon couldn't wait any longer and immediately asked, "Where do I sign?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than they all felt a heavy mental pressure bearing down on them. The cause of this was none other than Seaman, who was walking towards them with a fiery rage. Seeing him approach, the group nervously asked, "Young master, are you sure it's alright to go like this?" Ignoring their concerns, Seaman coldly replied, "Move." On the other side, seeing Seaman finally show up, Darren's voice turned slightly mocking. "Oh my, who is this? It's so hard to meet you. Young master, have you recovered? I must say, the conversation with your subordinates went very smoothly. Now we just need your signature, and we'll take over the Demon King's tower," he said with a grin, but Seaman's response was a glare filled with pure anger. "You only know how to talk. Do you even know what that place is? How dare you try to take it?" He spat, causing the three of them to tremble like frightened sheep. "Why so fierce? He's so different from what we heard," Dixon whispered to himself. However, he quickly regained his composure and tried to explain. "We understand your situation, but you've said it yourself." Before the sly merchant could continue his manipulation, Seaman cut him off, directly exposing his intentions. "Shut up, you liar. After you take the central land near my main estate, you plan to expand your influence and power under the guise of developing the area and allowing free access under the name of tourism, right? Am I wrong?" Hearing Seaman call out his intentions, Darren's body jerked in shock, but he quickly tried to deny it. "That's far from the truth," he stammered. Seeing Darren still trying to argue, Seaman grew more disdainful. "Not only are you so pathetic that you can't even sell used weapons, but now you want to seize a territory? I hate people like you, ugly from the inside," he declared, his voice dripping with contempt. This made the merchant's face contort in anger. Darren reminded himself not to let Seaman get the upper hand and tried to retaliate fiercely by bringing up the Locken family's debt. "The Locken family can't repay their debt. That's why we made this thoughtful offer. The merchant guild must recover its money, right?" Darren said, trying to pressure Seaman. "Who says we haven't repaid? In 10 days. Number 15 days, we'll pay back the full amount. Principal and interest. Now get out of here," Seaman shouted loudly, releasing the overwhelming pressure of his Demon King aura, causing the merchants to pale with no choice left. Darren grit his teeth and prepared to leave, but before he left, he couldn't resist throwing out one last meaningless comment. "Well, see if you can keep your word." Watching Darren leave, Seaman muttered, "These people always like this." Meanwhile, Captain Roger, witnessing Seaman's bold and powerful words, was moved to tears. "Young master, I can't believe you said that to him. We're so moved by your words. You truly saw through their plan, and it's even more impressive to see you stand up to defend the achievements and honor of our ancestors." Hans and Roger said, visibly moved. Seaman, however, stared at their tear-streaked faces, his head spinning in confusion. How could these subordinates think like this? Trust achievements? What are you guys even talking about? He asked. Bewildered Captain Roger, seemingly unaware of Seaman's confusion, continued to enthusiastically praise what he had just witnessed. "I didn't expect you to take such pride in your family's honor. That merchant couldn't even respond to your powerful words. In that moment we saw the image of your ancestor. the great hero Lacan inside you. The group was so excited, but Seaman, hearing their words, couldn't help but feel his frustration rising. These useless fools, they're turning me into the Demon King again, he thought angrily. After the excitement faded, the sober Hans asked, "May I ask how you plan to repay the debt?" Seaman responded with a question of his own. "How much is 30,000 pesos? Hans quickly calculated and answered, "With that amount you could buy 10,000 sacks of wheat, or it's the equivalent value of a new battle-class golem. Right now we don't have enough assets to reach such a low point, even if we were to borrow from banks or other merchants. Do you have any other ideas?" Seaman, hearing this, grew weary and uninterested. "This is useless. If that's all you've got, move aside. I'll pay the debt myself." Seaman then began to tour his family's estate, and the more he looked, the more disappointed he became. The family was even poorer than he had imagined. No assets, broken infrastructure, and even the common folks seemed to be better off with their food. It was so bad that, after reviewing the accounts, Seaman began to have doubts. Is this really the family of a duke? Isn't this the home of the one who defeated the Demon King? Why is there nothing here? Did you all steal everything? Seaman muttered in frustration, beginning to suspect that his subordinates had secretly embezzled money from him. No, that's not it. Why are you saying this now? If you look at the family tree, you'll understand, the butler replied, his face showing sadness. After hero Lacan defeated the Demon King, he was granted the title of Marquis and a large territory in the southern part of the Livia Kingdom. At that time, Duke Baroque instigated a rebellion against the Livia Kingdom. Marquis Lacan resisted him because he could not stand the injustice. However, due to the curse of the Demon King, the Marquis suffered a devastating defeat, and his title was revoked. He was exiled to the border, where he died due to rapidly declining health. Hearing this, Seaman quickly pieced together the story. He speculated that Lacan might not have initially intended to build a manor here. However, because of his exile, he had no choice but to settle in this location. Seaman continued. But the financial situation of this family is terrible. How could it have survived for 500 years? I ask, how did we end up like this? The butler, with a sorrowful expression, explained. It was because our ancestors wanted to restore the family's former glory, to return to the past. They would do anything, even if it meant sacrificing all their wealth, power, and everything they owned. They were determined to restore the family's reputation, but due to the curse passed down through generations, no matter how hard they tried, all their efforts were in vain. So, the family that was once home to the hero who saved the world crumbled. I don't know if you remember, but the reason you were unconscious for more than half a month after your accident was because you overexerted yourself trying to restore the family's honor. You wanted to prove you had the qualities of a hero and pushed yourself too far. Seaman, after hearing this, slowly walked toward the window and, as he walked, asked, "So, our current situation is that there's nothing we can do, right?" Hans bowed his head in response. "Even as the butler, I can't help you. I'm truly sorry. But we will surely find a way, even if it costs my life. I will find a way to gather the necessary funds." However, Seaman, already deep in thought, came up with an idea. "No need for that. I just thought of a way. We just need to find a way to pay the money, right?" As he spoke, Seaman flashed a sly grin, making the butler uneasy. And sure enough, the very thing he had feared soon became reality when Seaman said, "Well, find a way to pay." The old man stood there stunned, staring at the large statue of Hero Lacan that had mysteriously disappeared. "I can't believe it. He actually took the statue of Hero Lacan and sold it." The butler thought in disbelief. Beside him, Captain Roger fell to his knees in despair, his voice filled with disbelief. "How could this be? The cornerstone of our family is gone. This has to be a dream." Doubts began to arise as the realization set in. Clearly, the Hero Lacan statue was still here yesterday. Hans wondered to himself, where could it have disappeared to now? However, he quickly reminded himself, no, that's not important right now. I must find the young master. Resolving this, he glanced around, searching to see where his young master might have gone. Just then, a soldier ran over in a panic and reported, "Mr. Hans, there's trouble. It's about the young master. I think he left while the security team was injured." the soldier hastily said after hearing this. Hans collapsed to the ground, seemingly drained of all his strength. What on earth is the young master planning now? He shouted loudly. The scene then shifts to Seaman, who had loaded Locken's statue onto a carriage and was traveling somewhere. Ahead, the driver was a young man who, seemingly troubled by something, glanced back nervously. "Young master, may I ask you something if I may?" the driver asked hesitantly. Seaman casually picked up a bottle of wine beside him, took a long swig and nodded. "Sure, but who are you?" "Anyway," Seaman asked back, causing the young man's expression to become even more awkward. "Haha, have you forgotten? My name is Philip, and I serve you as your knight," Philip answered, pausing briefly before nervously continuing. "Young master, are you really planning to sell this statue?" Hearing this, Seaman didn't hide his intentions and bluntly admitted, "Yes, it could fetch a pretty high price if we melt it down." Philip's face turned pale upon hearing that. "This might not be my place to say, but this statue has 500 years of history," Philip exclaimed in response. Seaman shot him a mocking look. "500 years of history can't feed me," he retorted. "But selling it won't clear your debts either," Philip quickly explained. Seaman, of course, was aware of this, so he clarified, "Selling the statue is just one part of my plan." Relieved but still uneasy, Philip quickly chimed in, "Wonderful, then you must have a bigger plan. Everyone will understand as long as you can pay off the debt. May I ask what your plan is?" Seaman paused for a moment before replying nonchalantly, "Let's see, my plan is to use the money from selling the statue to gamble. I'll win 30,000 pesos through gambling." This revelation left Philip utterly dumbfounded. Took him a full 2 seconds to snap out of his shock before he shouted, "Gambling? What if you lose every cent?" he yelled, his voice rising in disbelief. Seaman, clearly irritated, retorted, "Why are you lecturing me when you're just tagging along?" "It's annoying," Philip unfazed shot back. "Well, you're the one who dragged me out here at dawn. If I'd known this was your plan, I wouldn't have come with you." The more Philip spoke, the more his face turned pale. He realized he was now essentially an accomplice. If the household staff, especially Hans, found out he had helped the young master take the family statue to sell for gambling, his fate would be sealed. In an attempt to salvage the situation, Philip nervously suggested, trembling as he spoke, "Why don't we turn back and beg for forgiveness? We can come up with a new plan," Philip suggested nervously. Hearing this, Seaman's eyes widened. "Are you an idiot? Think about it. If we go back now, I'll have to explain why I took the statue, and if my reason is that I needed money to gamble, they'll never forgive me. I'll definitely be kicked out of the house for good if I return now," Seaman said firmly. "Really?" Philip exclaimed in disbelief. "Well, no," Seaman corrected with a sly smile. "They probably wouldn't kick me out since I'm still the young master. But you, I'm pretty sure you'd be the one thrown out of the family." Seaman's mischievous grin deepened as he stared at Philip, whose entire body trembled uncontrollably. He knew Seaman was absolutely right. Seeing Philip's terrified expression, Seaman burst out laughing. "You'd better think carefully and choose wisely. What's better for you? Would you rather become a penniless wanderer, or a hero who brings glory to this family? Decide, Philip," he taunted, his gaze sharp and devious as he waited for Philip's answer. Unsurprisingly, Philip eventually relented, his voice filled with resignation. "I'll continue on the path we're taking." As he spoke, it was as if all the life had drained from his body. Good, that's the spirit," Seaman said, nodding in approval before taking another swig from his bottle of wine from the front. Philip glanced at Seaman's carefree demeanor and inwardly lamented, "Damn it, I've heard his personality changed after waking from that coma, but at his core he's still a demon." Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to a bustling harbor. A ship's crew member called out loudly, 5 minutes until departure. Everyone board now near the ship. Philip hesitated again and asked, "Are we really going through with this? Shouldn't we go back?" Seaman shrugged nonchalantly, making Philip's heart skip a beat. "No, we're boarding the ship," Philip quickly replied, unable to hide his panic. And so after all the passengers boarded, the crew member rang a bell and shouted departure. The ship carried Seaman and Philip toward the port city of Lamer. By evening, Seaman had sold the Lock and Hero statue and made a significant sum of money. However, Philip couldn't suppress his frustration. That was the statue of a great hero who saved the world, and he only paid this much for it? Philip yelled indignantly. I'd go bankrupt if I paid you any more. The old man across from them retorted, his tone curt. Turning back to Seaman, he had no time to watch his subordinate argue with the buyer. He quickly intervened. Enough, Philip. Lead the way, but we could get more, Philip said softly. Let it go, this is enough, Seaman replied dismissively, taking a moment to observe his surroundings. This place has certainly changed. He added, his eyes scanning the area. Hearing this, Philip looked surprised and asked, You've been here before? Seaman's gaze flickered with a hint of nostalgia as he answered, a little. Although back then it didn't look like this. It wasn't so easy to get here because the Kraken was guarding the area essentially. It was a deserted island, thank goodness. 500 years have passed since then, he muttered under his breath. But coming here was a good idea, he said aloud. Beside him, Philip, now intrigued, responded enthusiastically, Really? Thank you. Young master, I don't know when you last visited. But it's probably nothing like what you remember. This is now the second largest city in the southern region of the empire, constantly changing and growing. It's an island anyone can access easily these days, even with the Kraken and some other sea monsters. Advancements in magical engineering and weaponry have made this place much busier. The gambling houses here are huge. Are you sure you're ready for this? Philip glanced at Seaman with a probing look. Philip, if I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have come here. Seaman replied coldly as they approached a grand castle radiating golden light so bright it could blind the poor. Seaman nodded in satisfaction, knowing they'd arrived at their destination. All right, let's head inside, he said. However, Philip's heart wasn't ready to handle entering such an opulent place. Wait a moment, young master. Let me prepare myself, he stammered, adjusting his breathing as his heart raced up ahead. Seaman rolled his eyes at Philip's nervousness and sighed. What are you so scared of? Encouraged by Seaman's calm demeanor, Philip asked, How are you so composed? Do you even know how to win at these games? In response, Seaman flashed a supremely confident smile. Win? Oh, I'd say so when it comes to gambling. Confidence is everything, he said with a smirk. But as life often goes, things didn't unfold as Seaman had hoped. After stepping inside and trying his hand at a card game, the confidence Seaman had claimed to be the key seemed utterly useless. Oh no, this isn't good at all. Haha, looks like Eve won again, so what now? Will you keep going? The player opposite him asked cheerfully, sweeping all the gold coins into their pile with a grin. Luck seems to be smiling on me today, Seaman's opponent remarked confidently. Is all right? Seaman replied with a dismissive wave. Skill is also a part of luck. The brown-haired man burst into laughter, clearly entertained. Oh my, you're incredibly generous too. What an honor it is to play a game with such a remarkable young master like you. However, he soon added with a colder tone as his gaze shifted to the dwindling pile of gold coins in front of Seaman, it looks like you're out of chips. Shall we call it a day? Despite his losses, Seaman showed no sign of surrender. Without hesitation, he turned to Philip, who stood anxiously behind him. We can't stop here. Philip, exchange everything we have left for chips. Philip's face darkened instantly, resembling the bottom of a burnt pot. We can't do that if you lose this last bit of money too. Then before Philip could finish, Seaman cut him off with a sharp yell. Stop arguing and bring it here now. Across the table, the brown-haired man observed Seaman's wild, almost rabid demeanor and chuckled inwardly. Haha, this fool is losing his composure. Luck is definitely on my side today. After Philip reluctantly exchanged the remaining funds for chips, Seaman made an audacious declaration. I'm going all in. I'll bet everything I have on this round. He pushed his entire stack of chips forward with an air of finality. Philip, witnessing this reckless move, broke into tears, his voice trembling as he muttered, That's it, our family is ruined. The brown-haired man, seeing Seaman make such a foolish decision, couldn't hide his amusement, though he maintained a facade of concern. Your entire fortune? Are you sure about this? This is my first time playing such a high-stakes game. But you must know what you're doing, right, young master? Seaman shrugged nonchalantly. Well, worrying about it won't change the outcome. Hearing this, the brown-haired man discreetly signaled to the woman standing behind Seaman before replying, Impressive. Well then, let's reveal our cards, shall we? He calmly turned over his hand, revealing 3 8s, a solid 3 of a kind. Wow, damn, Lady Luck is definitely with me tonight, he exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. I guess it's time for me to take these chips. Without bothering to check Seaman's cards, he reached out confidently to collect the pot as though he already knew the outcome. But before his hands could touch the chips, Seaman's voice cut through sharply. Hold on. You should at least take a look at my cards first. The brown-haired man froze, his confidence wavering. Seaman, with a subtle smirk, spread out his cards on the table to everyone's astonishment. They revealed the strongest hand in the game. A royal flush. The sight of Seaman's unbeatable hand drained the color from the man's face. His lips quivered as he stammered, What? That's impossible. Isn't the thrill of sudden reversals the true joy of gambling? This has been a fascinating match, Seaman remarked with a smile. At the same time, tears streamed continuously down Philip's face. However, they were tears of joy. Young master, I believed in you, Philip said in an charged voice. Turning back to the brown-haired man, unable to accept the outcome, he slammed the table, pointed directly at Seaman and shouted, No way, this can't be real. How did you get those cards? What kind of trickery is this? Hearing the word trickery, Seaman's face turned cold, and a mocking smile appeared. Trickery? Are you referring to your subordinates behind me revealing my cards? The brown-haired man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How did he know? He screamed internally. Seaman, watching his stunned expression, scoffed audibly. Did he really think I wouldn't notice? Everyone here is one of his lackeys, and I've been aware of their sneaky card passing. But the reason I foolishly fell into their trap was that I needed to touch all the cards. I left tiny marks on them. If I can manipulate the cards with those marks, then for someone like me, who once commanded an army of golems, altering the deck is no more difficult than a walk in the park. I can win every match without relying on complex tricks, Seaman thought to himself. Having resolved this in his mind and unwilling to waste more time with these cheats, Seaman cheerfully reminded the man, Now, admit your defeat. Across the table, the brown-haired man's entire body shook as if having a seizure from sheer rage. He scanned the crowd around him and growled through gritted teeth. I think today's game ends here. Teach this young master a lesson about respect at his command. The onlookers immediately turned their bloodthirsty gazes towards Seaman. In their hands were sharp, glinting weapons. As for Seaman, faced with this dangerous situation, he remained completely unfazed. Why are scoundrels like this always the same? I may not have the mana reserves I once did, but dealing with small fries like you should be no problem. Come at me, he declared, concentrating mana into his right palm simultaneously. The thugs around him charged like rabid dogs. But before Seaman could unleash his power, Philip intervened, charging forward with his sword. With masterful swordsmanship, he slashed and sent the attackers flying in all directions. How dare you draw your weapons against the sole heir of the Locken family? That means you've already prepared to forfeit your lives, haven't you? Philip said, his voice icy. He then turned to the brown-haired leader, whose breath caught in fear. The sight of Philip's sword resting against his neck made the man tremble violently. He quickly begged for his life. I've committed a grave sin, please spare me. Shut up, you scoundrel, you dared to harm the young master? Philip roared, watching Philip's display of strength. Seaman couldn't help but feel that the bodyguard wasn't half bad after all. Time passed swiftly, and by the next morning, Philip was happily carrying a large sack of money over his shoulder. Wow, this thing's heavy. I think it's definitely worth over 10,000 pesos, he exclaimed excitedly. Of course, Seaman replied casually after that. He turned to look at Philip and pondered, this kid. I thought he was just a thug, but he's more capable than I thought. Anyway, today's haul wasn't bad. But after causing such a ruckus, it'll be difficult to get into the casinos. Thinking of this, knowing that he still needed to make about 20,000 pesos to pay off the merchant, Darren Seaman decided to find another source of money. Is there anywhere else to make money besides the casinos? He asked Philip. Hearing this, Philip sifted through his memories for a moment. A place where you can make a lot of money? Well, how about the Giant's Arena? The Giant's Arena? Seaman asked, confused. Philip, knowing that his young master had lost his memory, explained, that's right, it's like the old arenas where humans fought each other now. There are arenas where giants battle each other. Depending on the match, the betting odds vary. But if you play it right, you could earn 30,000 pesos or even more, Philip explained calmly. After witnessing Seaman's abilities, it seemed that Philip's own gambling blood was stirred. Turning to Seaman, he added, if it's about golems, that's definitely your field, you see. I've always been interested in giants. If they are developed with golem magic, it might help predict who will win. Unaware of these thoughts in Seaman's mind, Philip proudly said, just trust me, young master. I was the top student at the Royal Giant Military Academy. Seaman nodded. I understand. Take me there first, you can trust me even more. Young Master Philip said, running ahead happily to lead the way. However, not long after, they were caught by a loud shout, you filthy trash. I told you to stay away, I told you to stay in your own area? You only listen after you're dead, don't you? A soldier shouted, his feet stomping on children lying on the ground, clutching their heads. Seeing this scene, even Philip couldn't bear it. My God, they're treating the children like this, he said in disbelief. 500 years have passed. And although the world has changed, some things remain the same, some things are rotten. And over time they just rot more. Seeing this, Seaman clenched his teeth in anger. Just as he was about to step in, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Stop. Hearing this command, the soldiers paused their actions and turned toward the source of the voice. Who is that? They questioned. You are supposed to be the royal guards protecting the citizens, right? So why are you using violence against children? Only nobles are your subjects. These children also have the right to be protected. The voice belonged to a noble young lady, and when Seaman saw her face, he froze for a few seconds. A name suddenly flashed in his mind, Katerina. The soldier soon realized the identity of the young lady and responded. Even if you are a princess, it doesn't matter, this is an order from the count. Do you know how restless everyone has become because of these refugees? In response, the noble woman presented her reasoning. Is it right to lock people up like cattle in a place where they cannot survive? These innocent children have lost their country and families, and if they truly deserve punishment, I would be the first to administer it. Before I became the Princess of Volga, I was one the refugees seeking refuge. She said this loudly and firmly. However, her arguments only gave the soldiers a headache. Princess, if this continues, you will only cause more trouble. We don't want to do this. But this is the order of the count. They sighed as they spoke. Meanwhile, Philip turned to Seaman with interest and asked, the situation is getting more tense. Is everything okay? Seaman replied, do you know who that girl is? Of course. She's quite famous in the kingdom of Volga. Even though she's a princess, she doesn't care about the nobles' opinions. I don't know why. But I heard that her kingdom has fallen. But I didn't expect to meet Princess Reina here. As Seaman looked at Princess Reina, he became more convinced of his thoughts. Reina? No matter how I look at it, that's definitely Katerina. Has she also been reincarnated like me? But why does she still look the same? Seaman wondered to himself. On the other side, a soldier saw Princess Reina reaching out to help the children and rushed forward, grabbing her wrist to stop her. Princess Reina, I'm sorry, but I cannot let you do this. If you continue, we'll be punished, he said, pulling her delicate body to the side, while the other soldier took the opportunity to grab a few children and drag them away. What are you doing? She shouted, but this intervention seemed to push the soldier's patience to its limit. TCH, stop bothering us, he yelled, making Princess Reina scream in fear. Seeing this, Seaman instinctively widened his eyes and rushed toward the soldier. Take your filthy hands off her, he yelled, delivering a punch straight to the soldier's face. Seaman's fists came down like a machine, repeatedly hitting the soldier's face and causing blood to spurt from his nose. With each punch, Seaman reminded himself, no matter how much time passes or how much the world changes, these bastards will always be the same. They'll never disappear. With the final punch, several of the soldier's teeth flew out. In the end, Princess Reina couldn't watch anymore and rushed to grab Seaman's hand. Please stop, you don't need to go this far, she weakly said, causing Seaman's movements to pause for a moment. However, taking this opportunity, the other soldier drew his sword and aimed it at Seaman from behind. You idiot, how dare you attack a royal guard? You must not fear the royal law, he shouted as he threatened him. However, the soldier forgot one thing. Philip, the bodyguard, was also present. Is the royal law more important than human lives? Philip said as he pressed his sword against the soldier's neck, threatening him not to do anything foolish eventually. The soldier had no choice but to help his comrade leave. Before they left, however, the soldier couldn't resist throwing out a few meaningless threats. You'll regret this. Hearing these words, Philip knew trouble was coming and immediately turned to Seaman. This is not the time for the giant arena. Let's leave before things get worse. Seaman, after a few seconds of confusion, quickly turned to check on the Princess Katerina. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I lost control a bit. I should have helped you sooner. The princess, still slightly flustered, replied. I'm fine, but who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Seaman's face went blank. And he asked, what do you mean by that? As he spoke, Seaman stepped forward, however. This caused Reina to become wary. Don't come any closer, she quickly said. Seaman paused, realizing that she probably didn't recognize him due to his change in appearance, right? It seems like I look different, so she doesn't recognize me, does she? I'll explain everything to her. Seaman thought, but despite his intentions, Reina's wariness didn't fade. In fact, she even responded, there's no need. Are you any different from those guards who abused the children? More importantly, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. My name is not Katerina, it's Reina. Behind them, Philip, noticing Seaman's strange behavior, hurried over to explain. Oh dear. It seems my young master made a mistake, princess. We're not suspicious people, it's just that he's been going through some difficulties. Philip awkwardly scratched his head, trying to make Seaman's mistake clearer as Philip explained. Seaman had time to cool his head. It would be great if it really was her, please. I've endured loneliness for so long, I know she'll never return. But Eve shattered like this just because they look alike. Seaman thought to himself while observing the prince's face at that moment. An older man rushed over, shouting at Reina. Princess, what are you doing here? I told you that you have an important schedule today. Do you know how hard Eve been searching for you? This man was Victor, Reina's butler. Upon seeing him, the princess stepped aside and replied, Oh, it's Victor. The thing is. Before she could finish, Victor interrupted. Don't tell me you've gotten into trouble with those guards again. He paused, looking at Seaman and Philip with suspicion. Who are these people? This is the first time we've met, Seaman said. Excuse me, but due to some circumstances things got a little tense. It would be best if you two didn't get too close to the princess. Victor's tone turned cold as he spoke. Seaman let out a mocking laugh. Ha, how foolish. While I may have misunderstood and made the situation escalate, I did help the princess. I'm not expecting any repayment. But at least she should thank me. He then turned to Philip. Let's go. Seaman quickly left the area and seeing them leave, Victor said to Reina. We should leave too. All right, Reina nodded. But then a realization hit her. Wait. I haven't even thanked him yet. Time quickly passed. And the scene shifted to a massive cylindrical arena. The Giants' arena, as Philip had mentioned to Seaman earlier. Inside the arena, the two announcers were enthusiastically hyping up the fight, with no giant wanting to back down in this intense battle. Now everyone please stay calm. Things are getting interesting, one of the announcers said. In the arena, the giant wielding an axe swiftly blocked his opponent's attack, and with a final decisive strike, sent the opponent flying, unable to get back up. It's over. Seaman murmured as soon as he spoke. The announcer declared the result. That was the finishing blow. Adolf wins. The crowd in the stands roared in excitement, and Philip was among them, as their recent victory meant more winnings for them. Wow, young master, you guessed it right again. At this rate we'll pay off our debts and become rich in no time, Philip said, grinning. However, Seaman wasn't as interested in the money. What caught his attention was the structure of the golems. With his sharp eye, he could clearly see the energy flow inside their bodies. So simple. The giants rely only on the magical power of the golems. Huh? I can easily predict the winner by reading the mana flow, Seaman thought to himself. The announcers, after congratulating the winner, quickly moved on to introduce the next match. Next up we have a blood-pumping battle. It's the match between Savage and Sting. Before Seaman even had a chance to make a prediction, Philip spoke up. I've already figured out the result of this match. How could Sting, with 1 win and 5 losses, beat Savage, who has 28 wins and 2 losses? Seaman nodded in agreement, though there's always a chance for an upset. This one really does seem over before it even starts, he said. Both of them focused on the arena as the two contestants entered to greet the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, take a good look at those enormous battle axes. They've never spared any giant in their path. This is savage. The twin axe-wielding giant led by Brian, the announcer introduced. The spotlight shifted to the other side of the arena, and now the opponent, a lucky winner from the previous round, Sting. The lucky giant led by Karen Seaman, after studying the two contestants, suddenly smiled with a hint of amusement. Oh hey, Philip bet everything on Sting. Philip, covered in sweat, was clearly surprised. What are you talking about? Young master? Sting? Savage will definitely win this match. Despite Philip's response, Seaman kept his focus on Sting's golem, muttering to himself, I wonder if the winner this time will be someone different. As the battle commenced, the two colossal giants charged directly at each other, their weapons clashing in an ear-splitting explosion that echoed through the air the intensity of their exchange. Each blow met with an equally fierce counterattack. Left the surrounding spectators astonished and speechless. What is happening here? Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with disbelief. Sting is putting on a stunning display, the announcer declared with growing enthusiasm. Defying all expectations of a crushing defeat, he's blocking every attack coming from Savage on the battlefield. Savage's excitement only grew as he saw Sting successfully parry his strikes. Ha ha ha. I thought you were just an amateur, but it seems you've got some skill after all, Savage taunted, his grin widening. However, it's nowhere near enough to satisfy me. With that, Savage swung his dual axes in a powerful shaped arc, slamming them directly into Sting's massive frame and sending the giant hurtling backward. Witnessing this, Philip, a gambler who had staked his hopes on Sting, groaned in despair. God, no. You can't lose, Sting, he cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Seaman, observing the match closely, narrowed his eyes with a perplexed expression. Sting has the advantage in mana. What is he thinking? Seaman muttered to himself. Back in the arena, Sting, reeling from Savage's powerful attack, found one of his golem's arms severed entirely. Savage seized the opportunity to laugh triumphantly. Haha, give up. You cowardly rodent, your legs are still bound. And if you can't fight anymore, it'll end you even faster. Savage bellowed, raising his axes high for another strike. In the stands, Philip was on the verge of panic. What should we do? We're about to lose all the money we bet, he wailed. Unperturbed by Philip's distress, Seaman remained focused on the battle. His sharp gaze followed the motion of Savage's twin axes as they descended towards Sting. Suddenly, the enormous golem under Sting's control emitted crackling bolts of lightning. At the same moment, Savage's axes slammed into the ground, leaving a massive crater. But as the dust settled, Savage realized there was no one in front of him. Sting had leapt high into the air. Did you know you can adjust your bets in giant duels until the final 30 seconds of the match? Sting murmured midair, a wry smile playing on his lips. That time has passed. And now you'll pay the price. As he spoke, a massive magical circle materialized in front of Sting's hand. From within its glowing patterns, an inferno erupted, shooting a blazing column of fire directly at Savage. The raging flames engulfed the giant, reducing the once dominant golem to a charred wreck sprawled lifelessly on the ground. The sudden shift in the fight left everyone in the arena in stunned disbelief. How can this be? Someone gasped. This is an unprecedented event, the announcer exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Our champion, who has defied all odds with a stunning 20-1 payout using his attribute skills. His name is Sting. The announcer shouted, triumphantly declaring the victory of the match. Overwhelmed with joy, Philip was moved to tears. Wow, we won, I can't believe it, he exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Meanwhile, Seaman remained frozen, stunned by the sight of Sting wielding magic. He just used magic? I can't believe it, Seaman muttered, his voice filled with astonishment. Philip, noticing Seaman's reaction, seized the moment to explain. Sir Sting, or rather Karen, must be a rune knight. It's not common to see a giant warrior use magic. He must have hidden his power to improve his chances of victory, Philip said eagerly. Seaman, however, was focused on a different aspect of the situation. Something that piqued his curiosity far more. No, that's not what matters. Seaman thought, furrowing his brows. The fundamental theory behind using magic through weapons is something I developed myself. Even after all this time, no one's been able to replicate it. That's because I perfected the process by incorporating dark magic. His mind lingered on this thought as time passed quickly. The scene transitioned to a mechanical workshop hangar, the Colosseum for giant warriors. Seaman and his companion Philip were present there for reasons yet unclear. As they walked, Philip couldn't help but grumble, "Why are we here? Shouldn't we head back as soon as possible?" he complained, distracted by his thoughts. Seaman's patience wore thin at Philip's incessant chatter. "Be quiet, ugh, I'm busy thinking." "And you're not helping at all," Seaman snapped, gritting his teeth before he could continue. Victor's voice caught their attention. "You can still change your mind. How could you agree to a giant duel like this? You should never have accepted the match in the first place," Victor said, his tone filled with worry. Hearing this, Princess Reina hesitated before responding, her voice carrying a hint of regret. "But someone like Andre, a mercenary, won't have any trouble riding MYT to fight against the Count's giant," she explained, listening to their conversation. Philip raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, it's Princess Reina. Looks like they're having some issues," he muttered, clearly intrigued as he continued eavesdropping. Victor, undeterred, pressed on, his concern evident. "Princess, why would you agree to such a duel? If you lose, you'll have to marry the Count. This isn't a trivial matter." "I made my choice carefully," Reina replied, her expression tinged with sadness. "If I didn't, countless refugees would starve to save them. This is the only way." Hearing this, Victor's frustration boiled over. "Absolutely not. How could sacrificing your future ever be acceptable? With a crumbling giant, you're sure to lose. You want to protect the refugees, but what about your own life? Why don't you find a way to safeguard both?" Victor shouted, his voice shaking with anger. Not far away, Seaman overheard the conversation and quickly pieced together the gist of the story. However, he had no intention of wasting his time on their matters, so he decided to leave. "Let's go, Philip, I'm done here." "Let's head back," Seaman said curtly. "All right," Philip responded, hurrying to follow his young master. As they walked, Seaman reminded himself, "That's right, she's not Katerina. There's no need for me to get too involved in this," quickening his pace. He tried to distance himself from the situation. However, a voice from a young man stopped him in his tracks. "Exactly, you're selling yourself. Princess, the Count will stop at nothing to get what he wants. He's already threatened countless refugees before. Without you, the refugees would truly be at a disadvantage, and if you don't replace that mana stone, this giant won't even function. Even then, the difference in specs between this one and the Count's is too great. You should listen to your steward," said the voice. The speaker was a young man with orange hair, dressed like a mechanic. On the other side, Princess Reina seemed to fully understand his words. "I know that very well," she said, her voice trembling, "but I can't give up. If I lose without trying, who will stand up for the weak?" Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. For some reason, Seaman turned back toward the group and made a proposition. "Then may I take a look? That mana stone and this giant. I think they might still be salvageable," he offered. But instead of gratitude, he was met with Victor's wary glare. The steward even drew his sword, ready for the worst. "Step back. Princess, this is far too coincidental to be chance. They could be assassins sent by Count Monoku," Victor said sharply, seeing his goodwill met with suspicion. Seaman was visibly annoyed. "Seriously? You're such a hassle," he retorted, irritation clear in his voice. "Thankfully, Philip stepped forward to defuse the tension. "Haha, please lower your sword. This is Duke Dlaken, the 15th heir of the Luffen family, and the current lord of his house," Philip explained. Victor, however, remained unconvinced. "The heroic Luffen family? Why should we trust that?" he said with a frown. At this, Princess Reina intervened. Her tone calm. "Victor, calm down," she said firmly. "But, Princess," Victor protested, ignoring him. Reina turned to Seaman. "My apologies for our last encounter. It seems you've overheard our current situation. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but we're out of options. If possible, I'd like to request something else from you. I beg you," she said sincerely. Before she could continue, Seaman raised his hand to stop her. "All right, just to ensure there's no misunderstanding this time, I'll demonstrate my skills," he declared. Taking out a small dagger, Seaman approached the giant golem. The orange-haired mechanic sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Princess, not everyone can repair a giant, he muttered beside him. A man in a steel helmet nodded in agreement. There's a reason giant experts are called steel mages. Will he damage the giant even more? They speculated mockingly. Hearing these remarks, Philip couldn't contain his indignation. He strode up to them, draping an arm around each of their shoulders. How about a bet? Then, I'll wager 10,000 pesos that my young master can fix the giant you two couldn't. Philip challenged boldly. What? Why would we accept that? The mechanic yelled. Scared? Philip taunted, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Stung by the provocation, the mechanic shot back. Scared? Fine, I'll double the bet. Meanwhile, Princess Reina approached Philip. Her curiosity piqued. May I ask something? With just that tool, can he really repair the giant? She asked, pointing to Seaman, who held only a small dagger. Seeing the tiny dagger, Philip's confidence wavered slightly, but he said nothing. Under the skeptical gaze of the group, Seaman suddenly slashed his own palm with the dagger, causing Philip to cry out in alarm. Young master. Philip shouted, his voice filled with worry. Be quiet, Philip, just watch. Seaman snapped. Irritated by the interruption, he pressed his bleeding hand against the giant golem and began chanting a dark incantation. Resurrect, he shouted. Immediately the golem's body lit up with intricate energy circuits glowing brightly, as if coming back to life. The radiant pathways illuminated the astonished faces of everyone present, leaving them speechless. 500 years ago, after deploying his golem army to annihilate the invaders at his castle, Seaman stood before a colossal stone golem kneeling in submission. He murmured to himself, is this truly where you will fall? You are immortal beings, harbingers who drag your enemies to the depths of hell. Answer my summons once more. With that, Seaman began channeling his dark magic. Black energy spread outward, engulfing the fallen golems. The moment it touched their bodies, their eyes lit up and they began to rise again, their forms healing as though they had never been harmed. Returning to the present, Seaman once again used his dark magic to resurrect the golem before him. As it stirred back to life, Philip cheered excitedly. As expected from you, young master. I never doubted you. Nearby, the orange-haired mechanic and his colleague were so shocked by what they had witnessed that they collapsed to their knees. This is impossible. One of them stammered. On the other hand, Reina and Victor were equally astonished. He actually did it. Mir is functioning again. How is this possible? Reina exclaimed. Victor, meanwhile, stared intently at the young nobleman, his thoughts racing. I can't believe he resurrected a dead man of stone. In all my years, I've never heard of magic like this. The entire continent, no, the world, will be shaken by this historic event, he muttered internally after completing his work. Seaman walked back toward the group. Seeing this, Philip eagerly praised him again. You really can do anything. Young master, I'd believe it even if you said you could create a golem from those stones. Behind them, the orange-haired mechanic, still unable to accept what he had seen, pointed accusingly at Seaman. That's impossible. There must be some trick to it, drawing a blood circle and activating it. That's dark magic, isn't it? I can't acknowledge this. Hearing these accusations, Philip considered drawing his sword to teach these insolent men a lesson. How dare you accuse the sole heir of the Locken family of using dark magic, he growled. But no matter how you look at it, that's what it is. The orange-haired mechanic faltered. Seaman, recognizing the potential for rumors if he didn't clarify the situation, quickly fabricated an explanation. It's fine, he said, stepping forward. I'll explain the truth. This is a secret art passed down through my family, hidden for nearly 500 years. Hearing this, the mechanic still harbored doubts. A secret art from a family of swordsmen? What kind of swordsman family has magical techniques like this? One of them muttered skeptically. Their suspicion wasn't entirely unfounded. However, Princess Reina, perceptive as ever, realized Seaman likely had his own secrets. She intervened to prevent the situation from escalating further. It doesn't matter right now, Reina said firmly, even if it is dark magic. You've saved countless lives. I don't know how we can repay you. Thank you so much. And I also want to apologize for what happened before, she said. Her eyes filled with remorse seeing this. Seaman softly shook his head. It's fine. There's no need to apologize, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Reina, however, stepped forward, pulling out a handkerchief to gently wipe the traces of blood left on Seaman's hand. No, you were injured because of me, so at least allow me to care for you, she said. Seaman's gaze softened, memories flickering behind his eyes, but he did not stop her. If it puts your mind at ease, go ahead, he replied quietly. Just as the group thought everything had settled with Mir's repair, trouble arose again. A servant dressed in livery came rushing toward Princess Reina, panic written all over his face. Something terrible has happened, he shouted. Breathless, Victor, sensing the urgency, frowned. What's going on? Why are you yelling like this? After taking a moment to catch his breath, the servant finally spilled the news. He's gone. Sir Andre isn't in the waiting room, and Yves searched everywhere in the inn but can't find him. Hearing this, Reina's face went pale at the same time. In a lavish room filled with extravagant food and bustling servants, a blonde nobleman sat at a grand table, enjoying his meal with a smirk. He spoke. We've successfully recruited Andre. Now the princess has no knight left to rely on. One of his aides hesitated but felt compelled to report. It seems they've managed to repair their giant golem. Mir, the nobleman's mood soured, instantly slamming his goblet down. He snapped, didn't you say that golem couldn't be reactivated? Igriega dies, that's what we believed, but recently before the man could finish. The nobleman delivered a sharp slap, sending him sprawling to the floor. I am sorry, the aide stammered, trembling, but the blond man's anger did not subside. I despise apologies. If you've made a mistake, then get lost. You're fired. The aide scurried away in terror, while the nobleman Count Monoku turned to the remaining servants. I've lost my appetite. Is there nothing else to report? No, my lord, one servant replied hastily. Good, there can't be any loose ends before Princess Reina belongs to me soon. Everyone will recognize the master of Monoku, the count declared, his gaze lingering on a massive night golem standing before him. The day of the public duel between Reina and Monoku finally arrived. From the early morning, crowds filled the arena, buzzing with excitement. As the match was about to begin, two announcers stepped forward to recount the fighters' records. And now the highlight of the day. We have Mir representing Princess Reina, facing off against Achilles, the undefeated champion with a staggering 78 victories and no losses. But wait, where's Mir? Could it be that they've forfeited the match? One announcer speculated, his voice laced with doubt. Hearing this, the audience erupted into jeers and boos. Hey, are you too scared to fight? Give us our money back, they shouted in unison from his private viewing room. Count Monoku observed the chaos with smug satisfaction. So they've given up because they don't have a knight. That's why the princess should have accepted my proposal from the start. Now I'll show them the price of wounding my pride, he thought, grinning maliciously, returning to the moment when Seaman's group first received the news that the knight Andre had disappeared. The young servant bitterly exclaimed, Andre is gone. I can't find him anywhere. It seems like Count Monoku has deceived us ahead of him. The steward Victor still found it hard to believe. Andre is a loyal subordinate. Are you suggesting that he has betrayed us? The young servant hesitated before revealing what he had heard. Actually, someone saw him entering the count's estate. At this, Victor, though unwilling to accept the truth, had no choice but to acknowledge it. His face twisted with anger as he shouted, Damn it, even without Andre's betrayal, there's already a significant power gap between our golems. I can't believe he would stoop so low. The more he spoke, the more Victor's blood seemed to boil. And beside him, Princess Reina unconsciously began trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Seaman, determined to help until the end, stepped forward to offer assistance. If you don't participate in the match, you'll be forced to marry him. Won't you? If it's not too much trouble, I think I could help you with this. Reina's eyes lit up slightly at his words, and she turned to ask, What do you intend to do? From behind Seaman, his companion Philip spoke up with concern. Young master, it's not that I doubt you, but have you forgotten about the incident last time when you tried to control a golem? Seaman responded with a confident look. Don't worry, controlling a golem is simple. Back in the present, amidst the crowd's jeers, the golem Mir finally stepped out from one side of the arena. Oh, we thought Mir had forfeited the match. But here it is entering the arena right on time. It's not backing down. Even against the undefeated Achilles. Meanwhile, Count Monoku, seeing the golem appear, immediately grew furious. Gripping the glass in his hand tightly. Didn't you tell me the prince's side had no knights left? He coldly questioned the subordinate standing behind him. I'm certain there are no knights left. The subordinate confirmed. Hearing this, Monoku made a guess. Did the princess hire a mercenary? Impossible. She must understand the importance of this match. But someone must have dared to side with her within my territory at the same time. In a different corner of the audience stands. Reina and Victor had also arrived. Mr. Victor. What about the match? Reina asked anxiously. We're not too late. Luckily we made it just in time. Victor replied, relieved. Reina exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, but is this really going to be okay? Her eyes turned to the two golems below. Even a brief glance at their sizes was enough to make Reina doubt whether victory was possible. Responding to her concerns, Seaman, standing behind her, reassured it will be fine. Although he may seem a bit clueless at times. That man's are nothing ordinary. Inside the golem, Seaman, who was now piloting it, murmured to himself. Young master, why are you doing this to me? He grumbled, quietly returning to the battlefield. The commentator's voice echoed across the arena. The golem, whom we all thought had forfeited, has arrived just in time. However, as we can see, the difference in specifications is glaringly obvious, especially when facing the undefeated champion, Achilles. From the audience's perspective, the size disparity between the two combatants was enough to raise questions about who had arranged such an uneven matchup. That thing? Are they really going to fight with that? Ha ha ha, unbelievable, shouldn't it just run away? Calling that scrap metal a golem, can it even move? The crowd erupted in laughter as they pointed at Mir's antiquated appearance on the other side. Achilles surprisingly showed a certain level of respect for Mir's decision to stand its ground. I commend you for not running away. However, you must already know how this fight will end. I won't hold back, he declared. Gripping his massive mace tightly facing him, Philip calmly responded. We'll only know the outcome after we try. Haha, well then let's put that confidence of yours to the test, Achilles retorted, swinging his colossal mace directly at Philip. The impact created a massive crater on the battlefield. Fortunately, Philip had anticipated the attack and maneuvered his golem to leap to the side, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. The sheer force of the attack sent shivers down Philip's spine. If I get hit by that even once, this golem will be reduced to scrap metal as expected. His strength is as overwhelming as his size, Philip muttered to himself. But brute strength alone doesn't make a great warrior. Capitalizing on the moment when Achilles was recovering from his strike, Philip attempted to the distance. However, Achilles' reaction was lightning fast. Before Philip could get close, Achilles swung his mace again, forcing Philip to duck low to evade the attack. He's too fast. This is dangerous, Philip thought to himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow, seeing Philip only dodging. Achilles sneered, it seems your confidence was baseless after all. Philip couldn't argue with that assessment. This is bad. The pilot must at least be a seasoned knight, he admitted silently as time passed. The battlefield was reduced to a chaotic ruin under Achilles' relentless assaults. Attack even more. Achilles roared, launching a flurry of blows at Mir. It seemed the match would end quickly. But to everyone's surprise, Mir hadn't taken a single hit. The commentator's voice rang out again, narrating the crowd's collective astonishment. Despite Achilles' overwhelming attack power, not a single strike has landed on Mir. Watching Philip evade these attacks makes it seem like he's toying with Achilles' back with Seaman's group. Victor was simultaneously impressed and terrified by Philip's agility. Incredible, but just dodging like that won't lead to victory, he said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Hearing this, Princess Reina leaned over and whispered to him, Victor, don't worry, the Duke said Philip is a very powerful knight, let's trust in him. Back to the protagonist, Seaman overheard every word of the between the two people next to him. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the ongoing battle. Hey, I can hear you, Seaman muttered, he's faced countless knights before, so he's certainly skilled. But still he needs more training. What the heck is he doing out there? Seaman wondered silently, watching Philip dart around like a frightened bird while Achilles relentlessly pursued him. After a while of running, Philip grew visibly irritated. Damn it, is this guy never gonna get tired? If that's how it is, how about a sneak attack, he thought without hesitation. He spun his golem around and swung his sword at Achilles while the latter was still reacting. However, the attack didn't even leave a scratch on the massive armor. Instead, it only served to enrage Achilles further. So you've decided to fight for real? Huh? Then I'll show you my full strength. Achilles roared, leaping high into the air with his mace raised. Witnessing this, the commentators exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, here it comes. The champion's signature finisher. Will Mir be able to dodge this time?" Faced with the impending destructive strike, Philip could only manage a wry smile. Well, looks like I'm done for, he thought. With a thunderous crash, the mace struck the ground, creating an explosion that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. But as the smoke cleared, Achilles' astonished voice echoed through the arena. "I can't believe you dodged that," he said, turning to glance at Philip, who now stood behind him. Philip's voice, however, carried a subtle shift in tone. "Uncle Roger is going to kill me when he finds out about this. But right now, what choice do I have? I have to win. The young master has placed his hopes on me. And you'll regret this moment for the rest of your life for making me go all out," he declared confidently. The sudden change in Philip's aura made Achilles' expression grow more serious. At such a young age with aura like that? I can feel it in his movements. Finally a worthy opponent, Achilles muttered, but before he could act, a holographic screen materialized in front of him, revealing the furious face of Count Monoku. "What the hell are you doing? Struggling against that pile of junk? Are you insane? You know the consequences if you lose, don't you?" the Count barked, his voice laced with venom. "My apologies for disappointing you. From now on I'll give you the performance you desire," Achilles replied calmly. As if on command, Achilles' golem erupted with a surge of energy, scattering the surrounding dust. With newfound speed, he launched himself forward. "Let's settle this properly another day," Achilles growled, pulling his mace back for another devastating strike across the battlefield. Philip muttered, "Sorry, but I'm too busy to take on another match." The crowd watched in awe as Achilles' crushing blow descended, shaking the entire arena. However, when the dust settled, Mir was nowhere to be seen, vanished. Achilles muttered, puzzled, before realizing with horror that his right arm had been severed. A wave of recognition washed over him as he stared at Philip. Memories began to resurface. That aura, that speed, no way, it can't be. I remember now, he disappeared 3 years ago. The undefeated legend of the Colosseum. The azure demon blade of the Black Knight, Achilles thought. Stunned before he could act, Philip, controlling Mir, dashed forward with incredible speed, delivering a precise slash that cleaved through Achilles' body. With that final strike, the battle came to a definitive end. Looking at the unexpected result, the two hosts stood still for a couple of seconds before finally announcing, "An amazing outcome. Something totally unforeseen has happened. Achilles is no longer able to continue, and the winner is Mir, the underdog who turned the tables unexpectedly." Upon hearing this result, the audience surrounding the arena began chanting, "Mir," loudly, their cheers echoing throughout the stadium. Meanwhile, below, Achilles' laughter rang out. "Haha, I never expected to meet the Black Knight here," he said. Hearing this, Philip turned slightly and asked, "You know who I am? I fought against you in the Royal Arena 3 years ago." Achilles replied, "You disappeared after setting a record. Why are you here now?" Philip shrugged casually and said, "Well, I'm the Black Knight. Helping others is just what I do, right?" Then he asked Achilles a favor. "Sorry, but can you keep the fact that I'm the Black Knight a secret?" "Sure, I don't mind. I've been laid off anyway," Achilles responded nonchalantly, causing Philip to feel a bit guilty. "Really? Well, I'm sorry to hear that," Philip replied, switching scenes to the stands. Old Victor, upon seeing Philip's victory, couldn't hold back his tears. "Princess, we've won," he said through his sobs. Next to him, Princess Reina also couldn't suppress the joy on her face, and she asked, "Victor, why are you crying at a time like this? It's such a happy moment." She too couldn't hold back her own tears, seeing the two of them Seaman smiled lightly and quietly left the stands. Looks like things will be alright, at least I can leave this place with a light heart, he muttered to himself. Seaman then quickly made his way to a board displaying the betting odds for the matches. When he saw the odds for the fight between Philip and Achilles, he couldn't help but burst into laughter no matter how many times I think about it. Gambling is just a flow of fortune. The odds for Mir were 21-1, so I bet all the 10,000 pesos I had so far. This really is an easy money-making world. To summarize the money Seaman earned during this period, he made 3,000 pesos from selling statues. He then used that money to gamble and earned another 3,000 pesos, bringing his total to 6,000 pesos. His earnings from the previous giant battles amounted to 4,000 pesos, bringing his total income to 10,000 pesos. After Philip's victory, multiplying that by the 21-1 odds, Seaman's total earnings reached a whopping 210,000 pesos. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the harbor where Seaman and Philip, having completed all their tasks in this place, were preparing to leave. Before their departure, Reina and Victor came to see them off. It seems the time has come for us to leave, Seaman remarked. Hearing this, Princess Reina nodded. We can't thank you enough for everything you've done. There's no need to worry about that, Seaman replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. We only did what we could to help. However, Princess Reina still seemed a little regretful. Helping us in this way must have been incredibly difficult, she said. We wish we could show our gratitude in a more meaningful way. Seaman, however, had helped Reina out of his own ideals, expecting nothing in return. Laughing lightly, he responded, It's all right, I think you've given us enough already. Honestly, if we hadn't met you, we would never have gained this much. To tell you the truth, I would love to stay longer. However, given the commotion we've caused, I think it's best for us to leave before my identity is exposed, Seaman explained calmly, and the intelligent princess quickly understood the situation. After all, Seaman and Philip had even fought off the guards to assist her. I see the bigger picture now, Reina said, her voice tinged with guilt. I hope I haven't made things too complicated for you. Seaman was unconcerned. He knew he was about to leave the island. You don't need to worry about us, he assured her. However, I think it would be wise for you to leave this area as soon as possible. If he's willing to go to such lengths, he won't give up so easily. There's a good chance he's already planning his next move. Victor, the old butler, wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Your Highness, we must leave. While has no reason to hold us here any longer, Seaman added. I understand your concerns for the refugees, but even if you stay, there's not much you can do for all of them for a brighter future. It might be wiser for you to take a step back for now. Before he could finish, Reina interrupted him abruptly. I understand now, she said, but for me this will be quite difficult. Even though I may seem stubborn and foolish at this moment, I cannot abandon my people without someone to rely on, even if it's just a little. I want to help as many of them as I can. Her eyes were filled with determination as she spoke, leaving no doubt about her resolve. Seaman was momentarily taken aback by Reina's response. However, he quickly smiled and nodded. I understand. Then please stay safe, he said, extending his hand. The princess in turn reached out her small hand and clasped his firmly. I hope you have a safe journey as well, she replied. Thank you. I look forward to the day we meet again, Seaman added warmly. After bidding farewell to Reina and her group, Seaman and Philip swiftly boarded the ship to leave the island. Now that you've dealt with such a big issue, all that's left is to return home and be hailed as a hero, Philip remarked, glancing at Seaman. But why are you bringing those fools along? You should have just taken their money. Philip's eyes darted toward two mechanics they had encountered at Mir's golem workshop. Despite his complaints, Philip still hadn't forgotten about the 10,000 peso bet he had with them. Seaman shrugged in response. Didn't you say there are no giant class mages in our territory? That's true, we don't have any, Philip admitted. Then how are we supposed to use a giant class golem if no one can repair it? Seaman shot back, glancing at him. This left Philip momentarily stunned. After all, he had personally witnessed Seaman repair a long-defunct golem. But can't you fix it yourself, young master? Philip asked, his confusion evident. Seaman sighed. unsure whether Philip was pretending to be clueless or genuinely ignorant. Are you stupid? Do you even know how to restore and repair mana stones on your own? Now you know why you're stuck at the bottom of the chain of command. Seaman retorted, shut up and guard our cargo. His sharp words left Philip whining in mock despair. Young master, your truly merciless time passed. And the scene shifted to the Luffin family's mansion, where the merchant Darren had arrived to settle debts. Why are you here to seize our belongings? I thought we still had time. Butler Hans exclaimed in confusion as he watched Darren's soldiers gather the family's possessions as collateral. Turning to Darren, the merchant chuckled at the question, his tone mocking. Time? Thank you for reminding me of that. Young Master Luffin promised to repay his debts and I trusted him. But then he betrayed that trust and fled in the dead of night. So why should I wait? He bellowed. At that moment Philip appeared behind him like a shadow, his voice suddenly breaking the tense atmosphere. Oh dear. Did I scare you? Startled, Darren spun around. You scared me. What is it? Philip smiled brightly. The name's Philip, I'm the young master's night guardian. Hearing this, Darren's expression shifted as he narrowed his eyes. A night guardian? Why are you here alone? Where is your young master? Philip's grin widened as he replied, actually, I'm here to deliver something. With that, Philip's group began unveiling wooden chests, each revealing stacks of gleaming gold coins that dazzled even the most jaded onlookers. Darren's eyes widened in shock. Impossible, in less than a week. He's managed to earn over 30,000 pesos? Does this mean I can no longer take over his territory? The more Darren thought about it, the more his worldview crumbled under the weight of Seaman's financial prowess. Meanwhile, Philip, clearly eager to send the merchant on his way, barked orders to his subordinates. You fools. Can't you see that Lord Darren here is busy? Quickly load these 30,000 pesos onto his carriage before you waste another second of his valuable time. Yes, yes, they responded, weakly scrambling to heave the wooden chests onto the merchant's carriage. Darren, realizing his plan had fallen apart, tried to salvage the situation. Well, in that case, there's no need to rush. I can wait to meet the young master in person. He stammered. Philip let out a small, knowing smile as he pulled out a document. Hey race, a message from the young master. Addressed to you, Lord. Didn't let's see. Oh, I imagine you're already plotting your next move. Philip began reading aloud. Didn't now that we've settled the debt, you're officially considered a trespasser. If you plan to linger and stir up trouble, I advise you to prepare yourself. According to Article 36, Section 34 of the Royal Noble Law, any noble whose lands or property are encroached upon has the right to execute the trespasser. Unless you'd like to be split in two, I suggest you leave immediately. Philip folded the paper neatly and added with a grin. That's the end of the young master's message. Oh wait, he also said he'll give you 3 seconds, that's the final note. With those words, Philip unsheathed his sword, the steel glinting ominously in the light. Darren's scalp tingled with fear as he realized the knight wasn't bluffing. In the end, the merchant could only grab the money and hastily flee, his carriage speeding away into the distance. You'll regret this, he shouted uselessly over his shoulder as he disappeared from sight. As Darren's carriage disappeared into the distance, Philip stood watching, entirely unbothered. At least those people now understand just how terrifying the young master can be. I've always been aware of that myself, he muttered with a smirk. Meanwhile, the group led by Butler Hans was still reeling from the scene they had just witnessed. Someone called out to Philip and he turned, visibly moved, ready to explain. You can all relax now, the young master and I have finally. His words were abruptly cut off as he noticed their expression seemed off. Philip Roger, the hot-headed captain of the Luffin family's guards, stormed toward him. How could you dare sell off the Luffin family's wall? Do you know what you've done? And where's the young master? Don't tell me something's happened to him. Roger grabbed Philip by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Philip's eyes went wide, almost rolling back into his head in terror. Can you just give me a moment to explain? Philip pleaded, only to be met with Roger's bellowing, enough excuses, answer my question. Roger demanded, his bull-like eyes boring into Philip, who couldn't muster the courage to look him in the eye. Fine. The young master is Philip began hesitantly. The scene shifted to the Demon King's tower, where Seaman stood before its grand entrance for the first time in 500 years. Gently pushing the heavy doors open, he gazed into the chaotic ruins of the once magnificent hall. With a sigh he muttered to himself, what a mess, though I suppose it's to be expected. There's no way anyone would have taken proper care of this place. Snapping his fingers, he lit the magical lamps lining the walls. The eerie blue flames cast haunting shadows across the chamber, amplifying the grim and ominous atmosphere of the Demon King's domain. At least the place is still standing after 500 years, he remarked. A hint of gratitude in his voice. His eyes then fell upon the crimson staircase to his side, and memories of Katarina, his long-lost companion, washed over him. This was the last place filled with memories of Katarina. No matter what happens, I'll protect it, he vowed quietly, shaking off the wave of nostalgia. Seaman turned his attention to the wall beside him. But this is the most important thing. I hope it still works. Placing his hand on the wall, he infused it with a surge of his magical energy. Almost immediately the wall began to glow brightly, and a hidden door revealed itself with a low rumble. Seeing it still functioning, Seaman couldn't hide his delight. I knew it. Thanks to the genius craftsmanship of the dwarves, it's still working perfectly even after all this time. His gaze fixed on the now exposed hidden chamber. Seaman whispered to himself, now should I reclaim what was always meant to be mine? Determination and a flicker of nervous excitement filled his eyes as he stepped forward into the long-forgotten secret. Seaman proceeded into the hidden corridor leading deep underground, his steps echoing softly against the stone walls. As he walked, he muttered to himself, the best way to break the curse is to harness a force of magic far stronger than the curse itself. It's advice as old as time, but right now it's the only option we have. Pausing briefly, he fixed his gaze on the large door before him. Taking a moment to gather himself, Seaman reached out and pushed it open. Beyond the door lay a dimly lit chamber, its centerpiece a glass container holding a levitating crimson stone. Observing the pristine state of the room untouched by time or intruders, Seaman nodded with satisfaction. It's been 5 centuries since I last stood here. This room was well protected. I prefer the serene stillness here. It suits me much better than the chaos outside. Turning his attention to the glowing stone, Seaman's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, it's been a while, Harath. His voice carried a mixture of nostalgia and gravity, his eyes never leaving the crimson glow. The story then rewinds 5 centuries earlier, during Seaman's daring incursion into the domain of demons. Armed with overwhelming power, he had ventured deep into enemy territory alone. At one point a pair of demons rushed at him, their ferocious roars filling the air. Without hesitation, Seaman unleashed a powerful projectile spell, obliterating their forms in an instant. As their remains disintegrated, he glanced upward toward the towering structure ahead. In a steady voice he asked, are you the ruler of this place? A soft yawn echoed in response, accompanied by the appearance of a petite figure. She was none other than Harath, a high-ranking demon with a casual and indifferent demeanor. So you've taken down a few fortresses. I expected an old weathered mage of the 8th rank. But here you are, just a child. I'm disappointed, she remarked, her tone brimming with condescension. Still, you humans are always so amusing. I'll indulge your curiosity before you die. Call me whatever you like. Harath's confident attitude clearly suggested she underestimated Seaman for his part. Seaman found her verbosity more annoying than intimidating. You're the most talkative high-ranking demon I've ever encountered. Do demons talk more the higher their rank? He retorted with a sigh. His tone tinged with mockery, his dismissive words struck a nerve and Harath's calm facade cracked. You fool, she snarled, I pitied you. But you dared reject my mercy. Do you think your arrogance is justified just because you defeated a few low-level demons? I'll show you the difference between them and the demons of this domain. As her words rang out, Haratha's minions tightened their grips on their weapons, the air growing heavy with their ominous energy. Despite the looming threat, Seaman remained unfazed. Don't worry, I'm not reckless enough to walk into battle alone, he remarked with a smirk. As if on cue, a squad of golems burst through the walls above him, crashing into the chamber and joining the fray with no further need for words. The two sides clashed in a fierce battle. Time seemed to blur as the fight raged on. But in the end it was Seaman who emerged victorious. His indomitable will and strategic cunning paving the way to triumph, realizing that she had lost. Harath could not help but voice her curiosity. "What do you plan to do with me? Do you want to change the world or something?" Seaman, without answering her question, coldly responded, "You don't need to know. Just transform into mana." Before she could react, Seaman had already cast an unknown spell that caused her entire body to turn into a crimson stone. The very stone he had been keeping in the glass container. As Seaman recalled the battle he had fought with her in the past, he couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh in his mind. Taking her down was far more difficult than with the others. If the mana absorption isn't done correctly, it can lead to madness. I've seen people turn into hideous creatures because of that. Back then I couldn't absorb it properly. But after learning the right method to do it safely, I reached level 9 and no longer needed it. Who would have thought I'd need to use it now? 5 centuries later, as he spoke to himself, Seaman casually tossed the stone into his mouth and swallowed it immediately. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, making him scream out in agony. Then, as the pain intensified, his consciousness was transported to a desert-like space. Is this the realm of the mind? It seems I'm not being consumed by the mana. Seaman mused inwardly. Soon, he noticed Haratha's figure in the distance. She had also detected his presence, however. She didn't recognize Seaman in his current form. "Who are you?" she demanded, her overwhelming aura causing Seaman to wince under its pressure. "This is unbearable with my current body. After 500 years, she still has that much mana left? How is she holding on?" Thinking this, Seaman spoke up, "I'm here to borrow." Before he could finish, Haratha's eyes flashed and she immediately deduced his identity. "You're him." With a speed faster than an arrow, Harath lunged forward, grabbing Seaman by the neck and slamming him down onto the ground effortlessly. She was surprised by the ease with which she subdued him. "What's this? You're this weak now? I almost didn't recognize you. So why have you come here?" Seaman grit his teeth, replying, "I came here to borrow your container." His words caused Harath to laugh, thinking this request was an easy opportunity. "Haha, is that so? But are you sure with your feeble body? You can even use it? The enemy locked me here for centuries, and now you come crawling all the way here craving my power." How interesting. As Harath spoke, her hand slowly tightened around Seaman's neck like a vice, making it feel as if his neck might snap at any moment. "Damn it, she's gonna crush my neck," Seaman thought, and to divert the situation, he tried to speak again. "How are you feeling? I came here to make a proposal, and yet you just gonna kill me like this?" With that, Seaman mentally calculated. She wants to use my body as a source of magic. So she won't harm me, he thought. Indeed, just as he had guessed after hearing his words, the demoness released her grip on his neck. "A proposal, you say? At least I'll acknowledge your courage. But now your magic circle is shattered. Can you endure my power?" Upon hearing this, Seaman calmly replied, "If I can't, then take my body. You've been trapped here for centuries. You have nothing to lose, is that so?" Harath mused. "I wonder if there's a simpler solution." She then snapped her fingers, and immediately, dark red magical tendrils like venomous snakes wrapped around his limbs. "I'll play with you for as long as you've been trapped here. At the very least, you should be able to endure this much," Harath said with a malicious delight. Meanwhile, Seaman tried to analyze the magic affecting his body. Is this mental manipulation, he wondered. But before he could contemplate further, Harath noticed his thoughts and increased the pressure of the dark magical strands, causing Seaman to scream in agony. "Still time to think? Defeated by mind control magic? Where's your pride now?" She taunted Seaman, though in pain managed to force out a twisted smile. "You're still as talkative as ever," he muttered. Harath's expression shifted, and she coldly asked, "Is that all you can do? Do you think you still possess the same mana and magic circle as in the past?" On the other side, Seaman nonchalantly responded, "Even if Eve lost my strength, with my shattered magic circle, the one who has reached the 9th magic circle with black magic, will never fall to your mind control spells." At that moment, Seaman's figure suddenly disappeared from Harath's sight, soon after his past self appeared. But now with a massive form he reached out with his hand, grabbing Harath's small frame tightly, squeezing so hard that her vision went completely black. However, since this was only a mental world, Harath's intact body quickly reappeared. As Seaman broke free from her mental control, Harath realized something. I knew it. You really are interesting, but I never expected you to actually reach the 9th magic circle, so. What now?
Donc believe-me?
Let's continue the game. Seaman said with a smile. Harath wasn't foolish enough to keep playing mind games with him. Enough. What I mean is, even if you've reached that level, you still can't change the world. In response to this criticism, Seaman slowly stood up, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. No, it's not over. I will definitely change this world, he declared, turning toward Harath. Seeing Seaman's confident expression seemed to amuse her. I'm curious how much you can truly harness my power. But if you, the one who has reached the 9th circle, are involved, then perhaps. Of course, Seaman confidently replied. Haha, confident. Huh? Indeed, even if I took your body, the 6th or 7th circle would be my limit. I'll let you crush the world, Harath said cheerfully before her body slowly dissolved into tendrils of black magic. I'll make sure to try my best and live up to your expectations, Seaman replied with a smile. Of course, this time there must be no failure, Harath instructed. Not long after Seaman's consciousness returned to his own body, he immediately used a magic spell called Black Fire aimed at a nearby wall, observing its destructive power from this. He quickly assessed his current strength. It seems I've only reached the 3rd circle, but this foundation is more than enough. The magic looks a bit different, possibly due to its purification anyway. If Harath wanted to, she could have taken my body by now. I must meet her expectations, Seaman muttered to himself, swiftly leaving the secret room. As he walked, he thought about his next plan. I already know the theory behind the awakening of each circle, so reaching the 9th circle will be easy. However, collecting enough magic to reach the 9th circle will take a lot of time, so I need to act immediately. With that thought, Seaman quickened his pace. He soon opened another secret room. You've been resting for 500 years. Get to work, he said. He then slammed his hand onto the floor, creating a complex magic array. Now you will help me, he said with a grin, looking at the stone golems before him. Time passed quickly, transitioning to the domain of Count Monoku. At this moment, the golem controller, Milan, was being punished for his failure. Milan, have you realized your mistake? The Count asked coldly. I am sorry, my lord, please forgive my failure, Milan quickly responded. Hearing this, the Count shrugged and continued. Failure? You think it's just because of that match? It's strange no matter how you look at it. Even though the power gap was 5 times greater, you still lost. Doesn't it seem like everyone's saying you secretly teamed up with Reina? As he spoke, the Count's face grew darker, causing alarm bells to ring in Milan's mind, urging him to explain himself. I swore loyalty to you. I would never do that. I swear on the honor of a knight, I would never do such a thing, Milan said desperately. Honor of a knight? Is that all you can say? Achilles sneered mockingly. At the same time, the hound at the side raised his sword, seemingly ready to send Milan to the afterlife. Left with no choice, Milan, in an attempt to save his life, quickly apologized to Philip, saying, I know a few things about the one who controlled the giant. 3 years ago I faced him at the Royal Giant Arena. He is famous for being an undefeated knight. Who did they team up with? Monoku continued to press. However, Milan had no answers to this question after they left. No one knew the identities of those involved. I see, so you're useless then, Monoku said, giving a signal to his subordinates, making Milan's face go blank. What do you mean? I'll find him, please spare me. Milan's words were cut short as the sound of a sword slicing through the air rang out, ending the knight's life. After witnessing Milan's demise, Monoku calmly exited the room as if nothing had happened. Outside, another subordinate had been waiting to report. Princess Reina has stayed in Lemur, apparently because of the refugees. Hearing this, Monoku gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury, as he ordered. Understood. Continue to monitor her every move. Also find the one who controlled Milan and track him down. I must see him with my own eyes and see if he will interfere with my plans." As he spoke, the Count clenched his fists tightly. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to a shabby town seaman standing before a door. Spoke aloud. "Once upon a time, the Luffin family flourished like a river flowing through fertile lands. But with time most of the people left, leaving behind many abandoned houses. 3 villages are on the verge of becoming ghost towns. What do you think about this issue?" He then turned to look at Dixon, the accountant, who was bound and gagged nearby. Slowly, Seaman drew his sword, causing Dixon's face to turn pale as if he were about to faint. "Young master, why are you doing this?" Dixon stammered in fear. Seaman casually swung his sword, replying, "Huh? Are you pretending to be ignorant? Isn't this your fault?" Dixon quickly tried to explain, "I really did my best." "I'm serious." At this, Seaman shot him a glance that felt like he was staring at an insect. "Did you really try your best? I truly want to hang you in the middle of the square as an example. But the more I look into your background, the more interesting you become. You're a talented man recognized by the Empire, yet you chose to refuse offers from other territories and come here. I asked for the financial records from the past 10 years to see how you've been doing. And you delivered them to me in a single day without error. You're quite useful." Hearing the praise from Seaman, Dixon's face lit up and he laughed. "Ha ha ha, I am great at calculations. I can solve any equation in my head." He boasted with pride. However, just a second later, his smile faded as he was completely confused by Seaman's next words. "That's the problem," Seaman muttered, making Dixon more bewildered. In the next instant, Seaman grabbed Dixon by the collar and threw him down the slope, his surprise and confusion lingering in the air. As Dixon tumbled down the slope like a rolling ball, Seaman smoothly slid down after him. It wasn't until Dixon collided with a rocky wall that his fall stopped and the ropes binding him loosened. "Why did you do that?" Dixon stammered, unsure of what was going on. But as he looked around at the dilapidated town before him, his voice trailed off. "This place, these people, are they really residents of the Marquis territory?" Dixon thought to himself in disbelief. "It can't be. If I calculated the averages, there shouldn't be slums like this." Seaman, seeming to read Dixon's thoughts, walked over to him and spoke coldly. "How does it feel to actually see the village with your own eyes? You can't summarize people's lives with numbers. You need to spend time with them and understand why the Marquis territory has fallen into such a state. If you don't find the cause, you won't be working for us anymore. Will you fire me, sir?" Dixon stammered, trembling slightly in response. Seaman gave a smile that was both pleasant and dangerously cold. "Do you want to quit now?" The bald man, trembling from fear, immediately ran toward the townspeople, eager to learn more. "Everyone, I am Dixon, the accountant for the Locke family. I am here to improve the living conditions." Meanwhile, Seaman observed Dixon's enthusiastic behavior, thinking to himself, "I don't mind seeing the Locke family decline. But the timing must be right. I need to improve this place first to enhance my magical circle." With that thought, Seaman left the town, leaving Dixon to resolve things on his own. Meanwhile, back at the Locke mansion, Philip was being questioned by Hans and Roger, who were giving him an intense grilling. "Tell me again, Philip, is it true that you paid off the debt through gambling?" "Yes, sir," Philip weakly responded. At that moment, everyone in the hall turned to murmur and gossip. "Oh my God. He really settled the debt through gambling? If anyone finds out, the reputation of the family will be ruined. Why didn't you stop him?" a golden-haired man asked, while Hans the butler looked on in shock, nearly fainting from the news. "Oh no, we've built the family's reputation for centuries. And now he's going to destroy it all." Roger, grinding his teeth in frustration, glared at Philip and demanded, "Philip, tell me, did his identity leak anywhere?" "Of course not, I'm not that foolish," Philip replied firmly. Philip, realizing that he had let something slip, now regretted his earlier words. "I guess I was really stupid," he muttered, feeling his face flush in embarrassment. On hearing this, Roger drew his sword in anger, ready to strike Philip. "You fool," he shouted, glaring at the man in frustration. Meanwhile, Hans the butler was still worried about the broader implications. Even if Seaman's identity hadn't been exposed in the casino, It was only a matter of time before it would be. Given the intelligence network of Count Monoku, who was the Lord of Lamer, it was inevitable that news would reach him with his sinister nature. There was a good chance that Monoku would try to retaliate. And if he did, there was little they could do because Monoku was a distant relative of the Emperor. Hans couldn't hide his concern. And Roger, the captain of the Knights, agreed. Count Monoku has expanded his territory through wars. We've essentially given him a reason to start a war with us, he said grimly. Hans sighed in exasperation, wondering what Seaman had been thinking when he made his decision just then. Seaman, who had just returned to the mansion, overheard the conversation. He interrupted. I can't listen to this anymore. Those of you who've been saying that the family's reputation is the most important thing, where are you now? Are you telling me that we should just turn a blind eye to the wrongdoings happening right before our eyes? Roger immediately responded, defending his earlier comments were just being practical. Our military strength is nothing compared to Count Monak's. We just wanted to inform you that your actions have put the entire family in danger. Seaman, growing increasingly irritated with the older men, sharply retorted, you all earned your hero titles by licking the boots of those in power. Didn't you? Aren't you supposed to be called heroes because you fought for justice? Even in the most unfavorable circumstances? Hans, sensing the tension rising, quickly stepped in to calm the situation. Everyone here is doing their best for the Locken family. How could you say such a thing? Ceding his anger, Seaman cut Hans off sharply, his eyes glinting with frustration. Enough. You think that reputation alone will solve starvation? Your duty is to protect the people, but the citizens of the fief are starving and leaving because they can't stand the conditions. And you're still hung up on your priorities? Seaman's voice was cutting, filled with disdain. It's truly foolish. I won't tolerate actions like this anymore from now on. Everything will change if you think my orders are wrong. You can leave, but anyone who doesn't follow them will be fired. Hans' expression shifted in shock, trying to defend the long-serving members of the family. Young master, everyone here has served the Locken family for many years, he tried to reason. Seaman sighed deeply, unconvinced. Yes, and I don't like narrow-minded people, he said, showing no signs of relenting. I will show you my determination. Turning to Philip, who had helped him during the journey, Seaman gave a rare compliment. Philip, you did well on this trip. You're as capable as a captain, he said, surprising Philip, who stared in confusion. Me? I wouldn't say that. Philip stammered, not understanding why Seaman was focusing on him. Now Seaman gave Roger a knowing glance, his voice tinged with subtle implication. I think only those who are truly capable should be knight captains. What do you think, Roger? Roger seemed to catch on immediately, realizing Seaman's intent. Young master, are you trying to? Before Roger could finish, Seaman laid it out bluntly. It's simple, really. The winner of a duel will be appointed the knight captain. At this, Philip's face crumpled, and he started to panic. I can't do that. He's my uncle, and he taught me how to wield a sword. Beside them, Roger, after hearing Philip's words, couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Be quiet, Philip, he said with a hint of annoyance. I understand I still haven't had the chance to prove my abilities to you. I hope you're as good as you say you are, Seaman responded, his tone calm yet pointed. With that, the group moved to the training ground, preparing to spar and demonstrate their skills. As Roger looked at his nephew, a nostalgic expression crossed his face. It's been a long time since we've had a Unknown match, hasn't it? Just the two of us, he said, a glint of fondness in his eyes. Philip nodded in agreement, acknowledging the time that had passed. Yes, it's been several years, he replied, though a touch of uncertainty lingered in his voice. But I'm quite confused about everything going on right now, so I just intend to give my best, he added, slowly drawing his sword from its sheath. Roger, noticing his nephew's seriousness, became intrigued and a bit excited. All right, this should be fun, he said, ready to engage in their sparring match. After pausing for about 1 or 2 seconds, Philip tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and, with a hesitant tone, declared, Eureka me. On the other side, Seaman, observing the beads of sweat forming on Philip's face, began to ponder silently. Why does Philip seem so tense? Is Roger really that strong? After facing countless knights, I know Philip is quite capable. Returning to the duel, Philip took a deep breath to calm himself before unleashing his sword technique, gliding swiftly toward Roger. However, his move was deftly blocked by the seasoned knight with remarkable ease. "It seems you've improved, Philip. Your skills are definitely better." Roger complimented. Hearing this, Philip confidently affirmed, "I'm not the same as before, uncle," without wasting any time. Philip charged at Roger again, this time with blistering speed. Rather than attacking head-on, he began moving rapidly around Roger, attempting to disorient him. Witnessing Philip's speed, Roger raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "What's this? Looks like you're not just fooling around anymore," he remarked. Before his words had fully left his mouth, Philip suddenly appeared behind him. However, his speed wasn't enough to catch the experienced knight off guard. "I see now," Roger said, a smirk forming on his face. "The young master's praise of you wasn't baseless, but if you wish to become the sword that protects the family, you'll need much more training." Without even turning around, Roger effortlessly grabbed Philip by the collar. Applying just a bit of force, he slammed the young man into the ground, leaving a sizable crater on the training field. But the attack didn't stop there. While Philip was still gasping for air, his eyes rolling back in pain, Roger delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying like a tattered rag doll. The young knight landed outside the training ground, completely defeated before he could showcase much of his skills. Frustration welled up within Philip as he shouted, "It's not over yet." In response, Roger calmly placed his sword against Philip's neck and shook his head. "The duel is over, young master. Is this enough to show you why I am the commander of the knights?" he asked, casting a glance towards Seaman, who was watching from a distance. Although Seaman wasn't fond of Roger's overbearing attitude, he couldn't help but smile and acknowledge his skill. "Very impressive," he admitted. Time quickly passed, transitioning to the communal training grounds. The group of knights was now practicing endurance through a grueling run. Even though the knights trailing behind were gasping for breath like exhausted dogs, Roger showed no mercy. "Don't stop, we haven't run enough yet. The young master is watching, run faster," he barked. "Yes, sir," the knights shouted in unison. Meanwhile, Seaman, observing the scene, muttered in annoyance, "I didn't expect you to lose so easily, Philip." "But Uncle, Roger is one of the 5 strongest swordsmen on the continent." Philip hurriedly defended himself. "And if someone comes after me, does that mean he'll just have to wait for death?" Seaman retorted nonchalantly, leaving Philip no choice but to bow his head and apologize. Ignoring those words, Seaman's voice suddenly took on a different tone, filled with authority yet tinged with sincerity. "Philip, I've decided to appoint you as my official escort knight. Make sure to do whatever it takes to fulfill that role." Behind him, Philip, overwhelmed by the weight of this proclamation, was moved to tears. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, "I will do my utmost to become the sword that protects you. I'll prove that I'm worthy of your trust." "Then hurry up and join the training with the other." Seaman replied with a smile. "Yes, young master," Philip responded enthusiastically, sprinting toward the training grounds. Setting this matter aside, Seaman glanced at the knights, nodding in approval. "Truly, among the 50 knights, many are seasoned veterans. I have the warrior lineage of this family to thank for that. Not just Philip but Roger as well. Both are extraordinary talents anyone would envy. Now I understand why the family ended up in this state." Time passed swiftly, and by late afternoon, an entirely different scene unfolded. Hans, trembling as though he were on the verge of a seizure, confronted Seaman. "What is this? Do you even know what you're doing? First, you sold off the statues, and now you're selling the family's treasures? Are you planning to throw away the honor of this household?"
Hans halted,
his voice laced with disbelief and outrage as he watched servants carrying out one prized possession after another. "If it brings in money, then he'll do it," Seaman replied nonchalantly. Hans, however, couldn't accept this response. "Young master, why are you doing this?" His entire body shook. His anger barely contained. Seeing Hans' face, red and about to burst with fury, Seaman reluctantly explained, "The hero Loken, who passed away 500 years ago, is of no use to us now. Think about it, because of all these traditions clinging to his name, this family has crumbled into its current state. As people like you have dragged the family name into ruin. Impossible. If not for the Demon King's curse." Hans began to protest, But those very words only served to affirm Seaman's argument. That attitude is the problem. He interjected sharply, praising the fortune of our ancestors while blaming the decline on the Demon King. Let me make this clear. I intend to become someone even greater than the hero Loken. If you insist on clinging to these outdated principles, then I will erase your name from this family's history. As he finished speaking, Seaman pulled out a dagger and drove it into the table with a resounding thud, a physical manifestation of his unwavering resolve. Annoyed Seaman left the room abruptly. After he was gone, the remaining servants gathered around Hans. Concerned Hans. "Are you all right?" they asked anxiously. Hans' whole body trembled as he replied, "The young master? I still remember when he sat on my lap, listening to me read stories. I can't believe he's changed this much. His constant visits to the Demon King's castle, there's no doubt now it must be the Demon King's curse." Outside, as Seaman exited, Philip, still a bit flustered, hesitated before offering advice. "Young master, just this once. Can you listen to Hans? What you just said was too much." Before Philip could finish, Seaman interrupted. "Too harsh, you think? I see it differently. I'm not denying Hans time to think. I'm pushing things forward as much as possible." Pausing for a moment, Seaman shifted his focus. "Let's set that aside. Did you complete the task I assigned to you?" Philip's face changed instantly. Lowering his voice, he urged, "Young master, keep your voice down. I worked hard to get this information from Hans, so where is it?" Seaman asked eagerly, leaning in. Philip, visibly pale, whispered nervously, "Lower your voice." "About that?" He leaned closer and whispered something into Seaman's ear. The scene transitions to a dim, eerie prison. Seaman and Philip's voices echoed through the confined space as they walked. Seaman complained, "What's this? Philip? This isn't what I asked for. Look at him. Doesn't he seem done for?" He gestured toward a frail man imprisoned inside. Seeing the man's state, Philip hesitated, unsure how to respond. "No, just yesterday he was still." Before he could finish, the prisoner spoke up, his voice hoarse but commanding. "Who are you?" Immediately, Seaman felt a crushing mental pressure descend on him. This immense force was unmistakably that of a fifth-tier mage, or perhaps even more powerful. Seaman's thoughts raced. "No, this is stronger than that." He realized inside the cell. The man stared at Seaman, his eyes sharp and piercing. Seeing no immediate reply, the prisoner's voice grew colder. "Don't make me repeat myself. Answer me. Who are you?" Seaman looked directly at the imprisoned mage and spoke. "I heard you've been locked away here for a long time, but you seem to be holding up just fine." The familiar voice caused the mage's expression to shift dramatically. That voice, it couldn't be. Before he could finish, Seaman interrupted, his tone sharp. "The Iron Mage of this domain wasting away in a place like this? How disgraceful." The mage's demeanor shifted entirely as he recognized Seaman. "Young master, why have you come to a wretched place like this for someone like me?" he exclaimed. Seaman's response was blunt. "Did you think I'd turn a blind eye to someone lazing around in my territory? I heard you've been starving yourself intentionally. Is that why Hans locked you down here?" The mage's face flushed with guilt as he stammered. That's because it was my carelessness that caused the giant incident leading to your injury. I have no greater wish than to atone with my life." "Young master," the self-reproach only irritated Seaman further. "Do you truly believe your life is worth that much? Besides, the giant incident has already been confirmed as not your fault." The mage, however, refused to meet Seaman's gaze. "Had I been more vigilant, none of it would have happened. It's all my fault. Please punish me." Philip, standing nearby, sighed, as if used to the mage's behavior. "Let's just leave him be." "Young master," he suggested, ignoring Philip. Seaman's face darkened with frustration. "I understand your loyalty, but your stubbornness is killing me," he muttered. He then turned to Philip. "Since he insists, I'll grant his wish. Philip, bring me a sword." Philip's face paled in alarm. "What? Young master, what are you?" He started but reluctantly tossed his sword to Seaman. Seaman calmly unsheathed the blade. "You begged for punishment, so I'll give you what you asked for. Don't hold it against me with that." Seaman swung the sword in a swift arc, but instead of striking the mage, the blade sliced cleanly through the chains binding him. The mage stared in disbelief. "Young master, what does this mean?" Seaman sheathed the sword with a smirk. It means you're more useful to me alive. I can't stand failure and I plan to work you to exhaustion. So much so that you'll wish I had killed you. That is your punishment. To serve me loyally for life. Swear on your honor as a mage and remember this moment forever. Seaman then turned to Philip. Philip, bring it out. Yes, sir, Philip replied, tossing a bag in front of the mage as it hit the ground. Gold coins spilled out in all directions. Looking at the shimmering gold coins in front of him, the man's voice trembled with confusion. Master, where did all this money come from? It's nothing much, just about 70,000 pesos. I suppose, Seaman replied nonchalantly. Use this money to start building the magic tower. Purchase any magical books you need and prepare the necessary equipment to repair and construct the colossi. Unlike the lords before me, I intend to heavily invest in magic. Ensure that incidents like the last one never happen again. Seaman's cold and detached tone moved the man so deeply that tears began to stream down his face despite his gratitude. He hesitated, his voice laced with guilt. But master, I caused you harm. I don't know if I deserve such kindness. In response, Seaman delivered an answer that left the man both stunned and reassured. What are you talking about? This is a punishment. Be resolute. I have no intention of forgiving you so easily, Seaman declared, extending his hand toward the man. Having heard Seaman's unwavering words, the Iron Mage could no longer refuse. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee before Seaman and solemnly vowed, I am the Iron Mage of the Locken family. From this moment until the day I draw my last breath, I pledge to endure and redeem myself for my mistakes. As he finished speaking, the man's face and eyes radiated a newfound brilliance, observing the incredible surge of magic energy emanating from the mage. Philip couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected from Master Mute, the sheer level of magic power is extraordinary. Standing nearby, Seaman offered a faint smile. He had chosen the right person. This man might lack flexibility, but his unwavering determination would serve as a beacon during crises. With this thought in mind, Seaman nodded and issued his first orders. In this territory, there are only two people we can rely on. I'm assigning them to you. Calm and composed, Seaman spoke without realizing that Hans the butler was eavesdropping on their entire conversation from the shadows. Despite Seaman's success in convincing the stubborn Iron Mage, Hans couldn't shake his lingering worry. He's persuaded someone as hard-headed as Mute. Truly an impressive feat, yet for some reason I still feel uneasy. Hans thought to himself. Time flew by quickly, and within a month Seaman's household underwent a transformation so profound it was almost unrecognizable. Switching scenes to the training ground. Shouts echoed across the area. Focus your energy from your core. Captain Roger's commanding voice resounded. Yes, sir. The trainees responded in unison. Straighten your posture, Philip, Roger barked as he continued his instructions. Not far away, Hans and two younger onlookers observed the training session and shared their thoughts. This family is changing. Philip, someone who never took anything seriously before, is now training harder than anyone else. Mute, who once hid away in shame over past mistakes, is now leading the recruits with confidence, Hans remarked. As they reflected on the remarkable changes, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind them. It's been a while, everyone. Hearing the voice, all three of them instinctively turned around, startled when they saw the face of the speaker. Their surprise grew even greater. That voice, is it Lord Dixon? One of them asked in disbelief. Haha, I'm so relieved to see everyone safe and sound, Dixon said with a wide grin, though his appearance was somewhat disheveled. Seeing his condition, Hans quickly rushed over in concern. Because we were looking for you. The entire territory was thrown into chaos. Where have you been all this time? Hearing Hans' question, Dixon's expression brightened, and he eagerly shared his recent accomplishments. Haha, I'm sorry for making everyone worry unintentionally. It's a long story, but I think it's better to explain while showing you everything. With that, the group followed Dixon to the slums, where he had been working tirelessly for the past month to rehabilitate the area. When they arrived, Hans could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? Is this really the slums? He murmured, his face filled with astonishment. Seeing Hans' stunned expression, Dixon couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Lord Hans, I can't let you be too surprised at the start. Do you see that market over there? Unlike before, anyone can freely sell goods now. This decision was made collectively with all the residents here now. Everyone is discussing ways to improve the territory. And outdated, inefficient traditions are gradually being eliminated. As he spoke, Dixon's face grew more serious. And he cautiously asked Lord Hans, "Don't you think the territory is starting to look as it should?" Turning to the old butler, Hans' lips pressed tightly together and he remained silent. He felt he had no choice but to agree, though he couldn't ignore that what was happening now went completely against the Luffen family's policies for the past 500 years. The day wore on, and by the afternoon, Hans sought out the opinions of other key members of the household to confirm his thoughts. His first stop was Captain Roger. Haha, I had the same worries as you not long ago. Roger admitted, smiling, but Eve let go of all that now. He's proven himself through results, so I have nothing more to say. Oh, it's time for training, so I must excuse myself. Before Hans could press further, Roger added, "But don't you think it's our duty to place absolute trust in the young master?" With that, Roger left the room, leaving Hans with no opportunity to ask more questions. Hans' expression revealed his dissatisfaction with Roger's answer. "So in this short time, everyone has already been won over," he muttered, staring at his reflection in a teacup in front of him, with a pensive look on his face. It was hard to discern what thoughts were running through the old butler's mind. Time continued to pass, and a week later the scene shifted to Seaman's study. At that moment the butler Hans was reporting his work to his young master. "I've organized all the documents you requested," young Master Hans said respectfully. In response, Seaman, who was jotting something down on a piece of paper, nodded without looking up. "Sorry for piling so much work on you, Hans, but I'm counting on you," he said. Hans replied that he would handle the office-related matters by tomorrow and assured Seaman that if there were any other issues, he could address them himself. Before Hans could finish, Seaman interrupted, his tone firm. "Your priorities are misplaced, Hans. The people without shelter, those caught in the rain, are overflowing in our territory. Think about them first." Hearing his young master's command, Hans' hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The more he understood Seaman, the more he felt that following him was the right decision. However, Hans reminded himself, "I must confirm the young master's true intentions first." That night Hans secretly followed Seaman after noticing him sneaking out of the mansion. Every night Seaman would quietly leave, and these secretive trips led him to the castle of the Demon King. "I don't want to believe it," Hans thought, his mind racing. "But if the young master is under the Demon King's curse, why does he stop here? Could it be that he knows I'm tailing him?" As Hans pondered, voices echoed ahead. "You're here, young master," a voice said. Seaman nodded and asked, "Have you completed what I requested?" "Of course we've done it," replied a confident man with a beard. "For us it was easier than stealing candy from a baby, judging by their demeanor." Hans immediately realized who they were. These men, they're the bandits exiled from our territory for their crimes, yet here they are, hiding in the shadows, and it seems there are many of them. Back with Seaman. Upon hearing that the task had been completed, he let out a low chuckle. Hee, you all work fast, I like that. Now let's get started." As he spoke, Seaman took the bag slung over his shoulder, reaching inside as though retrieving something important. Seeing Seaman reach into the bag, the bandits curiously asked, "What's in the bag?" "Got a gift for us, huh?" "Yes, that's right," Seaman replied. "If you've prepared what I asked for," understanding the implication as if this wasn't their first deal. The bandits immediately pulled out a book.
Adon bui veva goti te kubarat.
"This book is absolutely perfect," one of them said behind them. The butler Hans, hiding in the shadows, was startled. "A book? Why is he giving books to these bandits? Damn it. I'm too far away, I can't hear clearly. What is the young master planning?" Hans' confusion didn't last long, as the bandits quickly provided answers. "Thanks to you, we're no longer illiterate. You summarized the main points so well that we could even grasp the hardest sections. Thank you for everything." In another corner a woman tearfully added, "Because of you, young master, even the children here can now read. Thanks to the food and medicine you brought, my wife can walk again. You're the savior of our family. Thank you." Young master, the outpouring of gratitude made Seaman smile lightly. I'm glad I could help in some way. But of course everything comes with a price. I trust you're all prepared? Hearing this, a bald-headed man among the group stiffened and assured him. Of course we may be bandits, but we're not ungrateful animals, just give us the word. And well, follow your orders. Satisfied Seaman's smile widened. Perfect. Without further ado, he emptied the contents of his bag onto the ground, revealing a pile of gold coins and several books. Hans, watching from the shadows, was utterly baffled. What is he doing? That's a fortune, at least 10,000 pesos, and all those books. What's his plan here? The bandits were equally stunned. What's all this? We get the books. But what's with the money? Seaman answered calmly. The answer lies within the books. Once you read them, you'll understand. One of the bandits quickly grabbed a document and realized it was related to household registration and land ownership transfer. Seaman then explained, these are official documents recognizing your group as lawful residents of this territory. With these, you have the right to own land. I plan to build a town nearby, and you can settle there and live as citizens. Opposite him, the bandits trembled with emotion, unable to believe what they had heard. This can't be real. We're nothing more than bandits, traitors to our lord. Just being noticed by you was more than enough. But after everything you've done for us, we can't possibly accept any more. Upon hearing this, the bearded man gritted his teeth and said, that's right. We have no right to accept this gift. We are just thieves taking from others to survive. Although we are truly grateful, the people here will never accept us. In response, Seaman calmly acknowledged, I understand this, but I do not fully accept you either. While I know you had no other choice, stealing remains a serious crime. However, Seaman continued, the Locke and family forced you into this situation, which is an injustice I cannot forgive. Even though you have stolen from others, you have not harmed anyone. I believe you deserve a chance to atone for your actions. He paused, then added, the money I gave you represents half of what you owe. From now on you will become mercenaries. If you wish to instill fear in others, be ready to die in battle. That is the way for you to redeem yourselves. This is the future I offer you. Seaman concluded, but the path you choose to walk is entirely up to you. I place my trust in your decision. On the other side, upon hearing these words, the group of thieves tightened their grip on their weapons and swore their allegiance to Seaman. We will give our lives to protect this territory, Master Seaman. As for Hans, the elderly butler, witnessing Seaman's actions, left him deep in thought, his hands clenched as he reflected on the situation. Thieves within the territory are supposed to be subdued. It is the Locke and family's law, but now I am uncertain if what I believe to be right is truly the correct choice. No, Hans muttered to himself. I chose to ignore the cries of strangers. I was a fool for misunderstanding the young master's intentions and doubting him. Now I understand. The young master intends to use books to improve this territory. He will redeem this land by serving him. With tears streaming down his face, Hans made a vow to himself, regretting his misunderstanding of Seaman. However, what he did not realize was that Seaman had already anticipated Hans' actions. The young master had discovered that Hans was following him and had set up this situation to reveal the truth to him. Back to Seaman, as he slightly glanced at the figure of Hans hiding in the woods, he let out a sigh. Finally, he's let his guard down. This has been troublesome, he muttered. He then waved goodbye to the group of thieves and left the area. Since there were no longer any doubts, the elderly butler Hans did not follow him. And only then could Seaman finally focus on the task at hand. It's been tough, most people have been taken care of. But now it's time to start the real work, he said, pulling something from inside his cloth bag. Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to the Demon Lord's castle. At that moment, the tiny golems summoned by Seaman were busy cleaning up the castle. While Seaman felt somewhat satisfied, there were still many problems to deal with. Despite regaining the trust of the people, he had paid a heavy price. I've spent most of the money I earned from Lamer to improve the family situation. Now I need a stable income. I guess I'll have to resort to that, Seaman thought. Then smiled cunningly and turned to the two golems nearby. Hey, you two, why not help me a bit? Seeing the wicked expression on Seaman's face, the two golems suddenly felt uneasy, to the point of nearly crying. Finally, one of them let out a scream that echoed throughout the castle. It was unclear what Seaman had done to the golem. Time passed quickly, and the next day. The scene shifted to Seaman's office at this moment. His attendant Philip came in to report on the family's financial situation. Master, we've spent the entire 210,000 pesos we earned from Lamer. I know it's not enough to continue running the... Philip said. Seaman nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, so what do you think? Should we go to that area again to try and make some more money? Looking toward Seaman, Philip hesitated. It's likely that the Count Monike has figured out that you're the one who helped Princess Reina. So you wouldn't want to walk right into a trap. Seaman said. Enough, Philip. Did you bring the mining development files? Philip's face showed some discomfort as he looked at the stack of documents in his hands and hesitated. Well, these are just records of failed attempts from decades ago. We've searched the entire territory. But there's no sign of any mines. Seaman sighed. Clearly disappointed. Then why did we accumulate so much debt over such a small chance? After a brief pause, Philip finally answered. Because it was the only option at the time. We were in a terrible situation due to a series of events that happened so quickly. And when the people left, you fell unconscious. Before Philip could say more, Seaman understood what had happened, so there was no other choice but to hold onto a frayed rope. Seaman thought. I get it now. Without a good harvest, there's no way to sustain the territory. However, something still felt off. There should have been a mine. With this thought, Seaman's eyes glanced over the map in front of him, and suddenly he noticed something. He pointed to a corner of the map and asked Philip, hey, why are there no records here? Philip, upon hearing this, focused his gaze on the spot Seaman had pointed to. As the location became clear, sweat began to bead on Philip's face. That's the Rokia mountain range. It's too dangerous to scout because there are countless monsters there. We've sent knights to investigate several times, but they had to return empty-handed due to monsters hiding everywhere. Aha. So it's impossible to scout that area. Seaman mused. As if thinking of something, Philip immediately sensed the danger in Seaman's tone and asked, don't tell me you have some bizarre plan again. In response, Seaman gave a sly smile, which only deepened Philip's unease. No, that place is too dangerous. If you're planning to go, you'll have to take me with you, Philip insisted. Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to the Rokia mountain range. Naturally, to satisfy his curiosity, Seaman had come to this area when he arrived. He finally understood why his family's 8 knights had never been able to scout it. Philip, that bastard, Seaman muttered. I thought he was just overreacting, but he was telling the truth. This is going to be tough. At that moment, Seaman found himself face-to-face with several orcs and goblins armed and glaring at him fiercely. However, it struck him as odd that these different species of monsters could be standing together in such harmony. This is strange. These monsters should be living in separate areas. Why are they cooperating? Don't tell me they've gotten used to fighting humans. Seaman whispered to himself, but the orcs weren't in the mood to answer. One of them let out a loud roar and swung its massive axe directly at Seaman. Fortunately, Seaman was always alert, and he managed to dodge the attack without much difficulty. However, the force of the blow pushed him back slightly before Seaman could react. Smaller monsters surrounded him from all sides, trapping him with the feeling of being surrounded. Seaman gave a smile that was more annoyed than anything else. Do these bastards think they're tough? He muttered. From now on, I'll take care of you all myself. With that, he concentrated his mana into the palm of his hand and slammed it onto the ground, immediately forming a magic circle. Soon after, several stone golems were summoned to assist him in battle. As soon as they appeared without any commands from Seaman, the golems rushed forward and began attacking the enemies. Seeing this, one of the orcs in the monster group swung its axe at the nearest golem's head. However, the strike was not powerful enough, and it didn't even leave a scratch on the golem's tough stone head. Taking advantage of the orc's surprise, the golem quickly punched it in the stomach, sending the orc flying backward like a ragdoll back to Seaman. Watching his golems easily handle the monsters, he felt relieved and sat back. This is better than I expected. I knew the mana stones of the future could handle this, he said as the battle became fiercer. The monsters continued to attack from all directions, but the golem's overwhelming strength easily crushed them. Haha. Lucky it's working, but they just keep coming. Now I understand why the knights failed. Dealing with all of them is tough, but it's not impossible. Seaman observed he noticed an orc with a dangerous aura at the back of the group. With its muscular frame, Seaman quickly guessed that this one was different considering the aura. It was probably the leader. Why not join the fun? He thought, and then used a physical enhancement spell on himself with a single leap. He disappeared from sight, leaving the monsters bewildered by the time they noticed. Seaman had appeared right above the orc leader. I really don't have time for this, Seaman muttered, then struck his arm down onto the orc leader's head. As he did, he activated a spell that caused the orc to scream in agony. This was a mind control spell, and a few seconds later, it successfully subdued the orc leader, marking him with a magical symbol on his forehead. This symbol signified the victory of Seaman. Looks like your orc leader is now my subordinate, Seaman said, glancing around at the remaining monsters. The sight made them hesitate, not daring to face him directly. Satisfied, Seaman continued, I won't harm you if you bring your leaders here. With no other choice. To ensure their own safety, the small timid monsters had no option but to retreat and call upon their boss. Naturally, when the leaders arrived, they too fell victim to Seaman's magic, which he used to subdue the entire group. After completing this, Seaman turned to the monsters and asked, I have a question. Eve heard of a place frequented by dwarves. Do any of you know about? Opposite him, it wasn't clear whether the goblins understood his words, but their faces turned pale, and they muttered something incomprehensible to Seaman. Seeing this, although he had expected such an outcome, the protagonist couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. As expected, creatures like them wouldn't know such things, he thought to himself. Just then the goblin leader suddenly knelt before Seaman and vowed, Do not worry, my lord. I will lead you to that place. Hearing this, Seaman finally smiled with satisfaction and instructed the goblin to lead the way immediately. Time passed quickly. Before long, under the goblin leader's guidance, they arrived before a cave entrance sealed off by rocks. Is this the entrance? Seaman asked. Yes, it is, the leader nodded, looking at the sealed entrance in front of him. Seaman narrowed his eyes slightly as he sensed something unusual. There are signs of a landslide here, but something feels off. What could be inside that terrifies these creatures so much? Uncertain of what lay ahead, Seaman decided to press on. He conjured a sphere of black fire in his hand and hurled it at the pile of rubble. The rocks shattered into countless fragments, revealing a hidden mineshaft door behind them. As I thought, there's a mine here, Seaman remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, the monsters grew even more terrified at the sight of the revealed door, trembling uncontrollably. Their reaction piqued Seaman's curiosity. Why are they acting like this, he wondered. Though he quickly dismissed the thought, judging by their fearful demeanor, Seaman realized these creatures wouldn't be of much help inside the mine. He issued a command, all of you may leave now. In return, you are never to harm humans again. Live quietly until you receive further orders from me. Remain hidden until then. Relieved by their unexpected pardon, the monsters scrambled to flee the area as fast as they could, amusing Seaman with their frantic pace. I'm sure they'll prove useful someday. For now, it's time to get started, he mused, stepping into the mine with a calm demeanor. As he ventured deeper, fragments of past memories surfaced in his mind. In the past, with their overwhelming technology and power, humanity oppressed other races at that time. Those races wished humans would be confined to their own continent. Thus Seaman, known as the Demon King, began burning down one kingdom after another. To these oppressed races, he was their savior. Switching scenes to the Demon King's tower 500 years ago, an unnamed orc was speaking with Seaman. So your tribe has fewer than 10 survivors left? Seaman asked calmly. Opposite him, the orc did not respond, but his silence spoke volumes. Noticing this, Seaman issued a command to the demon standing beside him. Establish a new base for them in another territory and assign them to construction work. As you command, the subordinate demon nodded, leaving the orc so overwhelmed with gratitude that tears and snot streamed down his face. Thank you so much, the orc choked out. Ignoring the words of thanks, Seaman swiftly moved on to the next matter. Is there anyone else? If not, then let's. Before he could finish, another figure entered the room and spoke. It seems I'm the last one. Well, I wonder if it's acceptable to make an old man wait this long, the newcomer said. The voice belonged to a dwarf who stroked his long beard as he walked in. Seeing the dwarf's casual demeanor, The demon subordinate couldn't suppress his anger. "How dare you act so insolent in the presence of the demon king?" he barked. Beside him, Seaman raised a hand to stop his subordinate, sensing something unusual about the newcomer. "It's fine, stand down," Seaman ordered. "I can't believe a dwarf, the surface race possessing the most advanced technology, has come here. Moreover, the energy radiating from him is... Wait, is this real? I never imagined I'd meet an ancient dwarf even in my wildest dreams," Seaman remarked, astonished ahead of him. The dwarf did not attempt to hide his identity and admitted with a laugh. "Haha, you're quite perceptive. My appearance doesn't make it obvious, does it? Why are you here? I don't think humans can compare to dwarves like you," Seaman asked directly in response. The dwarf began to list humanity's flaws. Humans: they lack technology and recklessly destroy nature. Because of them, many ecosystems have been ruined. Hearing this, Seaman started to piece together the dwarf's intentions. "So what you're saying is, you're willing to support me, the one who seeks to annihilate them, exactly, if you rid the world of them. We will use our technology to enhance your base," the dwarf promised with a cheerful smile. Unable to hold back, Seaman laughed heartily. "Haha, I'm still human myself, you know. Even so, would you still help me?" Hearing this, the dwarf burst into laughter as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. "Haha. What are you talking about? You're the Demon King, aren't you?" Returning to the present, Seaman recalled a fragment of his past and muttered to himself. That old dwarf did mention a large mine here. It seems he was right. It should have been left in a state of neglect, but surprisingly, it has remained in excellent condition. The dwarf's craftsmanship is truly unparalleled. Admiring the architectural features that had withstood the test of time, Seaman silently praised the dwarves. He then glanced around, observing the abundance of ore within the cave, which reassured him. "With this amount of ore, as long as we have miners willing to work my territory, we'll no longer have anything to worry about," he thought to himself. However, Seaman didn't forget to investigate what exactly inside the mine had scared the monsters outside so much that they didn't dare enter. "Strange," he mused, "the construction seems to have stopped here after my death. I heard humans took control of this place. Could that be the reason? Even so many valuable items were scattered around. No matter how rushed they were. Could dwarves, who deeply treasure the tools they create, make such a mistake? Something doesn't add up." Seaman pondered, furrowing his brows. As if to answer his doubts, the ground suddenly began to rumble violently. Moments later, a reddish figure burrowed up from beneath the earth. When Seaman finally got a clear look at it, he was so stunned that he dropped the torch in his hand. "So that's why the monsters outside were so terrified," he muttered. Before Seaman stood a massive red worm with ferocious teeth, its body covered in countless red minerals. This was the ruler of the mine, the colossal worm. Far from being intimidated, Seaman's eyes lit up with excitement as he observed the creature. "So you're the reason this dungeon was abandoned? Well, that's unfortunate. But you're quite the nuisance. Time for you to disappear," he declared as he spoke. Seaman began channeling magic into his palm, summoning 2 guardian golems to aid him in dealing with the enormous creature before him. "Advance," Seaman commanded with a wave of his hand. Immediately, the 2 stone golems thundered forward. Seeing this, the massive worm's body coiled slightly before lunging toward them with lightning speed. However, the golems reacted swiftly, using their hefty arms and bodies to block the worm's advance, successfully halting it before it could reach Seaman. From behind, Seaman gave another order. "Pin it down." The golems obeyed, pressing the colossal worm to the ground. Taking the opportunity, Seaman leaped into the air, channeling magic into his palm. He unleashed a blast of black flame directly at the red worm. The attack's power was so immense that it caused a massive explosion within the cave. "That should be enough to pacify it," Seaman muttered to himself, but as the smoke and dust began to settle, his expression froze for a moment. The worm's body remained nearly unscathed, showing no signs of damage from the attack. "I know my magic has weakened, but how could it withstand that without a single scratch?" he questioned internally before he could come up with an answer. The worm, seemingly enraged by Seaman's attack, began to thrash wildly. Its powerful movement sent both golems flying. The creature's massive tooth-filled maw then turned toward Seaman, as if preparing to devour him. In a single gulp behind him the golems, seeing their master in danger, sprang into action. One of them clung tightly to the worm's body and climbed onto it once in position. It swung its massive arm down, slamming the worm's body into the ground with enough force to make the entire cave tremble. Seaman, watching from the side, praised his subordinate. Good job, however. Before they could celebrate their small victory, white smoke began to billow from the colossal worm's nostrils, signaling its growing fury. Noticing this, Seaman's expression shifted, and he shouted a warning, "Be careful," before the words had fully left his mouth. One of the golems, still processing what was happening, was struck by the worm's head and sent flying to the side. The colossal worm then opened its mouth wide, swallowing several chunks of the surrounding minerals in one gulp. And very quickly shimmering mineral crystals sprouted on the worm's head, leaving Seaman momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the colossal worm to have such a trump card. It eats minerals to evolve? Damn it. This is more troublesome than I thought. Crazy. Where did this thing even come from? He muttered in frustration. No matter what skills he used, none seemed to inflict any damage. There was no other choice. If he wanted to defeat it, he needed to bring the giant to this place. Just as this thought crossed his mind, and Seaman began to sprint forward, a massive boulder suddenly came hurtling from afar, blocking his escape route. Damn it. It sealed the way out. Seaman cursed it internally. With no other option, he turned back to face the enraged giant worm before him. Yet, with its incredible defense, Seaman was at a complete loss for how to deal with it. This is tougher than I thought. He sighed inwardly, forcing himself to think harder. Wait a second. If a creature of this size is wandering out there, wouldn't there be markings around the forest? Or can it only survive within the mine? If that's the case, bringing the giant here would be pointless. The giant is too big, and without knowing this thing's weakness, it'll just keep struggling like this. Seaman let out a strained laugh. While he was deep in thought, his two golem subordinates climbed onto the worm's body, continuing their assault and buying him time to figure out a solution. At that moment, as one of the golems touched the crystal on the worm's head, Seaman felt something, a sudden interruption in the flow of mana. That's it, he realized. Thinking quickly, Seaman ordered, "Buy me more time. If my guess is right, there must be something here. But where is it? Where?" He scanned his surroundings, his eyes darting back and forth. And soon enough, the object he was searching for appeared before him. Found it. It was an ancient dwarven tool for mining. A dwarven pickaxe. All right, with this it'll be effective. Without hesitation, Seaman grabbed the pickaxe, activating a spell to enhance his physical abilities. Then he charged straight toward the colossal worm's head. With this, I can dig through anything, Seaman exclaimed excitedly, channeling all his strength into his arms. He swung the pickaxe down onto the largest crystal on the worm's head. The blow caused the creature to let out a deafening roar of agony, thrashing violently in an attempt to shake him off. Seaman barely managed to hold on, nearly being flung off. "Hold still, damn it, not enough force," Seaman muttered anxiously just before he was finally thrown off the worm's back. In a different scene, at the Luffen family mansion, Philip found himself being dragged out by Han's group of attendants for a severe scolding. "Philip, do you even realize that the young master disappears every night?" one of them demanded harshly. Faced with this accusation, Philip was so terrified he nearly wet himself and confessed everything on the spot. "Well, there are times when he vanishes without notifying anyone," he stammered. "You idiot, are you saying that as the appointed escort knight you have no idea where your master is?" Roger slammed the table and roared in anger, but Philip had his own struggles, explaining, "It's not that simple. Every time I try to follow the young master, he somehow disappears from my sight. The townspeople say he frequently visits the Demon King's castle." Hearing this, Roger's anger subsided slightly and he let out a resigned sigh. "Ugh, I didn't think things through earlier when I didn't know the full story, but now I understand why Hans is always so worried at that moment." The calm voice of the elderly butler Hans sounded from behind the group. "Enough, there's no need to worry anymore. I have decided to fully trust the young master. Even now I believe he's doing his best for the people under his care." Meanwhile, back at Seaman's location, he was once again channeling magical energy into his palms to unleash another black flame spell. Even though it hadn't been effective so far, he had no choice but to try again. "Stop everything and just die already," Seaman yelled as he released a fiery orb straight at the giant worm's head. The impact caused the mineral crystals embedded in its head to take a massive hit after this attack. Seaman's body fell freely downward, but thankfully, his golem subordinates caught him in time. So exhausting, seriously, I can't deal with another one of these things, he muttered as he finally saw the colossal worm collapse after enduring countless attacks. Well, thanks to this, we can save a lot of manpower now, Seaman remarked with a satisfied nod as the golems began dismantling the crystals from the worm's body. As Seaman wandered around the area to check if there was anything valuable left behind, he stumbled upon a skeleton, sitting in a corner. This is a dwarf skeleton, along with some rare artifacts and pieces of armor. It seems they fought hard to protect this place and whatever they built here, Seaman thought, his face tinged with melancholy. He then dug a small grave and solemnly buried the remains of the unknown dwarf. All right, that should do it. Now you can rest in peace, leave all your burdens behind and find peace in the afterlife also. I hope you understand, even though I'm taking all your belongings, I don't have any ill intentions, Seaman said with a wry smile, glancing at the bracelet on his wrist. Time flew by. And by the next morning, with the monster in the mine dealt with, Seaman reported the news to the family. A mine? You found a mine? Dixon exclaimed in astonishment as he stared at the report in his hands. Responding to Dixon's remark, Captain Roger, who personally inspected the mine, cheerfully shared his findings. That's right, I just took a look. The mine is indeed rich in resources. And most importantly, there are no signs of any monsters. Hearing this, Dixon felt a wave of relief wash over him. What a stroke of luck, now the financial issues of the territory are resolved. All we need to do is prepare the necessary equipment to excavate the mine. Meanwhile, the elderly butler Hans glanced at the mine report in his hands. And suddenly an image surfaced in his mind. I don't think equipment will be necessary. It appears to be neatly arranged, as if someone had already worked on it with sufficient manpower. We can generate significant profits, he said. With this promising development, the group enthusiastically discussed plans for mining operations. Observing their lively conversation, Seaman felt reassured, leaving the matter in their hands. It seems the situation in the territory will soon stabilize. Eve driven the monsters deeper into the mountains if anything happens, or if the territory's forces are insufficient. Those monsters could serve as a powerful army during a territorial conflict, Seaman mused to himself. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Hans' cheerful voice. Young master, it's all thanks to you, Seaman, modest as always, refused to take sole credit. It's nothing, it's the result of everyone's efforts. I merely provided support. If you don't want to return to the way things were, remain vigilant. If you let your guard down, you could lose everything. Pausing for a moment, he then added, there's something I need to ask of all of you. Of course, please say the word and I'll ensure it's done.
Hans responded resolutely.
Can I trust you all to manage the territory temporarily in my absence? Seaman calmly inquired, but to everyone else, this was shocking news. Where are you planning to go? They asked anxiously. Instead of answering directly, Seaman simply suggested they ask Philip for details. Realizing his cue, Philip quickly stepped in to explain the young master has decided to purchase a giant. And since everyone knows him familiar with giants, they'll take care of him. However, before Philip could finish his statement, Captain Roger abruptly bumped him aside. Everyone, don't worry. He'll accompany the young master and ensure nothing goes wrong. But it wasn't just Roger. Even Mute the wizard enthusiastically chimed in. Speaking of giants, as an iron mage, they'll probably have a lot to spend, so I'm going too. Don't underestimate me. Meanwhile, Philip, still recovering from Roger's shove, wailed in frustration, don't leave me out of this. Time passed quickly, and after much discussion, the decision was finalized. Those accompanying Seaman would be Philip and Roger. Inside the carriage, Seaman noticed how excited Philip seemed and asked, you seem to be really thrilled about this. Why, of course I am. Owning a giant has always been my dream, Philip replied enthusiastically, clenching his fists. However, this response piqued Seaman's curiosity. There are already giants in the territory. What makes this one so special? Philip shook his head and sighed. You're making me sad, my lord. Those ancient relics in the territory can't compare to real giants. A true writer must partner with a giant to achieve perfection up front. Captain Roger overheard Philip's dreamy ramblings and immediately quashed his aspirations. Enough with that pointless, giant philosophy. When you're traveling with me, stop dreaming about such nonsense, he said, shooting Philip a warning look that silenced the young swordsman instantly. Be quiet if you weren't a knight. You'd be driving this carriage yourself, Roger reminded him sternly. Seaman, watching Roger successfully shut Philip down, felt a sense of relief. Bringing Roger along was definitely the right decision. He's perfect for keeping Philip's mouth in check. Seaman thought to himself with a smirk. Suddenly, the sound of machinery echoed ahead, followed by the horses neighing frantically. What's happening? Seaman frowned and asked, Forgive me. Young Master, Roger replied, It appears a train has blocked the road. Curious Seaman stepped out of the carriage to take a closer look at the massive contraption before them. Is this a train? I've never seen one before, Roger explained. It's a type of colossal carriage powered by advanced technology. They're quite expensive but far more powerful than regular carriages. They're primarily used to transport bulky and heavy goods. Hearing this, Seaman's eyes lit up with interest. Not bad, should I consider buying one? He pondered silently while the group was still examining the train with curiosity. A man's voice suddenly sounded behind them. Excuse me. Are you all right? It seems this might be your first time seeing a train, am I right? The voice belonged to a man with neatly parted hair, dressed like a merchant. Behind him stood two burly bodyguards with menacing expressions on the opposite side. Captain Roger immediately turned his wary gaze toward the man. His eyes filled with vigilance. Who are you? Roger asked, his tone steady. Who are we? We're merchants from the Shade Trade Guild. Traveling through rural territories to real estate, the merchant enthusiastically shared. He turned to Seaman and continued, I'm sure you've never heard of us before, but we're a new guild. Don't worry, we'll soon be at the top of the Shade Trade Guild. Please stay tuned, he chuckled. Seaman, however, raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar name and shook his head. Eve never heard of that name before. Haha, of course not, we've only just started. But we'll get there soon enough. Trust me, we'll become the leaders of the Shade Trade Guild. The merchant smiled widely. But Seaman's expression said it all. I don't believe you. I see. Seaman nodded nonchalantly, brushing it off. The merchant then stared intently at Seaman and asked, Young man, I feel like your face looks familiar. Can I ask if you are the lord of a noble family? Upon hearing this, Seaman's expression subtly changed. But he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. Why do you ask? Eve never met you before. I mean, no harm, being a merchant is all about building relationships, and we need to be familiar with noble lords. I was wondering if you are a lord from a promising family. Before the merchant could finish, Seaman cut him off. That's not a family you'd be interested in. The merchant's face briefly faltered as he processed the dismissive tone, but just 2 seconds later, his cheerful smile returned. Haha. How rude of me, it's just a habit of mine. I'm used to making connections. I apologize for the disturbance. No problem, Seaman said coldly, we're busy. So we won't bother you anymore. Seaman turned and began walking away, and the merchant waved with a cheerful haha. It was a pleasure meeting you. Once Seaman's carriage had left, the merchants quickly shifted their expressions. Lord Teisel, a burly bald man, spoke up, and Teisel nodded. Addressing the group, haha, yes, that's the young lord of the Luffen family. His family has come to Luffen to meet him, but we've happened to cross paths here. This just makes things a lot easier. Teisel remarked, his gaze shifting to a list with several names marked with an X, and only Seaman's name remained unmarked. As the scene shifted to evening, the group of seamen was gathered for a meal, and Philip brought up the morning's encounter. Weren't those people from this morning mercenaries? Captain Roger nodded, agreeing with the observation. I thought so too. How could a newly established merchant guild afford a train? Especially with that Teisel? There's something off about him. The people behind him don't look like ordinary merchants. Seaman, while listening to Roger and Philip discuss the situation, couldn't help but think to himself. That's not all. Seaman thought to himself, his unease growing. I can feel a faint trace of mana emanating from what's stacked on that train. Even though it's covered with thick cloth, that distinct mana still can't be hidden. Could it be that what's on that train is? Just as he was lost in thought, a faint crunch of leaves underfoot reached his ears. Philip immediately tensed. his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. "Who's there?" he shouted at the sound of his shout. A shadow calmly stepped forward and greeted them. "So it's you, Teisel, from earlier. Good evening, what a coincidence that we meet again here. It seems fate brought us together," the figure said, and Seaman immediately sensed the danger. "I remember you were going in the opposite direction. What brings you to us?" Seaman asked, his tone sharp. "We still have unfinished business. On our way back we happened to see a light. If it's not too much trouble, may we sit with you?" Teisel suggested. Seaman's suspicion flared. "Sit with us? That's fine for me. But what about them?" He glanced behind Teisel, his eyes narrowing at the cloaked figures, assassins, no doubt ready to strike Teisel. Realizing that Seaman had seen through his intentions, no longer bothered to hide his true purpose. "I underestimated you, as expected. You are the lord of a territory. You're quite sharp, I must admit," Teisel said with a grin, "but don't misunderstand. This is just business for me. It'll take your life here." Lord, as he spoke, the assassins behind him unsheathed their swords and charged toward Seaman and his group, their intent clear. Seaman, calculating the situation quickly, knew that if this ended well, his fortune might just include an additional train. Teisel swung his arm forcefully and gave a decisive order to his subordinates. "Kill them all, leave no one alive, and especially that blonde brat. Take him down immediately." Upon receiving the command, the assassins sprang into action like lightning bolts, their silhouettes blurring into the darkness. Rogers reacted instantly, shouting, "Protect the young master," as he charged forward to intercept the enemies. Philip followed suit without hesitation, gripping his sword tightly and lunging to block the leading assassin's attack. He roared with fury, "You bastards dare lay a hand on the Lacan family?" Then turning to Seaman, his voice urgent, he called out, "Young master, get behind us. We will lay down our lives to shield you." Seaman took in the situation, his brows furrowing, his face darkening like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. He thought to himself, "There are too many of them. This isn't just a simple assassination attempt." His sharp gaze flicked to Rogers, who was fiercely battling an assassin, the flashes of their blades crackling like lightning. He continued, analyzing, "Their combat skills are exceptional. These aren't mere mercenaries. They're coordinating their attacks perfectly against Rogers and Philip. If this goes on any longer, we'll be at a severe disadvantage." Lost in thought, Seaman failed to notice the subtle movement behind him. A silent assassin had slipped through the chaos, creeping up from behind, his blade glinting ominously in the dark. Just as the sword was about to strike, Roger's voice boomed like thunder, "You dare point your sword at me?" With a mighty swing, he sent the assassin flying backward, slamming him into the ground. For a moment it seemed the enemy was down, but the assassin swiftly picked himself up, shifting into a defensive stance, his cold, unyielding eyes betraying no fear. Rogers turned back anxiously. "Young master, are you all right?" Seaman, still shaken but quickly regaining his composure, nodded. "Thanks to you, I'm fine," yet inside his thoughts raced. These aren't common assassins or bandits. If they can bypass Rogers and get that close to me. His face darkened, his eyes narrowing with heightened vigilance. Every single one of them is a highly trained knight. This is no ordinary ambush. Just then Teisel stepped forward with two massive bodyguards at his side, men built like wild bears. Exuding raw power, he let out an arrogant, "Oh," as he smirked, flicking his wrist dismissively. "And so what?" As if answering his call, a monstrous figure emerged before Rogers and Philip. A towering armored warrior with a build like a beast in hands that reached out with terrifying strength. Teisel burst into triumphant laughter. "You fools should just kneel and surrender already." Seaman's breath hitched at the sight of the creature summoned by Teisel, a chill running down his spine. His worst fear had been confirmed. "Damn it, so it's real, that powerful energy. I sensed it's coming from a gigant." His instincts screamed at him and he acted immediately. "Rogers, Philip, close your eyes now." Without hesitation, both men obeyed, shutting their eyes tightly. "Yes, sir," they shouted in unison. Seaman took a deep breath, magic surging through his veins as he chanted in a commanding voice, "O eternal sun, Banish the darkness and shine brightly upon the night. A radiant purple light exploded from within him. His eyes flashing like bolts of lightning, the brilliance erupted outward, illuminating the battlefield with an intensity akin to the sun itself. T-Cell was caught off guard, the blinding light engulfing him before he could react. He screamed in agony. The surrounding assassins fared no better. Searing pain burned through their eyes as they staggered back, clutching their faces and wailing. My eyes, I can't see. Seizing the moment, Seaman spun around and shouted, Philip. Rogers, we need to get out of here now. Philip squinted against the overwhelming light but quickly followed. T-Cell, seeing the three escaping, roared in fury. Damn it, we can't let them get away after them. But his subordinates remained writhing in pain, their hands pressed tightly over their eyes. Captain, our eyes? Teisel's rage boiled over. Get your shit together now. Two of the assassins, still blinded and in tears, protested. No one said the target could use magic. This wasn't in the plan. Shut the hell up, T-Cell snapped, his face twisting in fury as he rubbed at his own stinging eyes. His voice dropped to a venomous whisper, trembling with barely contained wrath. That bastard, he'll hunt him down and make them suffer, make them wish they were dead. Meanwhile, Seaman and his two companions sprinted through the darkness, their breath ragged, their footsteps pounding against the forest floor. Behind him, Rogers and Philip ran with awe in their eyes. Rogers called out, that was an incredible move, young master, brilliant under pressure. Seaman, still focused on escaping, frowned slightly, as if their praise irritated him. Rogers, grinning, continued, who would have thought you had such remarkable magic talent? You keep surprising us lately. Philip, his eyes gleaming with admiration, chimed in, Uncle, I'm sure the young master will become the greatest knight in history. Seaman couldn't take it anymore. He snapped while running. If you have the energy to babble, then run faster. Do you think they'll just let us go after bringing a gigant? Philip straightened up immediately. Yes, sir, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Rogers quickly apologized. Seaman's mind raced as he analyzed their situation. It's a good thing we chose to camp in the forest. If we had been in open plains, we would have been captured by now. His eyes flickered toward the faint glow ahead as he continued strategizing. The darkness will make it harder for them to track us. We need to widen the gap as much as possible. There's no time to slow down. But just then, there they are, a voice shouted from behind. Teisel's assassins had already regained their senses and were closing in fast. Seaman's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, how are we getting overwhelmed like this? He clenched his teeth. Damn it, things are spiraling out of control. But before he could react further, Roger's firm voice rang out. Young master, keep running. Philip smirked. Uncle, there's only half as many of them now despite their confidence. Seaman hesitated. Philip. Rogers, will you be all right? The enemy is still strong. Philip turned back, determination shining in his gaze. Don't you trust us? We haven't even shown our true strength yet. Rogers nodded in agreement. Exactly, no offense, young master, but we can't go all out while protecting you at the same time. Seaman exhaled sharply, finally understanding their intent. I see, you'll leave it to you two. As soon as Seaman finished speaking, Rogers and Philip crossed their swords in synchronization. Philip raised his crimson glowing blade high. Things will be completely different from before, he declared before launching a strike at one of the assassins. The enemy barely had time to react to the lightning-fast attack. His scream was cut short. Philip's voice was cold. From now on, I'll show you my true skills. Rogers charged in as well, his blade flashing. How dare you try to harm the young master? With swift, precise movements he felled two assassins in an instant. His voice was sharp as steel. Don't expect any mercy. The remaining assassins hesitated, fear evident on their faces. Philip smirked. You dare raise your blades against the warrior clan of Lacan? Standing back to back, Rogers and Philip pointed their swords at the enemies. Their voices rang out in unison. You will pay dearly for this. Meanwhile, in a city engulfed by raging flames, Panicked citizens scrambled to douse the inferno. Their frantic voices filled the air. Get more water, damn it, the fire won't go out. Victor rushed to Reina's side, grabbing her wrist. Princess, this isn't an ordinary fire, it's as if oil was poured over everything. It's too dangerous, you must leave at once. Tears welled in Reina's eyes as fear and helplessness consumed her. No, I can't abandon my people and flee alone. Despite their dire situation, the townspeople reassured her between desperate efforts to fight the flames. Well, be fine if you stay. Well, stay too, please, your highness, escape while you can. Victor clenched his teeth and pulled Reina along. For the sake of your people, you must survive. Reina cast one last sorrowful glance at the burning city. Houses were collapsing, engulfed in unrelenting flames. But eventually, after an arduous battle, the fire was extinguished. What remained was nothing but devastation. Bodies lay strewn across the ruins. A young girl clutched her father's lifeless form, sobbing uncontrollably. Papa, wake up please. In the distance, a woman wailed in despair. My daughter is still inside, please someone save her. Reina stood frozen, hands trembling as grief swallowed her whole. I'm so sorry, her voice cracked as tears streamed down her face. I'm truly sorry. Then a chilling voice echoed through the ruins. Well, long time no see, Princess Reina. It was Monoku. He approached with a group of subordinates, his smirk as sharp as a blade. What a coincidence, I was just out training nearby. Victor stepped in front of Reina, shielding her, his eyes narrowed. Training? At this hour? Monoku let out a sinister laugh. Indeed, recently we've been training our soldiers at night, to ensure the safety of our people both day and night. Behind him, soldiers held torches, their gazes filled with cruel amusement. Realization dawned on Victor, and rage flared in his eyes. You bastard, you set this up, didn't you? But before he could act, Monoku's soldiers brandished their swords, barring his path. Monoku's eyes gleamed as he stepped closer to Reina. He lifted her chin with a gloved hand, his voice dripping with mockery. Princess Reina, I told you before, the greatest burden on the people right now is none other than you. With that, he turned and walked away, his laughter echoing through the charred ruins. Live the rest of your life, drowning in despair and regret. Princess Reina stood motionless, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Inside, she burned with fury. Count Monoku, I will never forgive you. Tears fell, but this time they carried only hatred. Seaman kept running, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he thought to himself that there was no longer any need to continue fleeing. It seemed that Rogers and Philip were doing an excellent job holding off the enemies. His mind flashed back to the battle just moments ago. He still had no idea who was orchestrating all of this. These assassins were powerful enough to summon a gigant, which meant the forces behind them were far from ordinary. With that in mind, he decided that he needed to return to his territory immediately and prepare for a larger war. Just as he quickened his pace, rushing forward, he suddenly came to a halt, his eyes widening in shock. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Right in front of him, two towering gigants loomed, accompanied by a group of assassins who had clearly been lying in wait. Standing atop one of the monstrous beings was Teisel, his stance arrogant as he gazed down at Seaman. It looks like you've been underestimating us, he taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. His face darkened slightly before he continued. I suppose I also misjudged you, young master. Shall we call this an even match? Teisel sneered. Seaman smirked back. What? My magic doesn't suit your taste? He said coolly, his expression hardening. But if you're willing to go to such extreme lengths just to capture a mere child, aren't you taking this a little too seriously? Teisel simply curled his lips into a half smile. Who knows? He replied, spreading his arms wide. He declared with utter confidence. Even a lion must go all out when hunting a rabbit. But rather than appearing intimidated, Seaman burst into laughter. So you think separating me from my guards means you've cornered me? He asked mockingly. Teisel's smug expression faltered slightly as a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Why is he still so confident? He wondered, keeping his composure. He responded, have you given up? Or have you lost your mind? If you're trying to stall for time, it won't work at that moment. Seaman pulled out a bracelet adorned with a gleaming gemstone. Fixing his gaze on Teisel, he asked, do you know what happens the moment you witness my true power? As he slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, a surge of brilliant purple light erupted from his body. He raised his arm, his voice steady and ominous. None of you will survive. With a single sweep of his hand, he shouted spatial summon. Instantly an enormous magic circle materialized behind him. And from within it, a colossal stone hand emerged. Taizel's eyes went wide with shock, his confidence cracking. Seaman smirked, frustrated that you can't use your full strength, he goaded. More and more stone hands burst forth from the glowing circle, spreading his arms wide. Seaman exhaled in satisfaction. The truth is, I'm the one in control here. The ground trembled as a massive stone foot slammed down, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. 5 mighty golems rose, their imposing figures casting long shadows under the moonlight. The assassins recoiled in disbelief. What the hell? Where did all these golems come from? Summoning just one is hard enough, but Taizel quickly snapped, calm down all of you, though his voice remained firm. Irritation flickered across his face. How troublesome, he thought, then crossing his arms, he scoffed, golems were only terrifying in the past. No matter how many there are, they're still just lifeless piles of rock. He rested a hand on his hip, brimming with confidence. Don't forget we have gig ants. Did you forget already? No matter how many golems you bring, they'll never match up. With a sly grin, he made his next move. Whoever brings me the young master's head will be promoted to the rank of knight captain. Show me your worth. The assassin's eyes widened in shock at the enticing reward. One of them exclaimed, knight captain? Lord Taizel, you better keep your word. Without hesitation, they lunged forward with their swords raised, shouting, out of my way, that head is mine. Yet Seaman showed no fear, if anything. He welcomed the opportunity to teach them a lesson. His voice was cold and unwavering. You dare dismiss my immortal legion as nothing but rubble? Let's see about that. After 500 years, it's time for a history lesson. He raised his hand and commanded marionette. At once the 5 golems moved with unnatural speed, encircling Taizel's forces in mere moments. The assassins barely had time to react before realizing they were completely surrounded. What the? How are they this fast? Golems shouldn't move like this. One of them shouted in alarm. Taizel scowled, barking at his men, idiots, they're just golems. What are you panicking for? His expression darkened. If you keep underestimating them, you'll regret it in hell. Seaman clenched his fist, and the golems mirrored his action. One of them slammed its massive stone fist into the ground, creating a deep crater. The assassins recoiled in disbelief. What the hell? The ground, they hesitated, doubt creeping into their minds. Are they losing control of the golems? Raising his other hand, Seaman's gaze turned sharp. This body has endured hundreds of battles. Let me give you some advice. His voice was calm but carried the weight of absolute confidence. With a mere flick of his fingers, all 5 golems punched the ground simultaneously. Understanding the battlefield's terrain is the foundation of warfare. Taizel's eyes widened in realization. He's targeting the ground? No, impossible, but it was too late. Cracks spread like wildfire beneath the assassin's feet before the entire ground collapsed under them. Chaos erupted. Screams filled the air as they tumbled into the gaping abyss. The ground, it's giving way, retreat, they shrieked in terror. Seaman's gaze remained steely, his voice laced with lethal intent. I warned you, didn't I? Relying on numbers and your gigants was your fatal mistake. Ponder that in hell. With a final command, the golems delivered another devastating blow, sending the last remnants of solid ground crumbling beneath the enemy. Taizel and his men plummeted into the chasm, his enraged voice ringing out in one last curse. Damn it! As the dust settled, Seaman exhaled, withdrawing his power. That should do it, he murmured to himself. But a flicker of regret crossed his face. I should have captured a few of them to find out who's behind all this. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his shoulder as an attack struck him from behind. Blood trickled down his arm as he clutched the wound, gritting his teeth. Damn, it's still alive? Emerging from the pit, Taizel clung to the shoulder of a gigant, his body battered but his eyes burning with fury. You bastard, how dare you destroy my knight order? They'll never forgive you, he roared. Despite the pain, Seaman let out a dry chuckle. This might actually work in my favor. They'll capture you instead and make you tell me everything. Taizel sneered. Try it. If you do, I won't let you die easily. He climbed onto the gigant's head, drawing a dagger. Not until you're begging me to kill you. With a crazed battle cry, He lunged. Seaman staggered but forced himself upright. His wound made it nearly impossible to channel magic. And he clenched his chest as if trying to contain an internal explosion. Damn it, he thought, his breathing ragged. My mana, it's spiraling out of control. A sharp pain shot through him, nearly bringing him to his knees. Feels like my heart is about to burst. Taizel's eyes gleamed with triumph as he sneered, looks like you're out of mana. This ends here. He lunged forward, ready to strike. Seaman faltered, falling to one knee. But his expression remained defiant. So noisy, he muttered through gritted teeth, pressing his palm against the ground. Cracks spread in jagged lines and a surge of terrifying power radiated from his body. His sharp gaze locked onto Taizel. You think I can't handle you? A magic circle materialized beneath Taizel's feet, and from Seaman's very being, shadowy tendrils lashed out, wrapping tightly around him. Taizel gasped in horror. What the hell is this? Dark magic? He struggled violently. Impossible, a hero's descendant using dark magic? Seaman panted, the strain of his power evident. But he stepped closer, his voice low and ice-cold. Before I lose my patience, tell me, who is your master? The tendrils constricted tighter around Taizel's throat. His resistance crumbled as he gasped, "Ill talk, it's Monoku, Count Monoku." Everything was under his orders. Seaman's eyes narrowed. Count Monoku? From the arena? Taizel frantically nodded. That's all I know, please spare me. Seaman's face darkened, and the tendrils tightened further. Taizel screamed in desperation, I beg you, just this once. With a clenched fist, Seaman sealed Taizel's fate. The assassin exploded midair in a burst of dark energy. Without a second glance, Seaman turned away. I've never forgiven my enemies. Standing in the center of the magic circle, he reabsorbed the remnants of his power. A heavy weight settled in his chest. Demon or human, he studied his own hand, the lingering traces of dark energy flickering around his fingertips. Absorbing this power is never pleasant. His mind lingered on Count Monoku, leaning on his chin in thought. He muttered, this entire operation was too precise. Knights, assassins, even gigants to mobilize such a force without raising suspicion. Is there another reason they're targeting House Lacan? On his journey back, he clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. Count Monoku, whatever you are, you'll regret making an enemy out of me. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes behind him snapped him to attention. He turned sharply, prepared for another fight, only to see Philip emerging, his face smudged with dirt. Young master, where are you? He called out in a panic. Just as he was about to shout again, he spotted Seaman. His eyes lit up with relief, and alongside Rogers, he cried out, young master. Seaman blinked in mild surprise. You arrived faster than I expected. Rogers let out a relieved sigh. Seeing you safe truly puts me at ease. Seaman smirked playfully, winking. Of course, who do you think I am? Let's go, we've wasted enough time. As dawn broke, golden sunlight filtered through the mountain crevices. Birds soaring across the sky. On the journey back, Seaman recounted everything that had transpired. Rogers listened intently before nodding. So it was Count Monoku behind all this. That's unexpected. Seaman remained doubtful. I'm not entirely convinced. But either way, we shouldn't head to Lacan territory just yet. Rogers quickly urged. Young master, you should return to your territory and reinforce the army. Seaman raised an eyebrow, surprised by the suggestion. But Rogers remained resolute. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. We must be prepared. After a brief moment of thought, Seaman nodded, revealing his strategy. After suffering such a major loss, the enemy won't act immediately. This gives us the perfect opportunity to obtain a gigant. Rogers hesitated. There's a place nearby that sells gigants, but without a carriage. Seaman smirked, cutting him off. Who said we don't have one? Leading them to an enormous ship dock nearby. He gestured grandly. There, they delivered it to us themselves. Philip, already seated inside, beamed with excitement. What an incredible turn of events. We got a free ride without even trying. Rogers, however, shivered at the thought. Don't spout nonsense. Have you forgotten what just happened? From now on, training will be stricter. The young master's safety is our top priority. Philip wiped his brow, chuckling nervously. Come on, uncle, relax a little, everything turned out fine. He shot Seaman a playful wink. Besides, the young master is completely unharmed. The ground collapsed at the perfect moment, wiping out the enemy in a single strike. Grinning from ear to ear, Philip added, "That must have been a blessing from our ancestors." Seaman crossed his arms, letting out a sigh. "A blessing? Huh?" His sharp tone made Philip flinch. His mind drifted back to the battle, recalling the moment he had unleashed his magic. "I nearly died because of that curse." His voice grew heavy. "Whenever I use dark magic, the force sealing the circle inside my heart reacts. It has to be the influence of a curse." He frowned in deep thought. "I regained enough strength to resist it, but this circle is still incomplete. Who could have cast such a powerful curse?" Meanwhile, in the capital's main branch, under the pale glow of the moon, a tense encounter was unfolding. Darren trembled as he knelt on one knee before a masked figure seated on an ominous throne. The masked man's voice was eerily calm. "You're Darren?" Darren swallowed hard before responding, his voice shaky. "Why, yes. That's me. Why have I been summoned?" The masked figure continued, his tone unwavering. "Last year, you acted as the intermediary for the Guildmaster's arrangements. Do you remember the directive to safeguard the Demon King Zan's stronghold?" Darren flinched quickly, raising his hands in defense. "Our guild was so close to succeeding, but some bastard interfered." The masked man interrupted, his voice chillingly indifferent. "Interfered?" Raising his hand as if to remove his mask, he mused, "How fascinating." Darren's breath hinged. Panic surged through him as he screamed, "And my lord!" The masked man loomed closer, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. "Do you know who disrupted our plans?" Darren, now on the verge of tears, banged, "Please, just this once, I will succeed next time." The masked figure stepped forward until he was directly in front of the quivering man. His voice turned even colder. "Who said I was going to kill you? I'm simply curious." Then, with a deliberate motion, he removed his mask. A skull with glowing, fiery eyes emerged from the shadows. His voice, now laced with amusement and menace, echoed through the chamber. "Now, tell me, who was the one who ruined our plans?" Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifted to the bustling city of Brandon, where towering, resplendent magic towers dominated the skyline. Seaman, accompanied by Rogers and Philip, strolled through the lively streets, his gaze wandering across the grand structures. Scratching his chin, he mused, "The scale of this place is astonishing. It seems even more vibrant than Lacan when I was there." Rogers let out a hearty laugh. "Of course, Brandon is renowned across the continent for its numerous magic towers. Because of them, the streets are always brimming with mages, merchants, and technicians. Their presence breathes life into the city." Pausing for a moment, he then added, "In fact, this is the best place in the region to buy a gigant. They have all kinds, from warrior-grade to hero-grade models. Some places even produce dozens of them within a month." Hearing this, Seaman turned back with an excited grin. "That makes me even more eager to see them." Philip, catching on to his master's enthusiasm, chimed in cheerfully, "No need to look too far, my lord. This city has a branch of the Veritas Magic Tower. Ever since they started producing gigants, their technical expertise has become remarkably solid. Most of the continent's most renowned gigants are their creations." Seaman raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Veritas Magic Tower has a branch here?" At that moment, a memory surfaced in his mind. A conversation he had once overheard between the Duke and the Elder of Veritas. "This new magic technology using golems is truly remarkable," the Duke had praised. The Elder had chuckled in response. "You flatter me, Your Grace. It's all thanks to your support. My thesis will change the world." As the memory played in his head, Seaman's expression darkened, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips. He recalled the two men laughing, their eyes gleaming with hidden schemes. "Feels like it was just yesterday." He thought, "The memory is still fresh. Now they've grown powerful enough to open branches here." This is my chance to see through them, though the idea of putting money into their pockets disgusts me. If their gigants are good ill by one, then he'll dismantle it piece by piece, analyze its strengths and weaknesses, and create something far superior. Having made his decision, he and his companions headed for the Veritas Tower branch. Upon reaching the entrance, a guard stepped forward and blocked their path. This establishment is not open to just anyone. Only individuals of baron rank or higher may enter. Seaman stared at the guard, his expression icy. How rude. You dare judge me without even verifying my status? Philip, seeing his master being slighted, scowled and snapped. This is Seaman, heir of House Lacan. Show some respect. The guard hesitated for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. House Lacan? Isn't that the family known for being dirt poor? How could they possibly afford a gigant, let alone maintain one? Roger's face darkened with fury. You dare insult House Lacan? Philip, equally enraged, demanded, take back your words this instant, before they could escalate further. Seaman raised a hand, signaling them to stop, maintaining his composure. He said coolly, don't waste your breath. There's no need to concern ourselves with people like him. He turned his gaze toward the tower, his eyes filled with contemplation. Even after 500 years there, as rotten as ever. But this place is far grander than I expected. Unlike any of the towers I've seen before, their gigants must be formidable in both quality and scale. He let out a sigh, his tone laced with disdain, and yet their attitude remains as vile as ever. The guard was stunned. What did you just say? Seaman casually slipped his hands into his pockets and turned away. Without looking back, he called out, for those who have discarded all sense of courtesy, I see no value in spending my money here. Furious, the guard clenched his fist and lunged forward. But the three of them had already slipped into a hidden alley. Rogers, looking guilty, sighed, I apologize, my lord. It was my failure that you had to endure such humiliation. Seaman waved it off. No, this isn't your fault. If the gatekeepers are already this bad, the people inside must be even worse. Consider it time saved. Let's go to another tower. His gaze sharpened with a glint of malice, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Veritas. They'll let them go for now since I need a gigant. But once my business is done, they'll make sure they regret it. They soon arrived at another tower. Inside, two massive gigants stood encased in glass, gleaming under the magical lights. Seaman crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful. This place might be worth considering. Don't you think? Rogers chuckled. Absolutely. It's ranked among the top 10 magic towers. From what I've heard, their production speed is unmatched. Brandon is, after all, the heart of modern magic behind him. Philip and Rogers were beaming, excitedly admiring the craftsmanship of the gigants on display. Seaman too silently admitted the designs here are truly impressive. As they examined the towering constructs, a man with a warm smile approached. What a pleasant surprise. What brings you fine gentlemen here? With an enthusiastic grin, he introduced himself. Welcome to our magic tower. I'm Garrett, the general manager. Are you looking for a specific type of gigant? Seaman got straight to the point. I'm looking for a gigant around the 30,000 peso range. Any recommendations? Garrett's face lit up. Of course. Let me walk you through your options. He handed Seaman a catalog and gestured invitingly. Please take a look. Seaman flipped through the pages as Garrett explained. We offer gigants specialized for offense, defense, and various other functions. Listening intently, Seaman thought detailed explanations. Excellent customer service, unlike Veritas. They don't judge people based on appearance or status. They genuinely care about their customers. Turning another page, he mused. Not all of the top 10 magic towers are garbage. It seems if their gigants truly live up to their reputation, I might make a purchase. Just as he was about to make a decision, an angry voice echoed through the hall. You can't fix it? Garrett visibly shrank. Please remain calm, sir. This isn't a product defect, it's just... But the furious customer cut him off. Don't give me excuses, this is clearly a durability issue. Collapsed like a tin can after just one hit. Seaman's jaw tightened as his grip on the catalog hardened. With a slow, deliberate motion, he crushed the booklet in his hand. We're wasting our time here, disappointed. The three of them crossed this place off their list and moved on. But every tower they visited was the same, nothing but disappointment. As they walked down the street, Seaman let out a frustrated sigh. They call this the city of gigantes. But all I see is junk. Philip nodded in agreement. Exactly, Rogers, shaking his head, lamented. Back when the Empire maintained strict control, only the finest gigantes were allowed to be produced. But now, as long as there's money involved, quality has gone down the drain. Seaman wasn't listening anymore. His attention was fixed on a commotion up ahead. Two figures were arguing, but one of them, a bespectacled young man, was excitedly holding up a blueprint. This is an innovative gigant design. Just take a look at it. The well-dressed man with a cane scowled and smacked the papers out of the young man's hands. Stop clinging to me like some beggar. Get lost, Philip sighed, watching the scene unfold. Wandering around with blueprints like a street rat. No wonder gigant quality has plummeted. Rogers noticed Seaman moving toward the young man and called after him. My lord? Seaman approached and saw the young man trembling. Biting his lip, his eyes welling with unshed tears. Kneeling down, he picked up one of the scattered sheets. This design is interesting. The gigant frame is based on golem theory. A bit outdated, but he paused. Thinking, thanks to the lessons from 500 years ago, I now understand the true value of gigantes. He looked at the young man and asked, Tell me, how much investment do you need? The young man broke into a cold sweat, barely able to believe his ears. Are you serious? To complete it, I need about 10,000 pesos. Seaman smiled, a memory flashing in his mind, Reina in her youth. Cheeks flushed, eyes filled with anticipation. He spoke firmly, Take me to your lab. Rogers observed the old, rickety tower and commented, You said you lacked funds. So I assumed you didn't have space or equipment to produce a gigant. But I suppose I was wrong. At the very least you have your own magic tower, he added internally. Even if it looks like it might collapse at any moment. The young man chuckled awkwardly. The previous gigant model sold just enough to keep this place running. But this new prototype has drained too much time and money. Most of the staff left, only a few of us remain. An awkward silence settled over the group. And they all thought the same thing. Is this guy a fraud? Unaware of their doubts, the young man led them inside. You must have had a hard time reaching this place. Please take a good look around. Seaman's eyes widened as he gazed at the massive gigant in front of him. This is Stain, isn't it? The young man adjusted his glasses and grinned. Oh, you recognize it? Yes. It's Stain, but this is a different version. We've incorporated the latest technology from Hallis Tower, completely redesigning its internal performance. We call it Stain 2. Seaman's interest peaked. That sounds promising. How long until it's complete? The young man answered. The main work is done. We just need to fine-tune the details. It should take about 1 to 2 months. Seaman frowned. That long? The young man sighed. The work requires extreme precision. And we must be meticulous on top of that. We're short-staffed. Seaman considered for a moment before making his offer. I'll invest an additional 20,000 pesos. Use it to hire more technicians and finish it within a week. Can you do it? The young man let out a stunned gasp before suddenly bolting. Wait right here, I'll be right back. He dashed through the tower, shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone, amazing news, we're back in business. Slamming open a door, he added, and this time I can actually pay you well. Workers sprang to their feet. Better pay? That means better performance. The young man led them outside. Taking charge. Our progress is currently at 673. Last time, the magic core needed adjustments. Then, with a sly grin, he added, if we get night shift bonuses, I'll initiate 24-hour production. Philip wiped sweat from his brow and turned to Seaman. Are you absolutely sure about this? And trusting your gigant to them? Seaman smirked. Don't worry. I know how obsessive mages are when it comes to research. I look forward to seeing this place rise to the ranks of the top 10 magic towers. Late that night, in their rented room, Rogers and Philip were fast asleep. But Seaman was nowhere to be found. On the rooftop overlooking the silent streets below, he stood with his arms crossed. His gaze was cold and calculating. I finally have what I came for. Standing up, he let the shadows envelop him. His voice was chilling as he muttered, "Now it's time for revenge." At the Veritas Tower branch, 2 exhausted guards stood at their post, barely keeping their eyes open. A rustling in the nearby bushes caught their attention. One of them grabbed a lantern and cautiously stepped forward. "Is there something there?" But before they could react, Seaman descended behind them, shrouded in dark magic. A wicked smirk formed on his lips as he pushed open the tower doors. "Now how shall I make them pay?" Inside the tower, mages moved back and forth, their footsteps echoing through the vast stone corridors. The cold, polished floors reflected the dim glow of magical lanterns. Guards stood as rigid as statues, their piercing gazes sweeping over every shadowed corner, ready to strike at the first sign of intrusion. With a swift motion, Seaman vanished into thin air, using magic to reappear instantly on the highest floor of the tower. From his vantage point, he gazed down at the figures below, a faint smirk forming on his lips. He whispered a command. Shadow veil. Instantly, his body dissolved into a stream of fine black mist. Slipping through the narrow crevice of a window frame, the dark mist glided outside, swift as a flicker of lightning, slipping soundlessly beneath the feet of a hurried mage before drifting under the shadow of a guard engaged in idle conversation with a fellow soldier. Seaman's eyes narrowed as he observed, thinking, is Veritas Tower's security really this lax? Unbelievable. The black mist gradually reformed into human shape in a secluded corner. Seaman scanned the surroundings and mused, but sneaking around like this forever won't accomplish anything. I need to take action. With that in mind, he began searching for a target. Someone who seemed weak-willed or desperate enough to spill useful information. His sharp gaze soon locked onto a suspicious-looking mage. The man shifted his eyes nervously, constantly glancing over his shoulder as if he were hiding something. Seaman watched as the mage left the main hallway and approached a massive door concealed in the shadows. The moment it creaked open, the man gasped in excitement. I did it. I actually got in. He stepped across the threshold, bursting into laughter. I should have done this sooner. Security here is even worse than I imagined. The mage trembled with exhilaration, whispering to himself, the restricted archives. As long as I get my hands on those forbidden magic tones, everything will change. He continued his monologue, his voice growing more feverish. Who's born a high-level mage anyway? All it takes is the right power. And I won't just be some mediocre spellcaster. He'll surpass all limits. His footsteps quickened, his tone escalating into a manic shout. No, I could even become a demon lord. Just you wait. Fame and power. What he failed to realize was that every arrogant word had been overheard. Seaman trailed silently behind, his expression unreadable, though amusement flickered in his eyes. No matter where I go, there are always fools like this, he mused, but following him. Now that might lead to something interesting. The mage halted before a massive, tightly locked door and skillfully began picking the lock. Within seconds he had successfully bypassed it, letting out a triumphant laugh. Even the locking mechanism is nothing special. These high-ranking mages are far too careless with their security. Suddenly a slow, deep voice echoed from behind him, sending a chill down his spine. I don't recall granting anyone permission to enter this area recently. He whirled around, startled to find an old man standing right behind him, clutching a pile of scrolls. The elder's voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority as he asked, So I assume you must be an intruder? This was none other than Master Jameson, the Tower Lord of Veritas. The old man smiled with squinted eyes, appearing as harmless as a kindly grandfather. but the words he spoke sent an icy dread through the mage's veins. If you are indeed an intruder, I have full authority to kill you on the spot without further inquiry. The mage trembled, hastily stammering. No, I just took a wrong turn. What I mean is, but within seconds. His knees buckled and he collapsed, desperately pleading. I'm sorry, please forgive me this time inside. His mind raced in panic. The sheer pressure of his magic. It feels like it's crushing me. Jameson retracted his killing intent, rubbing his head with a light-hearted chuckle. Well, that's a relief for a moment. I almost mistook you for a thief. I nearly ended up harming a valued colleague of Veritas Tower by accident. He placed a reassuring hand on the mage's shoulder, his tone filled with trust. Right now I am holding an extremely important scroll. It is a classified document, one that must never be leaked under any circumstances. I hope you understand the gravity of maintaining security here. Believing he had narrowly escaped death, the mage nodded frantically. Why, yes, of course, sir. I have always admired your dedication to the tower's progress. Jameson beamed warmly in response. Thank you for understanding honestly. This responsibility can be quite burdensome for an old man like me. He gently tapped his fingers against the scrolls in his arms before continuing. Since you're also a fellow mage of the tower, I assume you've already heard about this, haven't you? This concerns the new hero-class Gigant, one of Veritas' most secret projects. The mage's eyes widened in shock and he nearly shouted. Hero-class? Isn't that a near-mythical rank? One of the rarest across the entire continent? Jameson unrolled one of the scrolls, his face heavy with melancholy. You already know, don't you? Putting aside the tower's lack security, deciphering these blueprints has been a tremendous challenge for me. He let out a deep sigh and lamented. It's truly not easy. Everything is far more complex than I ever imagined. The mage, seeing something of such significance for the first time, couldn't contain his awe. The blueprint of a hero-class Gigant. His eyes widened as he stared at the scroll, unable to blink for even a second. A wave of admiration surged through him. Just a single glance is enough to see that this is an unparalleled masterpiece of magic. Simply looking at it makes me feel as though my own magical aptitude has risen by several levels, as if I am touching upon an entirely new realm of power. Suddenly, without warning, Jameson appeared right behind him, whispering near his ear, "But you've seen it now, haven't you?" The mage instantly understood what the old man meant, and terror gripped him. Wait, he screamed in desperation. Jameson pressed his palm forward, his tone laced with reluctant authority. Please understand, this is an unbreakable rule. Anyone who lacks the qualifications yet lays eyes upon this scroll must be erased. Cold sweat dripped down the mage's face as he desperately tried to reason with him. Hold on, this isn't fair. I only saw it because you showed it to me. Jameson burst into laughter, feigning ignorance. What on earth are you talking about? His eyes gleamed with an icy, murderous intent, and the friendly smile he had worn moments ago vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling, merciless expression. You never should have looked at it in the first place. You pathetic fool. The mage's face drained of color as he collapsed to his knees, pleading, please, I know I was wrong. Spare me. But in the very next second, a piercing scream echoed through the hall as an overwhelming surge of magic erupted from Jameson's hand. The air crackled with raw power, and as the lingering haze dissipated, the old man scoffed. See? You dared to reach for something far beyond your capabilities. He turned his back on the lifeless, smoldering corpse on the ground, casting it one final glance before muttering coldly, had you known your place, you wouldn't have met such a miserable end. If there is a next life, live within your meager limits and abandon foolish ambitions. After Jameson left, Seaman emerged from the swirling black smoke, gradually reshaping into his human form. He smirked, displaying classified information just to justify killing him? You simply wanted to silence him, didn't you? He scoffed internally, just as I expected, whether past or present. Not a single person in the Veritas Tower is normal. They're all rotten to the core. The scene shifted to Jameson's office. He sat behind a grand wooden desk, staring intently at 2 sheets of parchment before him, deep in the process of decoding their contents. He muttered, "Atlas?" Jameson folded his arms and contemplated for a moment before continuing. "This is Veritas' latest hero-class gigant, our greatest advancement yet." He let out a heavy sigh. "But analyzing this blueprint is taking far longer than I anticipated. I never imagined it would be this intricate and complex. It seems my plans will have to be delayed for quite some time." Suddenly his eyes widened, his entire demeanor turning hyper-alert. Yet he remained silent. A few seconds passed before he finally spoke in a low, commanding voice, "I don't know who you are, but come out right now." Realizing that he had been detected, Seaman no longer bothered to conceal himself. He materialized from the dark mist, his human form taking shape as an amused smile played on his lips. "So you're the Tower Master of Veritas?" He casually assessed Jameson before remarking, "At the very least you have some level of perception. You're not completely useless." Jameson shot to his feet, energy surging into his palm as he demanded, "Where did you come from? What is your purpose?" Seaman repeated the word purpose to himself, pondering briefly before answering in a cold, unwavering tone, "My purpose has remained unchanged for 500 years. And it is no different now." His form fully solidified, his gaze burning with determination. "It is to rid this world of festering filth like you, so no one else will have to suffer under the arrogance of your kind ever again." The moment he finished speaking, a powerful strike erupted from Seaman's palm, sending a shockwave that shook the entire room. Jameson remained unfazed, his hand still raised after effortlessly blocking the attack. He frowned, displeased such reckless words. "Did you truly just call the Tower Master of Veritas filth?" His expression turned to ice, his voice laced with superiority. "Veritas is an institution of intellect beyond your comprehension. We are the chosen, standing above all." His presence exuded unshakable confidence as he continued, "If you dare to spout such nonsense again, I'll make sure you never see the light of day ever again." Seaman sneered, letting out a mocking "oh," before repeating the chosen one's "huh?" In an instant he dissolved into a swirling mass of black mist, surging forward and wrapping tightly around Jameson. His voice turned sharp with accusation. "Who decided that? Even after 500 years. You haven't changed at all." He materialized behind Jameson, gripping the old man's head with both hands, squeezing hard. "You still believe that only you are special? That everyone else isn't even worth considering as human?" His tone softened, but it carried a chilling menace. "But after today, that delusion of yours will come to an end." Jameson's eyes widened in shock as he struggled in vain. Seaman's grip tightened further, sending waves of pain through the old man's body until tears welled up in his eyes. Seaman smirked, declaring, "The name Veritas will be erased from history, and I will be the one to make it happen." With that he roared. Black Bullet, a surge of immense power erupted from him, followed by Jameson's agonized screams that echoed through the room. Seaman muttered to himself, "I've heard that steel mages usually avoid direct combat, but I guess not all of them." He cast a glance downward at Jameson's limp body, sprawled on the floor, frothing at the mouth, weakly whimpering, "Please, spare me?" Seaman exhaled, his voice carrying both disappointment and scorn. To think that a Tower Master of a Sixth Circle branch would be this cowardly and weak. He then turned his gaze toward the scroll resting on the desk. "Now, time to claim my prize." Unrolling the parchment, he studied its contents intently. His eyes lit up with excitement. Only a handful of these exist across the entire continent. The hero-class gigant blueprint. A slow grin spread across his lips as a fiery ambition surged within him. "I don't know why these ended up here, but I'll make the most of them." Holding the scroll in his grasp, he felt a surge of power course through him, strengthening him further. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. He threw his head back and laughed. A secret weapon of the Veritas Tower turned against Veritas itself. Now that he grinned, eyes gleaming with dark amusement, will be quite the spectacle. After laughing to his heart's content, Seaman quickly calmed himself and began calculating his next moves. He had gained an unexpected advantage. Just losing these items alone was enough to inflict serious damage on the Veritas Magic Tower. However, it still wasn't enough to satisfy him, considering the sheer value of the grimoires and spellbooks they've hoarded for the past 500 years. This little prize is merely acceptable at best. A place built on greed, constructed by trampling over others. It deserves nothing less than an equivalent downfall. As he spoke, he waved his hand, conjuring a brilliant purple flame that engulfed every book and tome in the room. Time passed quickly, and soon the next day arrived. Seaman now sat comfortably on a train, leisurely enjoying a cup of tea as he sipped. He pondered the current state of the Veritas Tower. By now that place must be in complete chaos, with its core magical knowledge burned to ash. Even a rough estimation of the losses would amount to dozens of gigants. Gathering high-value magical texts and acquiring a hero-class gigant blueprint. This turned out to be an even greater gain than I expected. His original goal had been revenge. Yet he ended up reaping far more than he had anticipated. The more he thought about it, the more the satisfaction on his face became apparent. Even Captain Roger, seated behind him, noticed the shift in his expression and approached with a curious smile. "Young master, you seem to be in a great mood. You look even happier than when you received a new gigant model." Beside him, the knight Philip chimed in eagerly. "Tell us what happened naturally." Seaman couldn't just admit that he had caused havoc inside the Veritas Magic Tower. So he chuckled lightly, brushing it off. "It's nothing. I'm just happy to be heading home." Hearing this, Philip's face brightened and he nodded enthusiastically. "Me too, I just want to go home and get some rest." Roger, however, shot Philip a scrutinizing look before shutting down his hoax. "Rest? Forget it, we're heading straight to the training grounds the moment we get back." Philip's eyes widened in shock. "What? Why are you being so cruel?" Roger immediately shut him down with a stern explanation. "Did you already forget the fight against that traveling merchant? As knights, it's our duty to protect. When we get back, it'll be restarting your training regimen. So don't even dream about taking a break." Philip had no choice but to shoot Seaman a desperate look. "Young master, please talk some sense into your uncle." Seaman, however, paid no attention to his bodyguard's complaints. His gaze remained fixed on the passing scenery outside the train window as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. "I've already gained more than I needed. Once I return, I can focus entirely on restoring my magic circle." But just as he was lost in thought, his eyes caught sight of someone unexpected. Princess Reina kneeling in front of a church. The sight took him by surprise. The scene shifted to Reina's perspective, where her voice could be heard softly praying. "O great Elkasel, Holy Mother of Belize, this unworthy daughter begs of you. Please grant me the strength to protect my suffering people." I humbly pled. Her expression was filled with emotion as she fervently offered her prayers. At that moment, Seaman approached, his voice breaking her concentration. "Princess Reina, why are you praying in a place like this?" Hearing the familiar voice, Reina turned around, her lips parting in shock. "Young Master Luke? Why are you here? And this carriage? What is all this?" Seaman had no interest in explaining, so he waved a dismissive hand. "A lot has happened. But what about you? Don't tell me, has Count Monoku done something again?" Reina's face twisted in bitterness as she nodded. "Yes, you warned me, but in the end, things turned out just as you said." She clenched her fists as she continued. "I thought that after you left, the Count's cruelty would lessen, but without anyone to restrain him, he only became more violent. Instead of keeping his promise, he doubled the taxes on the refugees and tormented them even further. He even burned down their settlements, causing countless casualties." She took a shaky breath before finishing. "We realized we couldn't stay in Lamer any longer, so we came here to seek help from Marquis Myers." one of the three major noble faction leaders. Hearing this, seaman didn't need Reina to say another word to understand how things had unfolded. He scoffed, lips curling into a smirk. But he refused to see you, didn't he? Reina lowered her head. We haven't met him yet. Standing beside her, the butler. Victor added grimly, we've been waiting like this for 3 days. But as you can see, we've been completely ignored. Still, Princess Reina refused to give up. She had resolved to kneel and pray at the gates until the Marquis agreed to grant her an audience. Hearing this, seaman let out a long, frustrated sigh. This is so damn irritating. Waiting and praying to a god who won't answer. Exhausting yourself like this. Before he could finish, both Reina and Victor snapped at him. Young master. That's too much. But seaman shot back, his tone sharp. Think about it from Marquis Meyer's perspective. There's absolutely no reason for him to accept this request. Taking in tens of thousands of refugees while preparing for a territorial war against Count Monoku? That's an enormous risk. What kind of idiot would willingly take that on? His blunt words made Reina's face darken. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke again. So what you're saying is, I'm just wasting my time? Seaman nodded without hesitation. Exactly. After everything that happened in Lamer. Have you still not learned anything? If you want to protect something, you need power. Without power, you can't protect a damn thing. Saying this left an unpleasant feeling in Seaman's chest. Damn it, he thought to himself. I know she's not Katerina, but she resembles her too much. There's no way I can just walk away. With another deep sigh, he finally spoke up again. Go back to your city. I'll escort you close to the borders. Seaman's words took Reina by surprise, but she remained steadfast, shaking her head in refusal. No, I can't leave until I meet the Marquis. From Seaman's perspective, her response made his blood boil with frustration. He exploded. Are you seriously gonna keep this up? What? Are you planning to wait here until you die? Wake up, Princess Reina. Pouring all your energy into a hopeless cause like this will only create more problems. Right now you need to take care of yourself first. His outburst left Reina feeling powerless, clenching her fists tightly against her legs. She trembled as she spoke. If I focus on myself first, how long will it take before I have the power to protect them? Months? Years? And if in that time my people die, then what's the point of it all? Seaman immediately countered, you can't save everyone. If you die while trying to rescue the refugees, it'll just be a meaningless death. Princess. Before he could continue, Reina cut him off with a cold, unwavering voice. Do you truly believe my life is worth more than theirs? Of course, Seaman responded without hesitation. But Reina's beliefs were unshakable. Isn't every life equally precious? My life and theirs are the same. These people trusted me and they are waiting for me. No matter how difficult it is, I will never abandon them. No matter the cost, I will do everything in my power to help them. Her determined gaze left Seaman momentarily speechless. A flood of memories surfaced in his mind. Visions from a distant past. He recalled a time when Katerina, his former lover, had voiced similar frustration. Seaman, have you heard? Why must someone suffer simply because of the circumstances they were born into? We never had a choice in this. Back then he had answered, maybe. Maybe one day everyone will stand as equals and live happily together. The memory stirred something within him, shaking his once unwavering resolve. He exhaled slowly before muttering, if someone like you had existed 500 years ago, maybe things would have turned out differently. Reina blinked in surprise. What do you mean by that? Without elaborating, Seaman pressed on. For a long time I've only seen my existence in this world as a means to fulfill my revenge. But because of you I've begun to remember other things. He paused, then declared, your dream. No matter how impossible it seems, I want to help make it a reality. Princess, from this moment on, your fate and the fate of the refugees of the Kingdom of Bulga will be tied to the House of Lichen. As time passed and night fell, the scene shifted to the Veritas Magic Tower, specifically the Archive Storage Unit. Suddenly a bolt of green lightning struck the fortress wall, sending nearby soldiers into a frenzy. Alarmed voices rang out as they scrambled into formation. "Alert, there's an intruder in the archives." One soldier shouted. "All guards assemble immediately. Be cautious, the enemy is a mage." His hands gripped his weapon tightly. His eyes filled with tension. Another soldier stepped forward, demanding answers from the figure before them. "You're the one who set fire to the archives." The mysterious man merely cast a glance around, his expression laced with mockery. Clicking his tongue, he scoffed, TSK, your security is pathetic. And your identity verification process is even worse." Taking a step forward, he was immediately met with frantic shouts. "Stop right there, you're surrounded," among the soldiers. One of them suddenly noticed the emblem on the man's cloak. A distinct floral symbol. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as realization struck him. His voice trembled as he urged his comrades. "Wait, 7 lilies on the back, that symbol, everyone drop your weapons immediately. We are in the presence of the 7th elder of the Veritas Tower." Without hesitation the soldier kneeled, pressing one knee to the ground in deference. The man in question was Piro Otoran, the 7th elder of the Veritas Magic Tower, an esteemed figure within the inspection unit. Upon witnessing their recognition, Piero's voice remained ice-cold as he demanded, "Where is the branch chief?" The soldier in front stammered, "The branch chief is inside. Sir, we will escort you there." A sharp glare from Piro cut him off. His piercing gaze brimmed with unrestrained disdain. "You're responsible for security here?" he sneered. "I have no need for an escort. The incompetence of someone like you is repulsive." Without another word, he reached out, barely brushing the soldier's steel helmet with his fingertips. In the next instant, green lightning engulfed the young soldier's entire body. He barely had time to scream before he was consumed by raw magical energy, his form exploding into a pool of blood and scorched remains. The other soldiers recoiled in horror, their faces drained of color. Yet none dared utter a single word. Piro turned his gaze upon them, his voice like a blade of ice. "In the name of Veritas, there is no place for garbage here." Returning to a certain memory of Simon. Under a torrential downpour, a child struggled in the middle of a river, desperately crying out for help. "Help someone, please, I don't want to die," but before another word could escape, the child was swallowed by the rushing currents, disappearing beneath the surface. On the riverbank not too far away, Simon and Katerina were thrown into a panic. Unable to swim himself, Simon had no choice but to suggest, "We need to find help. If we don't, that kid is going to die. We need to get to the nearest village," and before he could finish, Katerina's eyes filled with unwavering determination. "There's no time for that, Simon, I'll do it," without hesitation. She quickly tied her hair into a ponytail and leapt into the raging river. Simon's eyes widened in horror, thankfully. Moments later she resurfaced, dragging the unconscious child onto the shore. Without wasting a second, she performed chest compressions. After a few desperate attempts, the child suddenly coughed violently, spewing out water from his lungs. Seeing this, Katerina beamed with joy and turned to Simon excitedly. "Simon, he's alive." However, rather than celebrating, Simon's face contorted with anger. "Katerina, what the hell were you thinking?" he shouted. "That was reckless. You could have been swept away too." His furious outburst left Katerina momentarily stunned. She stammered, searching for words before replying. "I know it was reckless. I was terrified when I jumped in. But Simon, sometimes, when a life is at stake, you have to take risks." Back in the present, the rush of memories overwhelmed Simon, leaving his mind in turmoil. "I thought she only looked like Katerina. But even her reckless, foolish actions are exactly the same. Could it be?" Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden voice snapped him back to reality. Young Master Philip's urgent shout rang out. "What the hell is going on? I just heard you took in all the refugees from the kingdom of Bulga. Are you seriously trying to start a war with Count Monoku?" On the other side, Captain Roger was also struggling with this issue. The old soldier rubbed his temples tiredly and let out a sigh before advising, I hate to say this, but I agree with Philip, given the current situation a war with Count Monoku is inevitable. Even though our territory has seen some improvements, we still lack the resources to prepare for battle. The more he spoke, the darker his expression became. Philip, seizing the opportunity, quickly chimed in, exactly. Things are already hard enough as they are. You had to tell them we can't do this. Young master, we're in no position to go to war right now. Count Monoku has a dozen gigantes under his command. Even if Hero Lakin himself were reborn, he'd still be powerless against this. From Simon's perspective, the constant nagging of his two subordinates was beginning to give him a headache. His irritation flared and he snapped, enough, he'll handle this. Philip and Roger froze in stunned silence for a moment before Philip, eyes wide with disbelief, blurted out, young master, have you lost your mind? We're talking about 30,000 people here, 30,000 our citizens have only just started eating properly again. If we take in all the refugees, we'll be right back to those days of starvation. Where the hell do you think we're gonna find more food? Simon knew full well that Philip's argument was rational. However, having his subordinate yelling in his face and practically spitting on him as he talked only worsened his mood. Annoyed, he muttered, Philip, that's enough, but instead of backing down, Philip's eyes practically ignited with fury. No, it's not enough, he'll say everything that needs to be said, he shot back. In fact, let's lay it all out. Shall we? You've been sneaking off to strange places without me, your personal bodyguard. I don't care how beautiful that princess is. This is too much, wow. Truly the actions of a miserable virgin. You're doing all this just because you've never had a relationship before. And don't think I haven't noticed. You're clearly trying to impress the princess. Simon's expression froze. The bluntness of Philip's words hit him like a slap to the face. A dangerous smile crept across his lips. Well then, Philip, Simon said smoothly, kneel. On one side, Captain Roger even turned his face away, unable to bear witnessing what was about to happen next. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the meeting room. At this moment, all five of them were gathered around a large map laid out before them. Simon broke the silence by addressing the steward. Victor, you said the number of refugees is around 30,000? Victor nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is correct. Hearing this, Philip stroked his chin in thought before adding, with that many people moving at once, they're bound to attract attention. Simon, on the opposite side of the table, completely agreed. Exactly, the moment they start moving, they'll be pursued immediately. If we could use the sea route, we could reach Lakin much faster. But it's the dry season, so ships can't set sail. That option is off the table. He then gestured to the map and continued. The land route is too long. If they're chased, we will be caught at this. Both Captain Roger and Philip voiced their thoughts. Should we wait until the ships can be used? Roger suggested, or should we send troops from our territory to stop those chasing us? Philip added. Hearing this, Simon furrowed his brow in thought for a few seconds before shaking his head. Even if we set sail, the situation won't be much different from traveling on land. They have ships too, and they'll catch up quickly. And if we send an armed force, that's a declaration of war. Fighting Count Monoku is already difficult enough. We can't give the Emperor an excuse to send reinforcements. At this point, both Philip and Roger were out of ideas. They asked, then what can we do? Do you have a better plan? Simon responded, there's only one way. Well, use the river. As he spoke, he pointed at a small river drawn on the map. However, his idea confused Victor, who asked, the river? But if ships can't set sail, then how? Simon elaborated, that's exactly what we'll take advantage of. We don't have time to prepare properly, so we'll build rafts. The river may be too shallow for ships, but rafts will still float. We can make them large enough to carry thousands of people at once. It won't be easy, but it won't take as long as building proper boats. Philip's eyes lit up at the idea. Clapping his hands together, he exclaimed, that's right. Rafts float easily, and they take way less time to build than boats. Unlike Philip's enthusiasm, Captain Roger still looked skeptical. With a frown he countered, I don't agree. Rafts that big will be slow and hard to maneuver. If they chase us along the riverbanks, we'll be sitting ducks. And if they attack from a distance, we'll have no way to fight back. Simon cast an approving glance at Roger and nodded. You're always sharp, Roger, but don't worry, I've already thought about that. We'll use a hauler. A hauler? Roger raised an eyebrow. Yes, Simon continued, we'll link the rafts together for stability and attach them to a hauler. With that kind of speed, we'll outrun any pursuers. Roger was left momentarily speechless before exclaiming, That's brilliant. Philip chimed in, equally excited. Exactly, if that hauler is fast enough. We could even use it to transport a gigant. Victor, however, remained concerned. We have one problem. He pointed out, we don't have the resources to build rafts that large. Simon shot him a reassuring look. Don't worry about that, we still have money left from purchasing the Colossus. Victor's eyes widened in surprise before breaking into a relieved smile. Really? Thank you, young master. Meanwhile, Simon waved a hand dismissively with a chuckle. No need to thank me. Once I return to my territory, they'll send another 30,000 pesos. Just make sure the rafts are sturdy. Turning to Princess Reina. She had remained silent the entire time, standing still and listening to everyone's discussion. Seeing Simon going to such great lengths to help her, she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. After a brief hesitation, she finally spoke up. I'm truly sorry. I know how difficult it must be for you to accept me and the refugees. I know you have to prepare for war against Count Monoku. I know how much this will cost the House of Lacan. And yet I still. Her voice trailed off as her eyes grew misty. Hearing this, Simon offered a gentle reassurance. Don't worry, Princess Reina, we will win. Philip and Roger, standing nearby, immediately echoed in unison. That's right, trust in the young master. Exactly. We were going to deal with Count Monoku anyway. Simon continued, however, we can't be directly involved in this operation. Everything depends on whether or not you can make it to the river safely. Princess, can I trust that you'll lead your people well? Reina, eyes slightly reddened, nodded firmly yes. I'll do my best. Scene transition. The setting shifts to the private office of Old Man Jameson. At this moment he was drowning himself in alcohol, surrounded by countless empty bottles. Just then Pierrot entered the room. His gaze swept over Jameson's disheveled state in the sea of bottles before him. A sneer forming on his lips. TSK. How disgraceful. Jameson glanced at him lazily before speaking in a slurred voice. Oh, the esteemed elder of the Investigation Bureau. What brings you here? Let me guess. You've come to hold me responsible for the fire? He scoffed. Do whatever you want. Eve got nothing left to lose anyway. With that he grabbed another bottle and took a long, deep swig for Pierrot. He had no intention of wasting time with a drunken old man, so he got straight to the point. Your punishment is inevitable, but first I have a question. What did you do with the technical blueprint? The question snapped Jameson out of his drunken stupor. He shot up from his seat and asked in return. How do you know about that? Pierrot answered calmly. I knew the moment you ran from us. I've been watching to see if you were working with anyone, but it seems you weren't. So what exactly did you take them for? From Jameson's perspective, something fell off. His eyes narrowed as suspicion grew in his mind. Wait a minute, who the hell are you? The sudden question made Pierrot's eyes flicker with surprise for just a moment. But he quickly masked it and responded. What nonsense are you spouting? Jameson pushed further. I've met every elder of Veritas. Each of them possesses their own unique and vast magical abilities. But Eve never felt an aura as eerie as yours before. To Jameson, an unsettling green glow continuously emanated from Pierrot's body. An aura so unnatural that it sent shivers down the spine of anyone nearby. And at this point it seemed Pierrot had no intention of hiding anymore. A cold smirk formed on his lips as he suddenly appeared behind Jameson. I heard you used to be a genius on par with Albert before the incident. It seems that wasn't just a rumor. He murmured, hearing the voice suddenly behind him. Jameson's body stiffened, and he spun around in alarm. However, it was already too late. At that moment, Pierrot's hand became enveloped in a pulsating green energy. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand straight into Jameson's head. Yet strangely, there was no blood, none at all. Instead, it was as if his hand had phased directly inside, searching for something within. An unbearable pain overtook Jameson, contorting his face in agony. Then, deep within his mind, Pierrot found what he was looking for, an orange-colored orb. With a swift pull, he extracted it from Jameson's head. As soon as he did, Jameson's body collapsed forward, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Pierrot remained unfazed as he muttered, "I figured you wouldn't willingly tell me, so I decided to take a look for myself. Now where is that activation blueprint?" As these words left his lips, the green flames around Pierrot's face flickered wildly. Then his entire visage shifted, melting away to reveal a sinister skull. The same terrifying figure who had once spoken with the merchant Darren. Through the glowing orange orb, he began to see a series of images. Scenes of the old man Jameson confronting Simon. His eyes widened in shock. Everything had been burned to ashes. The original site had been destroyed. This was getting more complicated. Ever since the Demon King perished 500 years ago, only one place had remained where dark magic still existed outside of the Black Moon of the Volga Republic. So, was the Black Moon behind this? The Volga Republic was founded after the fall of the Volga monarchy. Yet the world remained unaware of the truth, that it was actually ruled by the Dark Elves. I had a feeling that those who had been oppressed by humanity for so long were plotting something. But they're moving faster than I expected. Right now, their power is still weak. But if they continue their research into dark magic and grow stronger, they could become a force capable of challenging the Baroque Empire. Pierrot felt a flicker of unease in his heart at the thought, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing it. Not yet, that Republic still needs time to develop. And if they manage to create a hero-class gigant, they could seize control of the Empire. The Empire itself could be destroyed if they aren't careful. I have to retrieve the blueprint. A sense of urgency surged within the skull-faced man. Without hesitation, he activated his magical power. Conjuring a wriggling green energy worm, he released it into Jameson's ear. And moments later, the old man's body began to move stiffly. Like a lifeless puppet watching this unfold, Pierrot's voice rang out, laced with amusement. "Awake now, are you?" Jameson responded in a rasping, distorted voice, as if he were still learning to speak. "To the eternal Lord of Darkness, to rotting blood, decaying flesh, shattered bones, I pledge my undying loyalty." With those words, he dropped to one knee before Pierrot. Seeing the once brilliant old man reduced to this state, Pierrot let out a satisfied chuckle. "I placed a seal on you one day when the time is right. It will prove useful then." With a final glance out the window, he declared, "Time to go." We head north back at the Lacan family estate. The clan members were deep in discussion. Upon hearing about Simon's recent journey, the butler Hans couldn't contain his shock and shouted, "Is this true? Someone tried to assassinate the young master?" That vile count on the other side of the room, Dixon and Mute, voiced their own concerns. Deploying a gigant means they're targeting Lacan's territory. From the very beginning, that previous gigant incident might have been their doing. Opposite them, Captain Roger nodded in agreement. They could be preparing for an invasion. Hearing this, Philip raised a question, "But to officially declare war, don't they need the Emperor's approval?" "Without a legitimate reason, how could they possibly?" A voice from within the meeting answered. "Count Monoku has close ties with the royal family. He could easily obtain permission for war. If that's the case, he can fabricate any excuse he wants." The more they discussed the matter, the more they realized how dire the situation had become. Then Dixon turned to the others and asked, "In times of such instability, should we take in the refugees? We're already struggling to sustain the economy of our territory. Feeding and sheltering tens of thousands of displaced people will require an enormous amount of resources." Before anyone could come up with a solution, a sudden thunderous noise rang out. What was that sound? The group cried out. Without hesitation, Philip and Captain Roger darted outside like a gust of wind. The moment he burst through the window, Philip gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Who dares?" It was only then that he realized the cause of the commotion. None other than Simon himself. From below, Simon looked up at the two of them, amused. "Oh, is this some kind of new greeting?" Philip landed lightly in front of him and quickly explained, "We thought it was a scout. Where have you been? And what is that behind you?" His eyes widened as he finally noticed the enormous pile of shimmering, precious minerals stacked behind Simon. Hearing their question, Simon simply winked mischievously. "Oh, this? It's the secret war fund of the Demon King, Simon." Philip and Roger froze in shock, their faces going pale. "The Demon King's secret war fund?" they shouted in unison. Simon chuckled before explaining further. "I found it while inspecting the Demon King's castle. It was buried beneath the ruins, judging by the sheer amount. He must have hidden it and then forgotten about it." Captain Roger still seemed concerned as he hesitantly asked, "But is it really safe to use this? What if it's cursed?" Before he could continue, Dixon came charging out of the house, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Shut up! Are you afraid of a little spoiled food in the pantry? Well, just have to deal with any side effects. This gold belongs to Baron Lacken now. Even if the Demon King's ancestors come back to claim it, we won't give it up." Watching Dixon's dramatic oath to protect the treasure, Simon couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Honestly, before the excavation even began, I secretly used golems and monsters to collect this emergency fund. But since we need money to support the refugees, there's no other choice but to use it now. With the financial issue resolved, the next step is..." Thinking about this, Simon turned to Captain Roger. "Roger, are you free? I have a favor to ask." Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the training grounds. Now our protagonist had changed into his sparring attire. Closing his eyes, he silently contemplated, "Even though I need to study modern magic and expand my magic formations, I also need a way to fight in situations where I can't use magic or when facing enemies who are resistant to it." With that thought, he slowly drew the sword at his waist. Meanwhile, Captain Roger sighed. "It's been a long time since I last practiced swordsmanship after that accident, so I was feeling a bit disappointed. But I never expected you to challenge me to a duel." Simon responded with a confident smile. "It'd be embarrassing if the heir of a hero's bloodline couldn't even wield a sword. Hearing you say that makes me even more excited." Roger nodded, then with a sharp command Simon shouted, "All right, let's begin." He gripped his sword tightly and charged forward, launching the first attack. However, for a novice like him, there was no way his strike would pose any difficulty for Roger. With a simple swing of his blade, the captain easily blocked Simon's attack. Still, Roger was slightly impressed by the force behind it. "I was a little worried since it's been a while since you held a sword. But I suppose there's nothing to fear. Your movements are more refined than before, and your strength has improved. More importantly, you're reading your opponent's movements." Hearing this, Roger was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears. As expected of Lacken's descendant. So he's been secretly training? But this still isn't enough. With that thought, Roger took the offensive, correcting Simon's mistakes as they fought. "It's better to flow with the motion. That way you can counterattack and turn the tide." Simon tried to follow his advice, swinging his sword in a counterstrike. However, Roger effortlessly leapt into the air to dodge, shaking his head. "Too slow. A counter like that only leaves you open to attack." From Simon's perspective, it was only when facing Captain Roger that he realized how much he had overestimated himself. "I thought that, after fighting countless knights in the past, I'd be able to keep up, but at this distance." Thinking about this, Simon came to a realization and said, "You're seriously confident enough to hold back your strength?" Roger responded with an apologetic look. "Sorry, but yes. I've been holding back. You haven't landed a single effective strike yet. Have you? Where's that confidence of yours? You were even lecturing me about embarrassment earlier." He then laughed heartily before adding, "But I'm still very impressed with your improvements at this rate. Your growth is terrifying. You might even be able to defeat the Demon King from 500 years ago, just like Hero Lakan did." As he burst into laughter, completely oblivious, his young master was internally fuming. Philip must have learned that attitude from him. "I can't believe we're actually evenly matched, but if I can't even land a single hit on him, I won't be able to sleep tonight." With that thought, Simon began channeling reinforcement magic into his body and surged forward at a speed that tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Captain Roger. "Don't let your guard down, Roger." Simon scolded, seeing how fast Simon had reacted. Roger couldn't help but praise him. "Impressive, young master." As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of clashing weapons rang out, forcing Simon to retreat slightly. But then, he witnessed something that made his eyes widen in shock. "No way, impossible, that's the Golden Hero's sword of Lakan?" Following Simon's gaze, the sword in Roger's hand was now radiating a brilliant golden aura. Roger spoke. "I never thought I'd be moving at this speed. But have you been holding back this whole time?" Looking at the sword before him, a flicker of memory surfaced in Simon's mind. A golden sword aura, burning as brightly as the sun. An unrivaled technique that no one could replicate. The golden sword, how could I ever forget? 500 years ago, Lakan's swordsmanship was what cut me down. Centuries may have passed, but to me it feels like less than a year. Now that I think about it, my neck still tingles, but my blood is boiling as this thought crossed his mind. A surge of irritation flared within Simon, and he growled, "Roger, if you're holding back too much, they'll have to reprimand you. Do it properly." The moment those words left his mouth, a deep purple aura suddenly enveloped Simon's body. Upon seeing this, Captain Roger's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Aura? Is still at a lower level, but that's definitely aura." On the other side, Simon noticed Roger's silence and shouted again, "Answer me, Roger." Snapped out of his shock, Roger immediately responded, "Of course, young master, you never cease to amaze me with that." The two of them enthusiastically resumed their sparring. The sound of clashing weapons echoed repeatedly through the air. Time passed quickly. Now Simon was panting heavily, exhausted, while Roger suggested, "Let's stop here for today." But Simon gritted his teeth, stubbornly insisting, "I can still keep going." Roger simply shook his head. "You've done enough for today. Pushing yourself too hard isn't good, but more importantly, I'm truly astonished, young master. Since when did you know how to use aura?" "Aura?" Simon muttered, puzzled. Roger nodded, smiling. "That's right, the purple aura you just displayed. You wielded it so naturally, even though no one ever taught you." As expected of Lakan's bloodline, hearing this, Simon was stunned. "Could I have subconsciously released mana just from my anger? No, something isn't right. Aura is a physical manifestation of mana. Simply coating my sword with mana shouldn't be considered aura. That assassin I fought before, he also used aura, didn't he? Could this be the result of absorbing his power when I was attacked?" Simon silently pondered, trying to make sense of his newfound ability. Turning back to Captain Roger, he suddenly remembered something and brought it up. "Actually, I was planning to tell you after you mastered swordsmanship. But with how quickly you're progressing, now seems like the right time. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the golden sword." Roger's serious declaration left Simon momentarily stunned. A complex emotion stirred within him. The golden sword. That wretched technique of that bastard Lakan. But wait, I could make it mine. But hold on a second. As this thought crossed his mind, Simon suddenly realized something and quickly questioned the captain. "Wait, isn't the golden sword a secret technique passed down only to the heir of the family? How is it that you, someone who isn't even the head of the household, know it?" Simon shot Roger a suspicious look, wondering if the man had secretly stolen Lakan's swordsmanship. At first, Roger looked slightly surprised, but then his expression softened with understanding. He calmly explained, I suppose you've forgotten about that as well. You know that because of the Demon King's curse, all the heads of the family have died young, right? The ancestors feared that our secret sword style would be lost. So one of them chose to entrust it to the most loyal knight commander. Since then, the technique has been secretly passed down." He paused for a moment before continuing, "This way, the knight commander could not only protect Lord Lakan's legacy but also serve as the backbone of the family." Hearing this, Simon finally understood. So that's why this short-lived family has somehow lasted for 500 years. It was all thanks to this tradition that explains why everything didn't fall apart, even when the family heads kept dying young. Or at least that's what I see. Pushing that thought aside, Simon curiously asked, then if I master the golden sword, does that mean I could become like Lacan, no, like my ancestor, and reach the rank of sword emperor? Simon's naive assumption was quickly shut down as Roger firmly shook his head. Unfortunately, that's impossible. The ultimate secret of the sword technique was lost 400 years ago. However, even mastering just the first half will allow you to reach the level of swordmaster. In fact, many knight commanders in the past have attained that rank. Hearing this, Simon nodded in understanding and thought to himself, I see, I never imagined I would come across the very technique that killed me in this way. But Lacan is dead, and now the golden sword is simply a skill for me to train with. I will master it and make it my own. With that determination shining in his eyes, the scene shifted to Princess Reina. At this moment, Reina had begun gathering the refugees and addressed them with a resolute voice. Thank you all for coming together here. It has been over a year since we left the kingdom of Volga and arrived in the territory of Monoku. During this time, we have endured constant discrimination and oppression. We have suffered under the cruelty and coercion of the soldiers and citizens here. Instead of protecting you all, I have been powerless, unable to even voice our grievances. I know many of you must resent my weakness. She took a deep breath before continuing, her voice growing stronger. However, we cannot remain trapped in this situation any longer. Tonight, we will leave this place. We will journey to the territory. This is a decision I have made alone, but I believe this path will lead us to a better future. Reina's gaze swept across the crowd, reading the fear and hesitation in their eyes. I understand your worries, that history might repeat itself. I will not force anyone to follow me, but even so, just this once, I ask you all, will you place your trust in me one last time? Let us put an end to these days of oppression and despair. Let us walk toward a new beginning together. I beg you all, please stand with me. Finishing her speech, she bowed deeply before the crowd, her sincerity evident in every gesture. Then, after a few seconds of stunned silence, the voices of the refugees began to rise. Princess, what are you saying? When you suddenly summoned us, we were afraid something had happened. But do you think we would just follow anyone? We all know how much you've sacrificed for us, and we are deeply grateful for everything you've done. If this is the decision you've made, then we believe it is the best one. So please, don't worry, and forgive us. We are always ready to follow you. From the back, a middle-aged man in a brown coat spoke up. Princess, I told you before, we are here by choice, so don't worry. Hearing their heartfelt words, Reina felt a weight lift from her heart. Everyone, thank you, truly, thank you. Next, the man in the brown coat pulled out a piece of paper and announced, a message from Lord Luke has arrived. The rats are ready to depart. Upon hearing this, Reina's expression tightened with concern. What about the Count's movements? The attendant responded, so far, he hasn't caught wind of our plan. This information reassured the princess somewhat, but she still couldn't hide her worry. That's good, but can we really move this many people without being discovered? At that moment, Victor, the butler, stepped forward and reassured her. Princess, do not worry, I have already made the necessary arrangements. In his hands he carried a box filled with masks. Time passed quickly elsewhere. A soldier from Monoku peered toward the town square, his eyes widening in shock before he shouted, "What the hell is going on? The slums are completely empty." Hearing this, the guard on duty turned pale, glancing around in confusion. No way, it was packed full just last night. His panicked response was met with the furious roar of the brown-haired officer. I ordered strict surveillance. Where the hell did all the soldiers go? The guard, looking flustered, stammered, "Well, I had no choice. There was an outbreak in the slums." Upon hearing this, the officer yanked out a filthy mask and screamed like a rabid dog. An outbreak? You mean this? This is just a fake mask to mimic disease symptoms. What an embarrassment, we've been fooled by such a cheap trick. Meanwhile, Count Monoku, who had been sitting and silently observing up until now, could no longer suppress his rage. He slammed his palm against the armrest of his chair and shot up. Barking, ungrateful trash. Princess Reina, after everything, I showed you mercy, and this is how you repay me? I won't let this slide. His face twisted with fury as he spat out his words. At that moment, the heavy clanking of armor echoed through the hall. A group of knights, clad in thick metal plating, marched forward and knelt before him. One of them spoke in a deep, formal voice. We greet the esteemed Count. The Scorpion cavalry has returned from the battlefield in front of them. Monoku's expression suddenly shifted. A sinister grin crept across his face as he sneered. Perfect timing. I have a task for you. It seems fate is on my side after all, Princess Reina. Because you turned your back and ran, you will live to regret it deeply. As night fell, the scene shifted to the group of refugees making their way forward, accompanied by several horse-drawn wagons in the center of their convoy. Inside the group, a young child began panting heavily. Mom, I'm so tired. The child collapsed to the ground, whimpering, I can't walk anymore. Hearing this, the mother, though exhausted herself, forced a reassuring smile and encouraged, just a little more, sweetheart. Hang in there. Nearby, a concerned man glanced toward Butler Victor before speaking up. Sir Victor, everyone's reaching their limit. Shouldn't we stop and rest for a while? Faced with this plea, Victor wore a troubled expression as he explained. We don't know when the Count's army will catch up. We must keep moving until we reach the Nair River. But at this rate, we'll collapse before we even get there, the man protested. Seated inside one of the wagons, Princess Reina overheard the conversation. She lifted the curtain, peering out, and gently suggested, let's do as he says. Victor turned to her, hesitant. But, Princess, we don't have time. Reina simply offered a small smile. Ensuring everyone's safety is our top priority. But filling their stomachs a little wouldn't hurt either. With that, the group halted for a short break, allowing everyone to rest and eat. As soon as the food was ready, Victor hurriedly brought a bowl of soup to the princess. Princess, leave the watch to us and please eat something. Reina turned away, shaking her head. I'm fine, please see to the others first. Victor, however, was insistent. But you haven't eaten since yesterday. If you collapse, I'll throw everyone into chaos. The princess responded with a somber look. It's because of me that everyone is suffering like this. If only I had more power. None of this would be happening. Before she could finish, Victor firmly cut her off. Princess, please don't say that. You are the strength that keeps everyone going. It's because of you that we've made it this far. We all believe in you because we know that no matter what happens, you will never abandon us, so please, eat and stay strong. After saying that, he pushed the bowl of food forward. His encouraging words brought a hint of relief to the princess' face. She nodded and said softly, thank you. However, before she could even take a single bite, a loud commotion erupted. Hearing the noise, Princess Reina looked slightly confused. But Victor, the butler, immediately recognized it. His face turned pale with panic as he shouted, no way, this can't be happening. Could it be that the Count's soldiers are here? From up ahead, a few townspeople came running frantically, shouting warnings to the others. Everyone run! No sooner had the words left their mouths than a cavalry unit charged in from the distance at breakneck speed. The soldiers wasted no time, hurling large nets over the fleeing refugees. Screams and cries of terror filled the air. Victor and Reina, witnessing the chaos, trembled uncontrollably. It didn't take long before everyone had been captured and bound. Meanwhile, the soldiers had surrounded Reina, cutting off any chance of escape. From within the group, the leader of the Scorpion Cavalry, Viper June, stepped forward and spoke. It's time to return, Princess Reina. Do as you're told if you still value their lives. As his words rang out, several soldiers pressed their spears dangerously close to the throats of the terrified townspeople, causing them to sob uncontrollably. Seeing this, Victor could no longer suppress his fury. He clenched his fists and roared. You bastards, taking civilians hostage and threatening them? Do you even have the honor of a knight? Viper responded with a look of utter disdain. Well, who's to say? Coming from a coward who slithered away in the dead of night. That's rich. Hearing this, the older man's expression turned ice cold. He shot back. The ones who forced us to flee were you on the other side. Viper burst into laughter. Ha ha! What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who caused this mess. You rejected the Count's generosity for these worthless refugees. Instead, you selfishly ran off in the middle of the night to throw your life away, and this is how a so-called saintly princess is supposed to. You tax them more heavily than the common folk and force them to work in dangerous places. Do you have any idea how much suffering our people have endured because of this discrimination? And yet you dare call our words nonsense? From Viper's perspective, he had no interest in wasting time arguing with a bunch of refugees. He snapped his fingers, signaling to one of his subordinates. Before continuing, "Humph, that's none of my concern. My orders are simple: capture Princess Reina. So make your choice, hand over the princess. And well, release these people. Or you can all die together." As he spoke, his sharp gaze locked onto Reina, waiting for her response. For Reina, standing in the midst of this crisis, an overwhelming sense of helplessness welled up within her. She bit her lips slightly before asking, "If I return, will you let everyone go?" Hearing that she was considering surrender, Victor immediately interjected, "Wait, princess." Before he could finish his sentence, Reina raised her hand, stopping him. She then turned back to Viper. Her voice firm, "Answer me, you won't pursue them any further, will you?" Viper smirked with amusement. I swear, but his expression was far from trustworthy. Victor, with his seasoned experience, saw right through it and tried to warn her again. You mustn't fall for his lies. Leave his behind and run. Princess Reina, however, responded with unwavering authority. "I am the last of Volga's royal bloodline. How could I ever abandon my people and flee? You say that I am a source of strength, but without them I have no reason to exist. If it's for their sake, I am willing to make any sacrifice. So please, take care of them for me." With those words, she solemnly stepped forward. Around her, the captured townspeople began to weep uncontrollably. From Reina's perspective, doubt lingered in her heart. She questioned silently, "Lord Elcasel, is this truly your will? If so, then I will accept my fate without regret." No, there was just one regret left. I never got the chance to thank him. A vivid image of Simon surfaced in her mind, unaware of these thoughts. Viper burst into manic laughter. "Haha. No matter what you do, this is as far as you go. I'll deliver you safely to the Count, your highness." Then his cold, calculating gaze swept over the gathered refugees. "All right, now that we have the princess, I shall carry out the Count's next order. Kill them all." His murderous words left Reina utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the knights under his command wasted no time unsheathing their gleaming swords. Advancing toward a random woman in the crowd, she clutched her young daughter tightly, her terrified cries piercing the air. "Please, spare me." On the other side, Reina turned sharply to Viper, her voice filled with rage. "This wasn't our deal. You said you'd let them go safely." Viper cast a mocking glance her way. As if she were a fool. Did I really say that?" His blatant lie finally shattered Reina's last shred of hope. "You tricked us," she shouted, her voice trembling with fury. But before she could act, two knights grabbed her arms. Restraining her, Viper simply shrugged. "Just stay put. We'll escort you back safely." Across from him, Victor had seen enough. His fury boiled over as he drew his sword and charged at them. "You bastards. Get your filthy hands off the princess. They'll cut every last one of you down." His voice roared with determination, but his strength no longer matched his spirit. Viper barely had to move. He nudged his horse forward and with a single effortless thrust, plunged his sword into Victor's chest. The old butler gasped in pain, his body curling inward as he spat out curses. "Damn you, Viper." However, paid little mind to his dying words. He gazed at him with icy indifference and muttered, "This is actually for the best. I want you to fully grasp the reality of your situation. And when heads start rolling, everyone will understand." With that, he raised his sword high and swung it downward. Behind him, Princess Reina could only watch, her screams of despair ringing out as tears streamed down her face. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Out of nowhere, a blazing purple flame shot between the two men, startling the horse and forcing it to rear back. Viper cursed loudly. "What the hell is this?" From Reina's perspective, her tear-filled eyes darted toward the source of the attack. Her heart swelled with overwhelming emotion as she thought to herself, Sir Luke, you've come, thank you, truly thank you. In the distance Simon surveyed the chaotic scene below. His expression darkening, his voice was low and sharp. I don't know the full story, but judging by what I see it looks like I don't need to hold back. As he spoke, another surge of purple fire ignited in the palm of his hand, ready to turn these knights into ashes on the other side. Victor turned his gaze toward Simon, his voice laced with guilt. I thought this would be my end. How shameful for me to be saved like this. Thank you, Lord Luke. Hearing the name, Viper's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He muttered under his breath, Luke? It was only then that Victor realized to slip up. His heart sank as he cursed himself internally. Damn it, I was careless. I actually let his name slip, trying to recover. He quickly added, no, that's not what I meant. But his stammering only made things worse. Viper wasn't a fool. The more Victor tried to cover it up, the more obvious it became. The knight captain slowly shifted his gaze toward Simon, his expression darkening as realization dawned. Ah, I see now. I knew I recognized that face from somewhere. His lips curled into a sneer. You're the son of Baron Lacken, aren't you? No wonder this whole situation feels off. The princess has been obediently staying put all this time. And yet, all of a sudden, she escapes in the dead of night. I suspected someone was behind it. And to think it was nothing more than a foolish boy from a crumbling noble house? He let out a mocking chuckle before turning back to Reina. Princess, I truly pity you. Then, his face twisted with ruthless intent as he barked out his next command. What are you waiting for? Kill them all. At his order, the knights charged forward like rabid hunting hounds. Their voices ringing in unison, understood, yet they failed to realize that the faster they ran, the closer they brought themselves to death's embrace. Opposite them, Simon was done holding back. His expression was cold, merciless. Extending his hand forward, he murmured an incantation. Answer my summons, creatures of the undying. Drag these fools down into the abyss. Annihilate every enemy before you. His words rang with an eerie clarity, resonating through the battlefield. Blood trickled from his eyes and the corners of his lips. Perhaps he had pushed his power too far. Then the earth trembled violently. The ground beneath their feet cracked and roared, sending the horses into a frenzy, unable to advance any further. And before the knights could react, massive stone golems erupted from beneath the earth, rising like ancient guardians to encircle them completely. Viper's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. I've never seen so many golems before. He's summoning them? His voice wavered. How the hell is he doing this? But no one had an answer for him. At that moment, the stone golems began to raise their massive arms and strike down upon the knights. Horses neighed in terror as the towering creatures effortlessly snatched them up, leaving their riders flailing and screaming in sheer panic. Please spare us, the knights cried out in desperation. Viper, however, quickly tried to regain control over the situation. Stop panicking, he barked. They're just crude golems. They're nothing compared to a gigant in durability or speed. If we take advantage of our mobility, we still have a chance to win. With that, he led a group of his men forward, charging at the golems and slashing relentlessly at their legs, hoping to bring them down. But Simon wasn't about to stand by and let them attack so freely. From his fingertips, glowing threads of energy shot forth, latching onto the stone golems ahead. As soon as the connection was made, one of the golems raised its massive arm and slammed its fist into the ground with incredible force. The earth beneath them shattered into countless fragments, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the knights and their horses flying in all directions. Meanwhile, other golems began picking up boulders, hurling them with deadly accuracy at the remaining knights. Those unfortunate enough to be hit were instantly crushed, their bodies reduced to nothing more than broken remains. Viper stood frozen, his mind struggling to process the overwhelming destruction before him. Impossible, he thought, his hands trembling. Is he toying with my cavalry like they're nothing more than playthings? Realizing that victory was no longer an option, he made a split-second decision, leaping off his horse. He grabbed Princess Reina and pressed his sword against her throat. Everyone stop immediately, he shouted. If any of you move even an inch, I'll kill the princess where she stands. That is if her life still holds any value to you. Across from him Simon remained unfazed. His cold gaze bore into Viper like a predator sizing up its prey. Then, without a word, he let out a sharp exhale. In the blink of an eye Simon vanished from his spot. Reappearing right in front of Viper like a bolt of lightning, the knight captain barely had time to react before Simon's hand shot out. Gripping his face tightly with a single, devastating motion, Simon hurled him through the air, slamming him into a nearby tree with such force that his helmet shattered into pieces. As Viper lay stunned, Simon's voice rang out, each word dripping with cold fury. "Don't remind me of things that drive me to madness." His glare darkened him, already in a foul mood. "If you keep provoking me like this." His fingers curled into a fist. "I will kill you where you stand." In response to Simon's threat, Viper, somehow still clinging to his arrogance, sneered and threw his own words of defiance back at him. "You think you can just walk away from this? The Count will never let you get away with it." Simon had no interest in wasting more breath on a dead man walking. His voice remained calm but final. "I already warned you very clearly." Without another word he focused his mana at his fingertips and, in a flash, fired a precise energy bullet straight into Viper's forehead. The knight captain's lifeless body slumped to the ground instantly, his defiance extinguished in an instant. Reina, still in shock at how quickly everything had unfolded, could only stare in disbelief. My lord, how did you get here?" she asked, her voice trembling, but Simon had no intention of answering without stopping. He strode past her and gave a single command. "Get the refugees to safety now." Further ahead, two knights remained standing, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Their faces were pale as they stared at Simon, their expressions frozen somewhere between horror and disbelief. "I can't believe it. The captain fell just like that? So it's true, a mage's presence on the battlefield can turn the tide of war, but this is beyond anything I've ever imagined." Eve heard stories that a level 7 mage could shift the outcome of a battle. But a mage controlling golems? That's the stuff of demon lords. Simon fixed them with an icy glare. "The moment you chose to stand against me, you should have been prepared to lay down your lives. Am I wrong?" His words sent shivers down their spines. Their breathing grew ragged as sheer panic took over this monster. "How the hell are we supposed to fight something like that?" One of them stammered. "We have to retreat now. Fall back, report this to the territory and bring reinforcements. We'll settle this later." With that, the two knights threw down their weapons and bolted, shouting for the rest of their forces to flee. But Simon had no intention of letting them escape and report back to that tyrant Monoku before they could take another step. He flicked his wrist. A massive fireball erupted in the air before crashing into the ground, igniting into a raging wall of flames that blocked their path. "You really think he'll just let you run?" he said coldly, stepping forward and drawing the sword at his waist. His voice was drenched in bloodlust. "Every last one of you dies here." And just like that, the last remaining knights soon joined their comrades in the afterlife, their futile resistance crushed. With the battle settled, Simon sheathed his sword and turned to Princess Reina. "We've dealt with the enemies here, but there's no telling when the next wave of pursuers will arrive. I'll escort you all to the riverbank. There are rafts waiting there. Follow me quickly." As he spoke, he extended a hand forward, motioning for them to move, but just then, one of Reina's subordinates abruptly stepped forward, blocking his path. His eyes were filled with unease as he glared at Simon. "We are grateful for your assistance, but do not come any closer to the princess." His voice was laced with suspicion. "That power you just used, what exactly is it? I have never heard of House Lacan possessing the ability to command golems. And the magic you wield, it feels different. Dark, sinister even. Don't tell me, was that black magic? A noble from a knight's lineage, wielding such forbidden power?" His words sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. Reina's face tensed with uncertainty, and as Simon scanned the area he saw it, those wary, fearful stares from the very people he had just saved. A bitter thought crept into his mind. "I've made a mistake. I lost control and let too many people witness my power. That was careless of me. This isn't like me at all." His gaze flickered toward Reina, whose expression remained unreadable. "She's not even Katerina. So why? Why did I let myself get swept up in this? Is it because I still regret what happened in my past life? How laughable of me, but this wasn't the time for reflection, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Simon refocused and spoke with urgency. This isn't the time for discussions. I'll explain later, but the stubborn brown-haired knight refused to budge. His grip on his sword tightened. No matter how urgent the situation is, I cannot ignore this. You used that kind of power. Simon nearly burst out laughing at the sheer absurdity of the accusation. Instead, he let out a sigh and decided to educate the lot of them. Evil power, you say? Well, if not for that so-called evil power, you all would have been dead long ago. His blunt response made the brown-haired knight flinch. But the man still stubbornly pressed on. I won't deny that you saved us, but dark magic is an unforgivable path. As a descendant of the great hero Lacan, don't you feel even the slightest bit ashamed? At that, Princess Reina could no longer hold back. Her voice rose in frustration. Enough. The method doesn't matter. The truth is that he saved us. And besides, Lord Luke would never dabble in dark magic. Simon, however, had no intention of letting her defend him with a lie. Before she could say anything more, he cut in, his voice calm but firm. That's not true, Princess. I have no intention of deceiving anyone right now. His gaze swept across the group, unwavering. Everything you've seen is real. This power is dark magic, the very same wielded by Demon King Simon, who perished 500 years ago. Faced with Simon's words, the refugees couldn't hide their confusion. Impossible. The power of the Demon King? How could you possess the power of a Demon King who has long been dead? Then one man finally voiced what everyone feared most. Could it be that the Demon King has been resurrected? Shaking his head, Simon reassured them, don't worry, the Demon King has not been revived. In the past, his power was the pinnacle of knowledge, an overwhelming force that once plunged the world into chaos. Now, that legacy has merely risen again. Since childhood, I have carried a curse, this frail body of mine. No matter how hard I trained in my family's swordsmanship, my progress was painfully slow. Whenever I grew frustrated with that endless struggle, I would visit the ruins of the Demon King's castle, where the remnants of my ancestors' battles remained. Then, one day, purely by chance, I discovered a hidden passage left behind by the Demon King himself. That path led me deep within the castle. And there, everything the Demon King had built remained untouched. At first, I was terrified when I unlocked that forbidden door, but that fear quickly faded. Standing before everything that lay inside, I thought to myself, this is the only way, the only path for me to surpass the limits I was born with. Yes, the only path. From then on, I secretly studied magic and learned to control golems in secret. And the power you just witnessed is the result of that effort. Of course, as a descendant of the hero Lacan, using the power of the Demon King is something worthy of condemnation. But I had no other choice. I was more desperate than anyone. I needed power, the power to protect what is precious to me. Simon's emotional words left the crowd speechless. However, the black-haired fool still looked displeased and muttered, even so, this is still unacceptable. Before he could say another word, the butler Victor stepped forward, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, that's enough. As Lord Luke said, the only reason we are still alive is because of him. At the very least, right now, we have no right to judge what is right or wrong. The old man then turned his weary eyes toward Simon and firmly declared, my lord, I don't care if it's the power of the Demon King or the power of the devil. All I know is that you have protected us. We will keep this matter a secret, so please don't worry. His resolute tone took Simon by surprise for a brief moment. But soon, he nodded and said, thank you, truly, thank you. Even as he spoke, Simon remained observant. A few of the refugees were still looking at him with weary eyes. He thought to himself, some have accepted it, that's a relief. But it's still not enough to convince everyone. They'll need to take further measures in the future. Unaware of Simon's thoughts, Victor turned back to the crowd and raised his voice. Right now, we don't know when the Count's pursuit forces will catch up. We must leave this place immediately and head for Lacan's territory. The scene shifts to the estate of Count Monoku. By this time, news of the annihilation of the cavalry unit sent in pursuit had already reached him. Enraged, he smashed the wine glass in his hand. Losing both the princess and the refugees wasn't bad enough. Now even the Scorpion cavalry has been wiped out? The kingdom's most elite cavalry unit, defeated by a ruined Lakan territory? Did they truly lose? Before him, a kneeling guard trembled as he lifted his head slightly and explained. Considering that even the Dark Knight was defeated earlier, it's likely that some nobles are backing them. If we act recklessly without understanding the enemy's true strength, it could be extremely dangerous. The guard's cautious warning, however, was utterly wasted on Monoku, his face twisted in fury as he barked, "Shut up, you coward. Are you scared just because they got lucky twice? I won't let those weaklings run amok any longer. Send word to His Majesty the Emperor, how dare they mock me? It'll make them regret it to their very bones." The danger in Monoku's voice was unmistakable. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted once again to the meeting room of the Lakan family estate. At this moment, everyone was gathered around. Then, the butler Hans took out a document and addressed the group. "A royal envoy just arrived. The decree has officially approved a territorial war between Count Monoku and Viscount Lakan." Upon hearing this announcement, Victor clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Damn it. That bastard Count has finally made his move. Beside him, Princess Reina lowered her gaze apologetically. "I'm sorry, this is all because of us." In response, Captain Roger shook his head and reassured her, "Don't worry with Count Monoku's cruelty. This was bound to happen sooner or later." Hearing that, Philip quickly chimed in, "That's right, you don't have to feel guilty for us. That bastard even tried to assassinate Lord Luke despite having no personal grudge against him." At this point, Roger ran a hand through his hair and muttered, "But there's one thing I don't understand. The official reason for this war states that we attacked Count Monoku's private soldiers?" His words caused Reina and Victor's expressions to stiffen, while Philip, still fuming, spat out angrily, "Those cowards. We haven't even seen a single Scorpion Knight. How the hell can they fabricate such an outright lie?" Roger let out a sigh, and the fact that the royal court approved this so easily is ridiculous. It's obviously because of their blood ties. They're covering for him on the other side of the room. Simon's group naturally understood the truth behind everything, however, they couldn't reveal it, so they could only awkwardly push the justification for war aside. Now isn't the time to nitpick the details. We need to focus on how to survive the situation. With that, Simon turned his gaze toward Roger and asked, "What's the status of our forces?" Roger replied, "We've recently recruited mercenaries from the young men in the refugee camp. But the problem is that most of them have no training whatsoever. Whether they'll be of any real use on the battlefield is still uncertain." Hearing this, Simon immediately understood that they couldn't rely on the refugees to turn the tide of battle. So instead, he turned to the old mage and asked, "Master Mute, what about the Gigants?" Mute quickly summarized the progress of his work. "We used the remaining funds after fortifying the territory to acquire and repair abandoned Gigants. However, due to time constraints, only 3 of them are fully operational and ready for combat. Compared to the number of Gigants in the Count's domain, our forces are still severely lacking at that moment." Princess Reina suddenly chimed in, "Actually, we still have one more Gigant. It's hidden in an estate nearby." Her words made Philip's eyes widen as realization struck him. "That's right, we still have Mir. We've seen its power firsthand in the Gigant arena. It'll definitely be a huge advantage for us. But, don't we lack knights who can pilot Mir?" Reina smiled confidently and pointed at Victor. "No need to worry about that. Lord Victor has experience piloting Gigants." Victor clenched his fists and gave a firm nod. "I may be an old man who's long left the battlefield, but no one can match the experience Eve accumulated. I promise I won't be a burden. I will give it my all. Please trust me." Just this once, Roger's face lit up with excitement. If it's the legendary former knight commander of the Volga Kingdom, then we have nothing to worry about. Philip, standing nearby, looked stunned. "Oh damn, I thought he was just some regular old man. Who knew he was this badass?" The moment those words left his mouth, he was immediately met with a hard punch to the head from Roger, leaving him with a massive bump. Ignoring this, Butler Hans added, "Moreover, we still have the former knights of the Volga Kingdom. They've kept their identities hidden all this time due to the Count's oppression. But they've been training in secret. They'll surely become a formidable force." "That's really reassuring," Roger said with a smile. However, unlike the mute, the mage wasn't as optimistic. He spoke up, his tone serious. I don't mean to dampen everyone's spirits, but the situation is still in the enemy's favor. Based on our information and calculations, the Count's territory has at least 80 gigants. Among them, there are even 5 knight-class gigants. In modern warfare, the number and class of gigants determine victory. The difference between a warrior class and a knight-class gigant is like that of a child and a grown adult. A single knight-class gigant can dominate 10 warrior-class gigants on the battlefield if we're outmatched both in quantity and quality. Then no matter how many knights we have, we won't be able to make up for this disadvantage. After he finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes towards Simon, waiting to see what he would say. Simon spoke up then. If the enemy can't use their gigants, wouldn't that give us a chance? Mute responded, that's true, but how do you plan to render all of their gigants useless? In response to the question, Simon shared his thoughts. We won't destroy the enemy's gigants directly. Instead, we'll create a situation where they simply can't use them. As everyone knows, Lakan's terrain is highly uneven. The east and west are bordered by towering cliffs, making large-scale movement extremely difficult. Meanwhile, the north is covered by dense forests, which would severely limit the mobility of their massive gigants. That means the enemy only has one viable option, to march from the south. Using the sea route, they'll transport the majority of their gigants by warships across the ocean. And that's where we'll set our trap. We'll construct barricades along the shoreline, preventing their gigants from having a place to land. Then, before their forces can even deploy, we'll strike from a distance, turning them into nothing more than sitting ducks. Of course, we can't ignore the possibility of an attack from another direction, but that's something we can plan countermeasures for together. Our numbers are far smaller, but that doesn't mean we have to be afraid. We have the Lakan Knights under Roger's command and the legendary former Knight Commander of the Volga Kingdom. Each and every one of us is no less than they are. No, if anything, we surpass them. As long as we stand and fight together, we will win. Simon's words ignited a fiery determination within everyone in the room. Captain Roger immediately slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his voice brimming with resolve. That's right, how can we just sit still? No matter what happens, we will follow you, young master, leave it to us. On the other side, Princess Reina let out a sigh of relief. Before this, I felt completely hopeless. But now I can see the path ahead. Honestly, every time I'm by your side, Lord Simon, I never feel like we could lose. Hearing her words, Victor, the steward, turned his gaze towards Simon and murmured, we've already witnessed countless miracles, and this battle will be no exception. We will overcome this, without a doubt. Meanwhile, Philip suddenly realized he couldn't just sit around. This isn't the time to stay idle. I'll start preparing for the battle immediately. I'll handle gigant maintenance. I'll reinforce the fortress walls one by one. Everyone began assigning themselves tasks and swiftly left the room. As soon as the last person stepped out, Simon quietly shut the door and cast a spell, locking it with magic. Then, without warning, he coughed violently and spat out blood. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Was it because I lost control in my anger earlier? He thought, panicked, creeping in. I must have used more mana than my body could handle. Now my mana flow is completely unstable. If this keeps up, my magic circuit will shatter. Simon clutched his chest, his breathing ragged. This isn't good at all, he muttered in distress. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the depths of an unfamiliar cave. In order to overcome his own weakness, Simon had quietly made his way here to make preparations. Right in front of him was a magic circle he had just finished drawing. Looking at the result of his efforts, Simon let out a breath and muttered, all right, this should be enough. Luckily, there's a suitable spot underneath my place. I can perform the ritual here without anyone finding out. Ever since I was reincarnated as a descendant of the Lakan family, my mana ring has been weakened due to the family curse. I managed to convert it into a dark ring after receiving the magic power of ours, allowing me to push my magical strength to the 6th tier, beyond the physical limits of my body. However, during the battle with those scorpion riders, I let my emotions get the better of me and recklessly unleashed nearly all of my power, pushing the newly formed dark ring to its breaking point. Now, it's on the verge of shattering again. To repair it, I need a creature with strong enough magical energy to replenish the rain, something on the level of ours. Or, alternatively, a demon. Dark mages have long summoned demons to enhance their strength, but they usually do it by offering up their soul in exchange for a contract. My goal, however, isn't to borrow power through a pact. I plan to absorb the demon itself, steal all of its strength and magical essence, and completely dominate its power. Of course, in my current state, where I can't even freely use magic, subduing a high-level demon is nearly impossible. That's why I'm starting with a low-level one. Now, all I'm missing is the offering. Normally, people would sacrifice an animal or a human, but Eve got something better. The blood of a mage. A person who handles mana and magical energy naturally has a refined spiritual essence, making their blood perfect for this kind of ritual. Besides, I don't like sacrificing innocent lives just to get ahead. That kind of thinking, maybe it comes from the Demon King. It's a little ironic, considering him someone who once wanted to wipe out all of humanity. But thinking about it now, there were others who believed in that same ideal, the Dark Order, who worshipped the Demon King. Even though they lost their faith in humanity, they never abandoned their respect for life or their sense of responsibility. Since I haven't heard anything about them since I was reincarnated, there's a good chance they were wiped out along with me. As that thought crossed his mind, Simon suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. His heart aching as if warning him to stop getting lost in thought. He muttered to himself, "My condition's deteriorating fast. I need to act now." And with that, he didn't waste another second. Simon thrust his hand forward and began murmuring the incantation. "Shadowed beings, cursed deep within the abyss, heed my call. Cross the boundaries of space, follow the blood pact, and lend me your strength. Appear, show me your existence." As his voice rang out, the magic circle in front of him began glowing with a bright, crimson light. A deep red energy flared upward from its center, and from within that rising energy, 3 demons emerged. One was a massive bat, another a humanoid creature with green skin, and the last a serpent-haired lamia. From Simon's perspective, seeing himself summon 3 demons at once didn't unsettle him in the slightest. They look intimidating on the outside, but they're just low-level demons. Even without magic, I should be able to take care of them, he thought confidently. But it wasn't over right at that moment. The ground began shaking violently, so much so that it felt like the entire cave might collapse. The flames within the summoning circle erupted higher and fiercer than ever before, causing Simon's eyebrows to furrow tightly. He muttered in confusion, "Wait, there's more than just those 3. And then, from within the raging flames, a new figure emerged, a massive black panther, with abnormally long fangs. The moment it stepped out, it let out a deafening roar that shook the cavern and released a powerful pressure, asserting its overwhelming dominance. The beast then glared at Simon and spoke in a cold, commanding voice, "I am Sebastian, Lord of Endless Agony and the Demon Realm. Foolish mortal, are you prepared to pay the price for summoning me?" On Simon's side, just feeling the crushing presence emanating from this creature was enough to drain all color from his face. He went pale instantly. Bloodless. No way. This aura, it's a high-level demon? But this circle should have only been able to summon low-level ones, he thought in disbelief. Things were spiraling out of control in my current state. There's no way I can take on a high-level demon, but I can't let them stay here either. If they break out of this territory, everything's going to descend into chaos. He clenched his teeth. At this point, the only option left is to erase the summoning circle and forcibly banish them. That was the plan forming in Simon's head. But before he could act on it, the Black Panther demon, unaware of his intentions, spoke again, demanding its sacrifice. "Do not be afraid. If you willingly offer up your soul, I'll make it quick. Just surrender your soul to me." At those words, the 3 low-level demons began slowly closing in, surrounding Simon from all sides, ready to stop him from escaping should he even try to run back on Simon's side. Even though he was so terrified he could have pissed his pants, he still forced himself to act tough. "Who said I was scared? I'm just thinking about the best way to take you down," he shouted defiantly. But the demons weren't buying it. Seeing that Simon refused to offer a sacrifice, they launched their attack without hesitation. First up was the green-skinned demon. Using its immense strength, it hoisted a massive boulder high into the air and hurled it straight at Simon like a cannonball. Simon immediately ducked and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the impact, but before he could recover or even plan his next move, the snake woman lunged forward. She twisted her body midair, swinging her enormous tail like a whip straight at him at the same time. Her glowing red eyes locked onto Simon and emitted a strange crimson light aimed directly at him. With no other option, Simon drew the sword from his waist and held it up high to block the strike. He managed to stop her tail attack, but at a price. The blade in his hands suddenly turned to stone. Alarmed, he quickly tossed it aside. Petrification? That's rare, he muttered to himself. But he barely had time to finish the thought when more massive boulders came raining down like a storm, forcing Simon to sprint away in desperation, huffing and cursing under his breath. Damn it, they're not giving me a second to breathe. There's no way I can get to the summoning circle like this. I'll have to keep dodging. Think, there's got to be another way. While frantically avoiding the incoming attacks, Simon scanned his surroundings for anything that could help. Then he spotted it, just a trickle of water leaking out from a crack in the stone wall. That tiny detail sparked a realization in his mind. Water? Why is there water here? Could it be there's a river running above this cave? If that's the case, then Eve got an idea. Fueled by the sudden plan, Simon began leaping up the walls. Hopping between protruding rocks like a mountain goat not far behind, the giant bat opened its jaws wide, gathering a ball of fire inside its mouth before launching it straight toward him. But what the bat didn't realize was that this was exactly what Simon had been waiting for. Just before the fireball could hit him, Simon activated his teleportation skill. His body flashed once, and then vanished midair in a blink. The bat, completely thrown off, let out a confused screech, unsure of where its target had gone. Right after that, a massive explosion rocked the inside of the cave. A torrent of water suddenly surged in, flooding the space and sweeping the low-tier demons away like ragdolls. Meanwhile, Simon clung safely to a rocky ledge above the chaos. However, the teleportation spell head used earlier had left its mark. His body had suffered backlash from the strain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he clenched his jaw and thought, even a basic spell like that is putting serious strain on my body now, but at least they're out of commission. I need to erase the summoning circle now. But before he could move, something terrifying happened from beneath the rushing water. A massive hand shot upward. The Black Panther demon's arm. Simon's eyes widened in horror. No way, he's completely unharmed? He screamed inwardly. The panther demon dragged itself up from the flood, water dripping from its sleek fur, and locked its furious gaze on Simon. You bastard, it roared. Him done playing nice. Get on your knees and beg for your life. This is your last chance. Back on Simon's side, despite the overwhelming threat, he kept his composure and reminded himself of the harsh reality. My sword's already gone. The dark arcane circles reached its limit. I can't even summon a new weapon. My body, it's way past its breaking point. But even with all that weighing him down, Simon didn't retreat. Instead, he leapt down from the ledge, straight toward the high-tier demon, choosing to face it. He'd the demon, convinced he had Simon cornered, grinned wickedly and declared, "Good, Eve made up my mind. I'm going to devour you whole. It'll be quick and painless." But just as the demon moved in, Simon activated a spell, enhancing his own body with a strengthening enchantment. Magic flared across his form. The demon froze for a moment, eyes narrowing in sudden unease. "What, don't tell me you still haven't given up?" It growled, the first hint of doubt creeping into its voice. Hearing that, Simon coughed up another mouthful of blood. But he didn't falter. Instead, he focused all the magic he had left into his fist, his voice sharp and defiant. "Because I don't have any reason to back down anymore. This boat's been through countless battles. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Let's finish this." With that, Simon launched himself forward, charging Hedon with a fierce punch. The move clearly threw the high-tier demon off, and for the first time, panic cracked through its confidence. "Wait," the demon stammered. "I get it. I yield. If you stop now, I'll accept you as my subordinate. I'll overlook everything you've done. Swear loyalty to me, and I'll even lend you my power. But Simon wasn't listening. Before the demon could finish its desperate plea, he had already closed the distance, striking with everything he had in that instant. A cloud of white smoke burst from the demon's body. Simon narrowed his eyes as the illusion before him finally shattered then. A smirk spread across his blood-stained face, followed by a triumphant laugh. Ha ha! Just as I thought, standing in front of him now was no longer a towering Black Panther radiating monstrous energy. Instead, it was a small, dark-skinned boy wearing human clothing, completely unthreatening in appearance. The terrifying image from before had all been an illusion, an elaborate bluff crafted by the demon to overwhelm him with fear. On the other side, Sebastian was now dangling helplessly in Simon's grip, held up by the collar like a rag doll. His eyes welled up with tears, pure fear washing over his face. The tiny feline form flailed its limbs wildly. But no amount of struggling could break free from Simon's grasp. Looking at the pitiful sight, Simon didn't hold back his mockery. So this is your true form? Pathetic. Sebastian threw him a glare filled with both fear and suspicion. Don't tell me. You already figured out who I really am? Simon answered bluntly. With no hesitation in his tone, you did a good job hiding it. I'll give you that. I wasn't sure at first, but the idea of a high-tier demon being this clumsy was a red flag. You couldn't even dodge a simple stream of water. So I took a gamble. Eve fought your kind more times than I can count. Enough to recognize the cracks in your act. Hearing that, Sebastian began trembling, not from fear this time, but from shame and fury. Damn it, how humiliating, he hissed, grinding his teeth before snapping at Simon. Don't get cocky, you lowlife. Even in this form, I can still erase you from existence. Simon couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh really? Then go ahead, show me. As he said that, he unleashed the dark energy head taken from ours. The moment Sebastian felt the aura pour out, his fur stood on end like a frightened cat, and his voice cracked with pure terror. Wait, that aura, how does a human have the energy of a demon lord? Simon answered coolly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course I have it. I absorbed a demon once. That revelation hit Sebastian like a thunderbolt. He pointed a trembling finger at Simon, eyes wide in disbelief. You absorbed a demon lord? What the hell are you? Switching back to Simon's perspective, he pulled the trembling creature closer and asked calmly, you ever heard the name Simon before? For a low-tier demon like Sebastian, that name rang all the alarm bells. Simon? Don't tell me, that Simon? The most feared demon king in the underworld, the one whose name still haunts even the boldest demons? You're him? The horrifying thought drenched Sebastian in a cold sweat. But Simon didn't give him time to dwell on it. With a casual flick of the wrist, he tossed the tiny demon aside like garbage and declared, I didn't expect you to recognize me. So I'm not surprised either way. It doesn't matter, because you're gonna die here. As Simon spoke, he summoned his magic, conjuring up several spectral arms that radiated a dark, menacing aura. Each one exuded enough pressure to make the air feel heavier. To Sebastian, watching those magical hands slowly inch toward him was nothing short of a nightmare. In a panic, he rushed forward and clung to Simon's leg, groveling shamelessly. Wait, human, no, I mean lord, my lord, there's clearly been some kind of misunderstanding here, he stammered, nearly sobbing. Absorbing a low-tier demon like me won't be worth your time, honestly. You won't gain much power from someone as insignificant as I am. But Simon wasn't in a generous mood. At this point, I'll take what I can get, he replied coolly. Even mosquito meat is still meat. As the magical arms crept dangerously close, Sebastian panicked even more. Wait, I'll pledge my soul and undying loyalty to you, he screamed, his voice cracking back. In the demon realm, I was well known. I was kind of a big deal. Actually, a legendary rogue, you could say. Simon raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. What? Just a petty thief? He muttered to himself, visibly disappointed sensing Simon's disinterest. Sebastian doubled down. No, that's not all. I'm also well-versed in medicine. I have top-tier alchemy skills to spare me, and I swear it'll be useful. At the mention of medicine, Simon's expression shifted. The magical arms froze midair. He crouched down, leaned in, and whispered into Sebastian's ear, can you make something like this? Of course, that's my specialty, Sebastian responded without hesitation. Simon nodded thoughtfully, then added, And what about this one? Absolutely. Leave it to me. The little demon puffed his chest with pride. Seeing that the cat might actually be useful, Simon finally made up his mind. All right, fine, you've convinced me. Demon Sebastian, I'll accept you as one of my subordinates. He extended his hand outward. Sebastian's eyes lit up. His cheeks flushed pink with excitement. Thank you, Lord Simon. I'll serve you with all my heart and dedicate myself to your cause. He cried eagerly, reaching out his paw to shake Simon's hand, but Simon's hand didn't meet his. Instead, Simon began casting a spell, making Sebastian flinch in surprise. Wait, Lord Simon, what's this? He asked nervously. Simon gave him a charming smile. House pets need collars, don't they? This one's inscribed with a binding enchantment. If you ever think about betraying me, it'll tighten until your neck snaps. So behave yourself, all right? From Sebastian's point of view, the protagonist's precautionary measure felt like the final nail in the coffin. All the poor cat demon could do was collapse to his knees and cry in pure despair. Damn it, I only meant to play along for a bit and run away when I got the chance. How did I end up bound to a worthless human like this? This is the greatest humiliation ever dealt to a noble like me. Simon, meanwhile, paid no attention to his new subordinate's tragic display. Instead, he turned to give a stern warning. I've abandoned the name Simon. From now on, you'll call me Lord Luke. Yes, Lord Luke, Sebastian replied, his voice dripping with misery. After a beat, he asked, So what now, my lord? Ahead of them, Simon's gaze settled on the unconscious bodies of several low-tier demons sprawled in a pool of water. Now that our contract is done, I'm getting back to business. He said, I only needed one follower, and Eve got him. Stay out of the way if you don't want to get caught up in this. Simon raised a hand and commanded, Heck Ark, leave no trace. Devour every last piece of them. At his order, the spectral hands immediately lunged toward the three unconscious demons. In mere seconds, under Sebastian's horrified stare, the hands shredded the demons to bits. Leaving nothing behind, the gruesome sight sent a chill down the little demon's spine. What have I gotten myself into? Sebastian whispered to himself, anxiety creeping in. I signed a contract with a lunatic. Did I just get completely played? His thoughts trailed as his eyes shifted toward Simon, who now wore a cold, ruthless smile, one befitting a true demon king. Time passed, and the scene transitioned to a secluded part of the forest, after absorbing magic from several low-tier demons over the last few days. Simon was currently testing his own capabilities to check for any magical strain. He raised a hand and unleashed a dark blast, black bullet, obliterating a massive tree right in front of him. The explosion echoed through the forest. And yet, he didn't feel the slightest bit of backlash. Humph, I can use up to tier 6 magic now without a hitch, Simon muttered, analyzing the results. Ever since I absorbed that demon, Eve been hunting down others and absorbing them one after another. The dark ring is gradually recovering. He glanced down at himself and let out a sigh. Still, the constant fighting and suppressing those demons completely shredded my clothes. If anyone sees me like this, it'll be way too embarrassing. I need to get changed. Fast. Just as Simon was about to change into something more presentable, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, loud and panicked. Young master. There you are. We've been looking all over for you. Good heavens. What happened to your clothes? Don't tell me you're hurt again. It was Philip, the ever-loyal knight. Simon turned back, visibly annoyed, and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing serious, no need to fuss. What's more important right now is, what's going on? At that, Philip snapped back to the urgency that had brought him here in the first place. Right, no time for that now. We just received a message. Count Monoku's army is advancing on our territory. They're coming in from both the southern sea and the northern forest simultaneously. The scene cuts to Count Monoku's fleet of warships, already closing in on the shoreline just as Philip had warned. Aboard one of the vessels, a knight scanned the distant Lacan estate through a spyglass, smirking as he spoke. Mobilizing an entire army just to crush a minor baron? Doesn't really sound like the Count's usual style, does it? A large, scar-faced knight nearby chimed in, his tone grave. Even a tiger goes all out when hunting a rabbit. These people have slipped through our grasp too many times already. We need to crush their will to resist completely. And remember, underestimating the enemy leads to defeat. Some of them are stronger than expected. The long-haired knight nodded in agreement but inwardly sneered. Tisich. Big words coming from someone who lost in the arena. Trying to sound serious now. Huh? I still don't get why the Count gave this loser another shot. Maybe he's not as dumb as he looks after all. Back on shore, defensive measures had already been put into place. Rows of ballistae and barricades lined the coast, ready to intercept the incoming fleet. Once the ship sailed into range, the Lacan butler Hans raised his voice with a commanding shout. All units, fire at will. Don't let them near our land, no matter what it takes. His command rang through the air, and the soldiers swiftly operated the siege weapons. Flaming bolts launched into the sky, arcing toward the enemy ships like blazing comets. But the knights aboard Monoku's fleet had come prepared, watching the flaming projectiles hurtling their way. One of them scoffed. Not bad. But do they really think this will work? I guess this is what they mean by a cornered dog bites back. Huh? Too bad. Desperation won't save them now. As the sound echoed from within one of the warship's cabins, a massive figure slowly emerged onto the deck. It was a gigant, but not just any gigant. This one was unmistakably a mage gigant. True to its nature, as a barrage of missiles flew toward it, the gigant merely raised its staff with a swift motion. In an instant, a magical barrier materialized, effortlessly shattering the incoming projectiles into pieces upon impact on the shore. The soldiers watching in awe couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Magic? The Count's cavalry even has ancient cavalry knights? Inside the mage gigant, the long-haired knight observed Simon's group with a smug expression. Seeing the panic and disarray among them, he sneered. No matter how hard you try, you're nothing more than filthy rats scurrying about. The ancient knights, as the name suggests, are a fusion of a knight's aura and a mage's mana. These knights are those who can masterfully wield both powers. Back on the battlefield, one of the soldiers turned to his comrade and asked, "This is the first time I've seen an ancient knight. Are they really that formidable?" His companion, with a tense expression, responded, "There was a time when they were seen as failed half-breeds. But since the development of gigant technology, everything has changed. When they fuse with the magic stones and the giant armor, their power skyrockets. They become monsters capable of casting magic on par with the grand mages of the tower." Switching to the long-haired knight, he silently laughed to himself, thinking, "Hey, it seems they've tried their best to stop the ships carrying the gigants, but all of it is useless before me." He quickly worked with the control panel. Then, with a swift motion, the mage gigant waved its staff and used a skill called Ice Wave, instantly freezing the entire surface of the sea before them. But it didn't stop there. The knights slammed the staff onto the ship's deck, causing a massive explosion of earth and rocks to erupt in front of them. Countless stones were sent flying in all directions, forcing the soldiers of the Lacan family to retreat in panic. "Run, hurry," one of them screamed. Seeing the results of their attack, the long-haired knight felt immense satisfaction. Now all obstacles are cleared. Wipe them all out, he gave the order at his command. Several gigant knights began disembarking onto the shore. With each step they took, the ground trembled underfoot. Meanwhile, the mage gigant inside muttered in disappointment. "I was hoping for a more epic battle. But it seems like this will end much easier than I expected. If only they had fought back harder, it would have been more interesting." Unlike the thoughts of the long-haired knight, the scar-faced knight sensed that something was off about the current situation. He glanced ahead and noticed that there was no resistance or preparation coming from the Lacan estate at all. This made him suspicious. With this many forces closing in, and yet they haven't deployed a single unit, what are they planning? Despite his doubts, the scar-faced knight still ordered the gigant to move forward. Meanwhile, atop the walls, Butler Hans quickly commanded the defending soldiers. "Defend the walls, fire the cannons in response. Second artillery unit, prepare quickly." At the next command, the cannons positioned along the walls fired in unison, launching wooden balls towards the gigants. Seeing this, the ancient knight grew bored and conjured a shield, sighing again. "Try something new, will you?" Next, the gigant warriors swung their swords and cleaved the wooden balls in half. However, what surprised them was that from within the wooden balls, A purple liquid began to spill out. They couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Is this wine? Before they could finish their words, smoke started rising from the spots where the purple liquid had landed. This caused panic among them. And they screamed, what the hell is this? What did you just do? What's happening? The gigant stood frozen in place. Damn it, the liquid, it's freezing. What the hell is this? From afar, Butler Hans saw the gigants immobilized and seized the opportunity. Attack now, take advantage of the enemy's confusion and strike. At his command, the cannons atop the walls began firing once again, launching fireballs at the gigants. At this point, it was the Monoku forces who started to flee. Run, I can't move my body, don't let anyone escape. In another corner of the battlefield, while everything was in chaos, Sebastian was leisurely eating an apple. What a mess. I've been wondering why he kept pushing me like that, so this is the reason. A few days ago, when Simon encountered Sebastian, he made a strange request. Hey, can you create an adhesive that can't be removed? No matter what? At first, Sebastian thought it was impossible. In all his hundreds of years of life, he had never heard anything as absurd as that. Such a thing can't exist, but as it turned out, it did. Thinking about the threats Simon had made towards him, a surge of anger and humiliation rose within Sebastian to the point where his eyes were on the verge of tears. How dare he treat me like this? Using me so roughly, this humiliation, I will repay tenfold. But anyway, with me, the great Sir Sebastian, taking action myself, the outcome was inevitable. I'll just wait a little longer until everything's over. Meanwhile, the cannons atop the walls continued to fire relentlessly, while the giants, whose movements were restricted, could only retreat awkwardly, dragging their bodies behind them. On another part of the wall, a golem engineer with orange hair stared at the scene in front of him, swallowing nervously in disbelief, and shouted, no way, even never heard of any kind of drug with an effect like this. Beside him, a soldier with a helmet looked just as shocked. It can neutralize the entire gigant unit with just one strike? Could that be their family's secret technique? But even so, it's still not enough. Many of them have been taken down, but there are still plenty standing strong, especially those two giants in the center. Clearly, those are the royal army's new knight giants. As they watched, the ancient knight and Milan seemed to be completely unscathed. Back to the ancient knight. While Simon's group's tactics surprised him, he was still quite confident. He said, even a worm knows how to wriggle. Seems like they're stronger than expected. But still, not enough. I'll end this in one blow. With that, he raised his staff and manipulated the water into sharp spikes, firing them straight toward the city gate. Just then, a voice rang out, not so fast, Phantom Blade. The voice came from a giant warrior on Simon's side. In just a few steps, the warrior closed in on the ancient knight, which piqued his interest. Oh, seems like an interesting opponent has appeared. But you look like you're about to lose. Before the words had even finished, Achilles appeared beside them, with a single swing of his mace. The force pushed the giant controlled by Philip back. Has my speed already been caught up to? He muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, Milan had also realized that it was Philip controlling the giant in front of him. So you've finally shown up. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Hearing the familiar voice, Philip was a bit surprised and asked, what? You've been discharged? How the hell did you make it all the way here? In response, Milan declared, I was given a second chance. If I defeat you now, they'll take you down properly on the other side. Philip let out a chuckle full of flavor. So you can't even be bothered to hide your identity? You're laying everything out now, huh? The family of that count really is known for lying, huh? Milan, looking calm, shouted, it's over, and then he rushed to attack. The two giants collided in the battlefield, causing a massive clash. Meanwhile, the ancient knight stood on the side watching, shrugging when he saw his opponent being stolen away. Guess he'll just have to deal with this. Milan is a perfect opponent for a brute like him. Too bad. But it looks like he'll have to handle this one. Before him stood the old, worn-out gigant that Philip had previously used in the gigant arena. Looking at its battered form, the wizard couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. I knew the Lacan family was poor, but bringing out this scrap metal? How disappointing. Across from him, Uncle Victor roared, don't underestimate me. As the last captain of the Volga Knights, I will fight to my last breath. As he said this, he tightened his grip on his sword. After hearing that, The wizard couldn't contain his laughter anymore. Ha ha ha. I can't believe I'm hearing that familiar name here. Incredible, still as stiff as ever. Huh, Captain Victor? Victor, slightly startled, asked, you know me? The wizard replied with a question. Don't tell me you've forgotten me. I'm a bit disappointed. It's me, Kane, the one who was expelled from the Volga Knights. At the same time, in the northern forest of the Lacan territory, Simon was swiftly moving and witnessing the soldiers from the southern faction blocking the army's landing from the forest path. Entering the territory, seeing that the battle was still somewhat balanced, Simon sighed in relief. Our luck hasn't run out just yet. As expected, sending troops early was the right decision. Count Monoku has expanded his power through numerous wars of conquest, so we can't take him lightly. Luckily, most of the gigant armors were deployed to the south, so now only regular soldiers remain in the north. Anticipating an attack from multiple directions and positioning the troops here was the right choice. Of course, with such a small force, even concentrating on a single point is difficult, so sending troops deep into the forest would have been even harder. But we've solved it another way. At this moment, suddenly, from deep within the forest, countless villagers armed with weapons rushed out, ambushing the Monoku soldiers from both sides. These were the bandits expelled from the territory, but Simon had secretly sheltered them within the forest. Among these militia members, a tall man shouted loudly, "This is our only chance to repay the young master who helped us. Everyone, let's destroy the enemy together," he shouted to boost morale, making everyone more passionate. Yes, sir. Seeing the fearless demeanor of his militia, Simon couldn't help but feel pleased in his heart. I'm so glad the bandits I took in as villagers have been trained well. Having experienced real combat, they're proving to be incredibly useful now back on the battlefield. Despite the surprise attack by Simon's militia, the captain of Monoku's knights quickly regained control and gave orders. What are you all standing there for? Our army is much larger than theirs. Charge in all at once. Following his command, four knights charged in, eager to attack the militia captain from four directions, leaving him no room to dodge, no matter how hard he tried. But fortunately, it seemed that the god of death wasn't ready to claim this militia captain yet. At the most dangerous moment, suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbed his shoulder tightly, and threw the militia captain backward. At the same time, the figure lowered his head to avoid an attack from a Monoku soldier. Then, with a swift movement, he lunged forward, swinging his sword to knock the enemy's blade far away. This man was none other than Captain Roger. With his superior skill and strength, he easily defeated the soldiers surrounding him with just a few precise sword strikes. Afterward, Roger turned and shouted, directing everyone, "Be careful, don't push too deep into the enemy's formation. Our goal is not to annihilate the entire enemy, but to hold out until the young master signals. Don't forget the real objective." Understood, the group responded in unison. Looking at his leadership, Simon couldn't help but admire. Roger skillfully hides the weaknesses of the militia. Honestly, it's even better than I expected. With more training, they could become reliable soldiers. However, if this battle drags on, the situation will turn against us. We need to strike faster. With that thought, Simon began preparing for the next step. He raised his hand to his mouth and whistled loudly. The sound echoed, startling the Monoku soldiers. Their movements froze as they cautiously looked around. What was that? Could there be another hidden enemy? Unlike them, Captain Roger immediately recognized the sound and knew it came from Simon. He quickly glanced around and saw Simon signaling to him from a distance. That sound was the young master's signal, so the preparations are complete. We need to move on to the next step. With that, Roger smiled and said to his team, "All units, fall back quickly." At his command, the Lacan soldiers didn't engage further but turned and fled at maximum speed. This left the Monoku commander shocked. What are they doing? Chase them. And so, the two groups began a chase through the forest until Roger led his troops to a dead end. At this point, they had no escape route left. Seeing this, the brown-haired commander sneered and taunted. Now you can't run anymore. This will be your grave on the opposite side." Captain Roger looked at the fools in front of him, who still hadn't realized who had fallen into the trap. He decided to enlighten them. "It seems you misunderstood. My objective has been achieved. The ones who are trapped here aren't us. But you, begin now, he shouted, and a soldier beside him took a torch and lit a nearby rope, causing fire to spread rapidly up the cliff face, eventually igniting barrels of gunpowder prepared beforehand. The explosion was catastrophic, throwing the Monoku soldiers into chaos. But that wasn't all. Shortly after, rocks and debris cascaded down between the two armies, forming a wall that completely blocked both sides from each other. This only left the Monoku soldiers more confused. What the hell is going on? What are they trying to do? Anyway, they're cornered now. It's useless, you're only trapping yourselves. In response, Roger began telling him a story. The people of the Lacan territory almost never venture into these mountains. Since they were children, they've been warned to stay away from this place. Do you know why? On the opposite side, the brown-haired knight began to think that Roger had lost his mind to say such things. He asked, "Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing this, Roger just smiled, not angered, and continued explaining, "Because this land is the lair of monsters. Ever since ancient times, no one who has entered this place has ever made it out alive." As his voice echoed, a group of monsters appeared from behind them. The leader of these monsters was none other than the orc that Simon had previously captured. Then, within the gorge, countless howls and roars filled the air. Meanwhile, Simon, watching from afar, nodded to himself. "Good, everything is going exactly as planned now. I just need to deal with the southern front at this rate. Things might turn out easier than I expected." Just as Simon thought this, columns of white smoke began to rise from the distance, drawing his attention. Smoke? Is it a forest fire? But that's in the west. Don't tell me there's another army over there. Simon paused, his mind racing. If this was true, it would be a complete unforeseen variable in his original plan.